So yesterday's first match, we had Geek Fam versus Toda. Diggy feeding meta was used by Geek Fam in all 3 games. However, this meta was not really 100% foolproof when they met against Toda. Despite all the odds, Geek Fam continued their Diggy feeding meta, but Toda came with quite the surprise as they locked down for Chiku, a fighter, when they picked Freya. Geek Fan Roger could not do anything when Freya managed to get the Blade of Despair in her hands, and with that, Toda took the game 2-1. And bear in mind, Toda played 5 matches in the lead and has not lost ever before.
And the second match of the day, we have Dinivity Esports versus Fskn. Both Singaporean teams were equally matched, but Dinivity Esports had the better teamwork. Dinivity Esports claimed the victory with 2-1 against Fskn, and they continue to stand still at number 6 in the standings. And today, we will see Geek Fam versus Team Bosskurr in the first match. Will Geek Fam continue to use their Diggy feeding meta again? Or will Team Bosskurr rise up to the occasion and claim the victory today? Second match of the day, we will have Singapore's titles Resurgence versus Dinivity Esports. And final match, we will see the veterans versus the rookies, EVOS SG versus Fskn. It is now all or nothing.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. And of course, big games and most importantly, big day, because and all of this is thanks to our sponsor Udo, the official digital telco here in Malaysia, and all these amazing graphics and gameplays for you guys is currently presented to you by Muntun. Thank you guys so much. And of course, both of us here at the castle that's going to be bringing you all the live action and shenanigans. It's going to be from me, Lennerly, also known as Yololi, and of course, Terrence, ICBaby12.
And seeing how today is going to be going here as well, I'm looking forward to see what is going to be installed for you guys, because today we have some interesting matches for you guys. So according to our casters as well, we have a little bit of an inside joke for you guys, which is including... it's regarding the first match that's going to be upcoming very soon here. I wonder what the first match is going to be. I heard a rumor that a particular team that wins is that Yololi is going to make his hair pink. Is that so?
Oh yeah, that is correct. But not just me, if I'm not mistaken, not just me as the caster is going to be dyeing my hair if a certain team wins. Same goes for Terrence and the Malaysia stream casters as well. Terrence is going to be doing 100 push-ups, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, let's bring up today's schedule for you guys to find out and try to guess which teams we are trying to pit on. So the first game we're going to be having today is between Geek Fam versus Team Bosskurr, followed by Dinivity Esports versus Resurgence, and the last BO3 of the day is going to be EVOS SG versus Fskn. So first game is going to be a classic, still going to be a classic civil war between all these teams, between our nations here. Malaysian team versus Malaysian team. The next 2 BO3s, Singapore versus Singapore.
Yeah, seeing how the games is going to be going today as well here, I'm a little bit worried because, you know, first match, Geek Fam, you know, against Bosskurr, and we know Bosskurr has not been doing well lately, and hopefully we've heard rumors as well here and says that they have gone through some stuff and they are gonna pick themselves up here. So hopefully things will get better here, because this week, today, I think this is a very important match for Bosskurr if they want to actually stand a chance to actually come back into the tournament as well. And for them to step it up, that's gonna be impressive feat here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very impressive feat, because both of these teams have been very consistent. I mean, I'm not...
What are you talking about, man?
Yes, they are super consistent in their games. Team Bosskurr is very consistent in maintaining the bottom part of the standings.
Oh, we're going there now. Oh, yeah, we're going there now. All right.
I mean,
I feel you.
We're talking about consistency, right? So yeah, they've been doing pretty great, and it's not an easy thing to achieve, okay?
Okay, okay. But speaking of which, let's take a look about what he means about consistency, because as of now, this is going to be the standings for week 3, day 3. We can see Toda is currently on the top, Red Reborn on the 2nd place, Resurgence on the 3rd place, EVOS SG on the 4th place here, and Geek will be on the 5th place. Dinivity Esports on the 6th, Fskn on the 7th, Orange Dove Esports is on the 8th, and Mpl-Mysg on the 9th, and this is what we're talking about, right? Team Bosskurr consistently on the last place, tying it with Team SMG. So, speaking of consistency, this is going to be a long ride for them because, you know, for them to make it the top 8, they've already played a total of 4 matches. And for them to actually make a comeback, it's now or never. And this is going to be an important match for them to actually make a comeback. And so, as you guys can guess, so what Leonardy and myself has made a prediction is that we're gonna, you know, do our push-ups and dye our hair as well. If why don't you say it, man?
All right, so we called it out where if Team Bosskurr were to win today against Geek I would dye my hair pink. Terrence will be doing 100 push-ups. Karuku, I'm not sure what about his dad, but Igato and Lafel also call out on what they're going to be doing should Team Bosskurr win today.
Yeah, I think Ikoto's one is the one of the... Sorry, Lafel was the one that had a very noble cause, where if Team Bosskurr takes 2-0 against... Sorry, takes the win against Geek he'll be donating 1,000 ringgit to charity of your choice, which is pretty impressive, honestly.
Very, very impressive. So, Team Bosskurr, you guys got to win today because Lafel and we all try to help out a great charity cause here. And of course, we want Terrence to get, you know, super ripped too.
Yeah, so you just, you know, told the whole world that I was, you know, cheering for Bosskurr, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Of course you were cheering for Bosskurr,
Yeah, we're cheering for Bosskurr. They're so consistent. We saw Todak consistently winning, and then we see Team Bosskurr consistently maintaining. So it's pretty cool, dude.
Yeah, unchanged.
Unchanged.
Yeah, you know, it's really an impressive feat considering that you know, all things considered, okay?
Yeah.
Jokes aside, you know, coming to MPL is already an impressive feat.
Definitely.
Being in the top 10, that is already something you can state here. Being top 10 in Malaysia, Singapore is still a very, very strong ranking. Honestly, compared to other usual pub games, you know, doesn't matter what rank you are, top 10 is still top 10. Top 10 best teams. It means you are, out of Malaysia and Singapore, you are the number 50, rank 50 in the whole Malaysia Singapore rank. So I would say that's still impressive compared to the global leaderboards.
Definitely, for sure. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, right now we're going to be presenting to you an amazing player intro video between Geek and Team Bosskurr. Ladies and gentlemen, sit in your seats because you're going to check it out right now.
One is discipline. Number 2 is do not tilt. Maksudnya jangan cepat goyak. Number 3 is keep grinding.
Strategi kita orang akan counter enemy lah di mana kelemahan dorang. Bagi mereka dorang panik lah biar dorang terus kalah mental.
What I like the most about this team is the bonding.
Kita orang ni macam adik-beradik.
Bonding kita orang memang rapat lah, macam adik-beradik. Sekarang ni persediaan tim Geek saya bagi 8.5/10 lah.
Kita orang dah buat persiapan ada dalam 90% lah.
Very intense coming from both of this team for sure. A lot is riding on the line here. Not only are they trying to get more points for themselves, but they also want, both of these teams are trying to solidify their placing in that top 8 because we all have been discussing only the top 8 teams can go towards this playoffs here. So this is week number 3. We're already halfway through MPL for the regular seasons. And it's like, even though there is 3 more weeks to go, but we started seeing teams started bringing out their A game. Picks, which started playing picks, which we were supposed to be expecting week 1, but everyone decided to go a little bit reconnaissance and hold back a little bit.
Yeah, speaking of reconnaissance here, we did see a lot of interesting plays being made by Purisai as well. And
yes.
we've heard rumors as well that they had a little bit of a breakdown. Obviously, it's actually good considering that, hey, you know, it's time to wake up because now is the time to actually step it up because week 3 now, time for reconnaissance is over. This is the time where you need to start winning games. And that's for Bosskurr, right?
Yeah,
so
that's
when
for
we're talking
Bosskurr.
about Geek Fam, okay, we've been talking too much about Bosskurr. Let's talk a little bit more about Geek Fam because
man, here we
apparently
go.
we haven't seen Fix for quite some time.
Correct.
Even in yesterday's game, we did not see Fix playing at all. So for this game, Fix is going to be stepping up in this particular match. So seeing Fix back in action here, this is going to be a tough battle because we know that Fix has been a very, very aggressive carry as well.
Yes.
And he's going to be racking up a lot of kills. And this feels like a challenge being tread like for Bosskurr because they are on their potential last chance of coming back towards the tournaments here because we need to be in top 8. Yes, they need to win at least 2 teams, but they have to start winning now because the more points they lose, that's it for them. Because as compared to Team SMG as well, at least Bosskurr has won a couple of games, which you proved themselves that Team Bosskurr actually can play. It's just that they haven't solidified their formations or rosters here, and we've heard rumors that the roster swaps has been really tough on them as well. And we can't blame them, right? Like before coming into MPL, there was like the movement control order. People were a little bit struggling here and there. So it's understandable that it's hard to have effective communication in that regards.
That's for sure. But anyway, thank you to our production once again for such a beautiful graphic popped up for us. But we're going to be starting on the right side here. It is going to be your team, Geek Fam from Malaysia. It is going to be Dominant, Zorn, Arts, Ozoraveki, Fix, and Mpl. Now the thing is this, right? We were talking about like Fix coming back for today to be playing and replacing into the team, right? And by far, I think it's really great what Geek Fam was really trying to go for because they have 6 members and they really want to try to allow the team to finally get used towards the current new Season 6 because there is the 10-man band. It's a little bit more different from previous seasons, and I love the fact they're trying multiple roles here to see that just in case if one player is not able to step up in a certain game, they can always be replaced here. Of course, it may sound like a bad thing, but it just makes things a little bit more comfortable for the team.
Yeah, seeing how Team Bosskurr here, we're going to be having Purisai, Scott, Scoopos, Sakura, Resurgence, and Fakers. So who's going to be playing here as well? Because considering that they have a little bit of a roster swap as well. Last week we did see Scott not playing this game here, and hopefully Scott will be stepping up in this action. And I'm not sure if they are going to be playing him, but we've heard like they've had a little bit of roster swaps again, and I think Sakura is going to be playing today's games. So hopefully things will solidify themselves here, especially when the Scoopos has been popping off as well. And we've heard rumors that Scoopos' rank is not even that high, but he's still stepping up in games.
Correct. And also just to want to add a little bit more for Team Bosskurr, Scoopos, very consistent. Really great marksman. We have been seeing him since
we're going Bosskurr all the way onto. We are really hardcore.
We can talk. We can straight away move to Geek Fam any time of the week, man. But man. But I'm just saying, like, because since we're talking about Scoopos here, he's been consistent since week number 1 and week number 2. We saw him with great Farsa play, very confident, followed by the Khalid as well. That was really amazing. And don't forget about Fakers though. Although first week Scoopos had most of the limelight, Fakers started popping up as well when he was playing that Roger.
Well, enough of Bosskurr. Let's talk a little bit Geek Fam here as well. This is going to be their favorite heroes being picked here. It's going to be Tamus, Yishun, Farsa, and Popo and Koopa. And this is going to be their player stats for total play for that amount of hero throughout the entire regular season by these players here. You can see 15, 11, 14 for Arts. And we see 10, 1, 19 for Fix, 10, 9, 18 for Zorn, 12, 7, 35 for Dominus, and 10, 4, 27 for Zoroveki. So his Popo Koopa has been respected time and time again. It's been banned in yesterday's games as well. But the question here remains, are they gonna stick with the Digi meta? Are they gonna stick with the Digi fitting meta? Yesterday they played against Torak. Torak found a way to counter it.
Correct.
But today, do they still stick with it? Because Fix is going to be playing in this game as well, and Mpl is not going to be playing. sorry, not Arts, it was Rumple on the first guy. So when we talk about Rumple, he usually plays the tank. So Zorn is going to be forced to play back his usual tank role here.
Correct.
So are they going to be able to see the aggressive playstyle that we are usually seeing of Geek?
I mean, it's definitely hard to tell whether how they're going to be playing that playstyle because it's definitely a different player and different player has their own different style of playing. But either way, here is Team Bosskurr. Here's they're going to be the lineup once again, followed by their most picked hero and the total KD with this hero as well. Now we can see it as well, like for coming from the majority of this team, Screwfox as usual with this Farsa, absolutely amazing. Although sure, he was not able to manage to get a lot of kills for himself, but look at the amount of assists, right? Just him alone able to set up for the rest of the team is just really important, really crucial. And Fakers on that Roger, 30, 10, 20, all double digits, all in high numbers, high digits as well. Absolutely a force to be reckoned with here. But what I'm really concerned was we saw like a role swap coming from last year, where like you said, Scott wasn't really playing. It was being replaced by both Parisa and Sakura, and we saw a very interesting thing where they were also testing things out. Although we saw Parisa coming to the main support, but his itemization was a little bit on the tank role with the Valir tank, and we understand that Valir tank was a legit itemization back in the day, but it still came down to the positioning of how well you play. By the way, this is the head-to-head stats between Team Geek Fam and Team Bosskurr.
Yeah, speaking of Team Geek Fam and Team Bosskurr here, both teams have played 10 games so far. Team Bosskurr does not have the most amazing stats thus far. Geek Fam, however, has been performing all the way through. 2,604 average damage per minute. Very aggressive, very active in terms of team fights as well. Whereas for Team Bosskurr, they have tried that, but they were on the receiving end. So we can see the stats slowly wither down for themselves. First target rate 20%, every turnover game 1. This objective has always been gameplay here, but eventually just closing out the game. That was really tough, especially for Team Bosskurr, because we know they love splitting their fights. We know they love pushing, taking team fights individually and always get caught out. Whereas Geek Fam, they're very orchestrated on playing the team fight potential. So they always set up for a couple of fights here, and we know, knowing that there's so many heroes that actually you have to ban against Geek Fam. Now showing that they can play Digi, likewise with Resurgence. We can see them prioritizing the Popo Kupa by Zoroveki as well. So there's going to be a lot of setup potential. So knowing that there's so many heroes you need to ban against Geek Fam, like this Farsa, there is the Selena as well, up on Dominus, and it's hard. And on top of that, not just all these heroes. Okay, this is the mages. This is the cheese strategies here. What about Zorn as well, with his Kufra, with his Cho? So you can't exactly ban all the heroes coming from Geek Fam, knowing that they're that experienced in playing after so many seasons now.
Definitely for sure. It's never going to be easier, but I think the only time when the drafting was a little bit easier when it comes down to counter banning and counter picking was when Zorn was playing the hyper carry, because we all know Zorn as well. He can play multiple roles. Hero pool, insanely huge. Same goes for Zoroveki. So when we saw Zorn being replacing Fix as the hyper carry, it makes it a little bit more easier for a majority of this team to figure out what can we ban and what can we prevent Zorn from playing. His general hero pool is just minimized to marksman or assassin, whereas now with Fix becoming the hyper carry, Zorn can play any hero at this point. There's just so many heroes now, they have to dedicate on which one they have to pick off to really amplify their own lineup. By the way, here is the head-to-head between Dominus from Geek Fam and Parasite from Team Bosskurr. Now, oh man, I feel this head-to-head is going to be a very, very interesting one.
When it comes to this head-to-head as well, Parisai, it's the, well, we know him as the shield warrior. I would say the guardians of humanity in a way, Parisai. And yeah, literally that. And he's gonna be protecting his teammates here. However, you know, as an offlaner, he's been protecting his teammates a lot. And at the same time, 739-23. So it's no surprises that he's been protecting his teammate by sacrificing for the greater good. So it's understandable that he is our feature player today against Dominus as well, who is going to be the captain for this season. And you know, seems to me, which kind of a leader do you want? Do you want a leader who's fearless and killing everybody, or do you want a feeler who's self-sacrificing and also do it for the greater good in this regards.
I think the right question is, do I want a leader that is actually just loves to constantly keep dying, who's so great at constantly keeping dying?
No.
Or
no.
a
Come
leader
on, come
that is
on.
just really great at our positioning. Seriously,
Come on, I
Terrence,
thought we were on the same side. I thought we were predicting on Bosskurr, man. Dude,
Yeah,
we were supporting Bosskurr.
we were supporting Bosskurr.
We are supporting Bosskurr.
Yes, but the head-to-head, we have to talk about the head-to-head.
Dude, come on, we were. No, if Bosskurr wins, I'm gonna do 100 push-ups, and you're gonna do the dye your hair pink.
I know,
Come on.
I know that.
I thought we were loyal fans, man.
We're loyal fans, but we also want to ensure that Lafer is also going to be donated towards the charity.
Exactly, we're doing it
charity
for the right cause, man.
But the head-to-head, we have to talk about both of these players, not the team. The
All
players.
right, all right,
But
all
anyway,
right.
here's the map prediction here on how the lineup is supposed to be like. From the, of course, standard 1-3-1 coming from the side of the team. There were times we saw both of this team slowly change things up. We did definitely not 1-2-2, but the rotation line has always been like sometimes 1 and 4, but in the end it still falls back to this 1-3-1. But what do you think about this, Terrence, so far?
Well, speaking of the 1-3-1 here, and that's the thing about the 1-3-1s, right? Like Geek Fam has also played a very similar playstyle to Bosskurr, and Bosskurr, I totally disagree with this formation just because of the data we have seen throughout the game, right?
Sure.
They always sack Parisa lane. They always put 1-4 straight away in the middle lane, and
That's
Parisa is just completely ignored. And time again, they've always been punished because of those reasons here, and because of that. The teams that they face usually cut their creep waves in the first creep wave, and because of that, they lose at least 1 to 2 creep waves up the top lane on Parisa's lane. And when they go up middle and they do not get a kill, this is where you lose the initial 1,000 gold lead and the initial levels for at least the tanks and the offlane of 1 level. So because of that first creep wave initiation engagements, it's a very risky move from Bosskurr.
Yeah.
And if you get a kill, it's worth it. If you don't get a kill, this is where things start to get extremely hard for them.
Yeah, but anyway, we're going to be bringing up the honest prediction to see who's taking our top. And
Come on!
It's okay. We got this. We have 6%. Team Bosskurr has 6%
Dude, I thought
to
you were-
take this win.
We were Bosskurr fans, come
yeah,
on!
that's what I'm saying. Bosskurr has 6% to win this. We're still in the game. The probability is still achievable for us.
They have to step it up for us, man.
I mean, technically, we have so many times where predictions are made to be broken, you know? We saw many times where even Red Reborn...
Twice.
Yes, twice! And maybe even more than that, actually.
3 times, sorry.
More than that, we saw predictions being broken, definitely teams stepping up and literally surprising us. So today...
That is 6%, bro.
Hey, 6%, I say that's like a 1 to 2.
Dude, I want to do my 100 push-ups. I want you to dye your hair
I mean,
pink.
technically, if it's a 6%, it's pretty much like a 1 out of 5 chance. So
Come on,
I
we're
say,
Bosskurr fans, man.
yeah,
Come
I know,
on.
but that is an achievable odds. 1 to 5, I say that's a good odd. That
Okay.
is a good odd.
Okay.
But either way, in this game, Team Geek Fam, their win condition, hands down, is wherever Parasite is, they had to just gank it. They had to rotate it. They had to make sure this Parasite cannot pop off, because once he does, he's going to be such an unstoppable shield that this team will be able to sustain in every of this team fight situation.
You're very happy, aren't you? The unstoppable shield. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Parisa is actually it's a translation from Malay to English being shield. So
Exactly.
speaking of shields here, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading up against the fight against the Geeks, outsmarting the shields potentially. And Team Bosskurr going to be on the red side, and Geek Fam will be on the blue side. Will they overcome the odds? And seems to me they're all on smiles here coming from Bosskurr. Seems to me they are in a better morale.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, this time we can see Ozaroveki a little bit relaxed. I believe he had warmed up already, because we saw yesterday on the player camps, he was doing a little bit of warm-ups. But I mean, yes, first bans coming from both of this team, instantly Atlas followed by the Selena. Very respectable, very prioritized, totally understandable as well. Now it comes to the mix here, okay, fine. Hilda. Now this just gives me a good idea that Geek Fam really want to try for a lineup. They might possibly try to opt for a hyper carry marksman here, possibly even a Yi Sun Shin. Since they want to try instantly removing the Hilda, it tells me that they really do not want too much early game aggression.
Well, seeing the Atlas being banned here, I think it's just respect ban here. I know Atlas has been banning for crowd control as well, but every time when you face again Team Bosskurr, you have to respect Scott's Atlas, because he is a top global Atlas player So it's understandable why they want to actually ban against him here as well. And he's proven time and time again he's been able to clutch multiple scenarios. But like I said, we need the shield warrior to be the saving grace. Sometimes a shield is stronger than a spear. We've always argued with the strongest spear in history, right? The strongest spears versus the strongest shield. Who will break eventually?
But anyway, final ban coming out from Team Bosskurr, and they are going to be getting with the Purple Kuba. Khalid is still in the pool, but I think Team Bosskurr is fine giving away the Khalid to Geek because I believe that they really want to try to secure this Farsa for themselves in the next 2 picks here. But what else can we see? Khalid is still up for picks. Geek they can flex the Farsa, which like they did in the last game last week, but they're still going to be playing a little bit more safer, and they're going to lock in down this Khalid. And now following up 2 bans, I believe if they really want to, they can opt for this Farsa and possibly maybe a really strong initiator here like a Kufra.
Yeah, well, speaking of this game as well here, do they continue to use the Digi strategy here? Because the Digi was actually played by Rumple, and Rumple is not playing this game. And who is going to be sacrificing their well, KDA in this regards coming from Kickfam, because that's going to be not looking good, but you know, who knows? Okay. In this case, Bosskurr might actually take up the feeding Digi for Parisa if he wants to.
Interesting. I was wrong about the fact that they wanted to prioritize this Farsa. Looks like they want to prioritize this Hyper Carry instead. The Kufra is still correct, but instantly getting this link, right? So prioritize. Now they know they have a link. They want to play around this link. That means Team Bosskurr is really have this mindset where they are willing to give away this Farsa.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the Kufra as well, it's just showing respects from Zorn as well, just denying him the Kufra pick.
Correct.
But there is still the Cho, and on top of that as well, the Kufra is not easily being countered by many heroes as well. Like the Digi is a great counter just for all those kind of crowd controls. The Hydos can just punish Kufra's early engagement facilities. But I don't think Geekfam wants to risk playing the Digi meta this game just because Rumpo is not playing the game.
Of course. I mean, then again, we also have a potentially see that Geekfam members can still play the Digi as well. But seeing that Fix is coming in towards this game this time, it just tells us that they really want to increase their standing as much as possible, because a lot of these amazing teams around their rankings in the standings is pretty much very similar or very close. But coming out from the final ban, you see Team Bosskurr banning out the Valero. I believe Team Bosskurr, if they want to, they can try to opt for a Gato Kacha for their team, for them to pick it for themselves, to follow up and also get counter around this Farsa.
Well, seeing the Valir being banned here, there's going to be limiting some of Ozoro Veki's heroes. Domina's going to be playing as well, knowing that they do play double mages coming from Geekfam. And seeing how Bosskurr is going to be playing here, I wouldn't be surprised they actually start banning the Cho, because Parisa does play the Cho, likewise for Zorn. But Geekfam right now, I'm a little bit concerned. What is Zorn going to be playing here coming from the Geekfam? But yep, they do ban off the Cho, so Zorn is going to be playing something different here. So it's not his famed Cho, it's not his famed Kufra. He needs. I'm looking forward to see what heroes Geekfam is going to be playing here, especially up on Zorn and also Ozoroveki here, because this Khalid pickup is definitely going to be Art's pickup, unless Arts picks his Tamos and then the Khalid goes to Veki instead.
Yeah, but the Tamos is banned out, so Arts will not be able to get this Tamos for himself. But it's also a really great ban, because not only is he a very safe offlane pick with a lot of damage, but they know that fighters are really great against Assassin. As it is already, he has like this Ling has to deal with this Khalid as it is, so they're trying to minimize as much damage as possible, while at the same time they're trying to figure out how can they also get on top of this Farsa. So final ban coming from Geekfam. If they want, they can ban this Gato if they are a little bit, if they really want to ensure the safety of
that's the thing about the Gato Kacha, right? The Gato Kacha is usually played by the Singaporean teams, but for Malaysian teams, I think the Bao will be a smarter choice. But now seeing that there's so many offlaner heroes banned off, both teams need their offlaners. Like, okay, Geekfam, they've got the Khalid, but they still can alternate with one more. But Team Bosskurr, they need two here, because Kufra is not that great as a solo offlaner. So they probably get, like the Balmond being banned, they probably get like the export maybe just for the creep clear potential. Yujong is not in the pool. To fare up against Khalid as well, the Cho is not even in the pool as well, to actually kind of fight against the Khalid. So they need something that deals a lot of damage. So I'm looking forward to see what it is. But Terisla!
Where is Gideon? Gideon, are you watching?
that's going to be a lot of creep clear potential here. yeah, it's great pickup just for clearing creeps here, but rotating within lanes is going to be
I
risky here
knew
because
it.
he's going to be relying a lot on catching up here because if you think about it, Ling is going to be so far ahead, and for a Teresa to run out ahead and catch people off, the flicker is going to be a necessary cost compared to a rival. So Team Boss is going to be prioritizing on laning their phases a lot. So this Teresa is not going to be able to rotate very quickly, but when it comes to clearing creep waves, it's going to be extremely quick.
Yes, and he does a lot of damage. This, although his movement speed is not really that great, but it just sort of fits into this kind of lineup.
Oh,
because
wow.
they're going to be contesting. But anyway, Ruby will be amazing, followed by the Loyi. It looks like we're going to be seeing a double mage into us this
Yeah,
game.
I'm liking the Loyi pickup just because it's this game, you know, like Loyi pickup is, I'm not a big fan because there's so much mobility, but when it comes to fighting against Team Bosskurr, look at this, Kufra is single, it's gonna be running up in your face, there's no escape. Likewise for Teresa, once you go all in, there's nothing to back out.
Right.
So the Loyi is going to be able to punish these kind of heroes here. But then the Natalia pickup from Bosskurr, this is interesting for me because this is going to cause a lot of damage. But will they be able to succeed? This is something I'm looking forward to here. But
Oh no.
I don't know. But seeing how this drafts, I feel like Bosskurr might actually make it. I'm liking this draft here.
It's interesting because this time it's a clear cut to see that Bosskurr is going for this 1-2-2 instead of this 1-3-1. Whereas on the other side, on Team Geek Fam, they already started prioritizing. Like instantly, the second pick lane come out. They're like, all right, we need to figure out how we're gonna be controlling this lane or not. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump into game number 1, first game of this week number 3, day 3. Between Geek Fam and Team Bosskurr.
And seeing how the game is going to go here, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are going to see a Malaysian rivalry right off the bat. Bosskurr going up against Geek Fam. Will they be victorious here? Fix will be playing on the Roger this game, or Zoroveki on the Loyi, whereas Team Bosskurr, Scott is going to be playing the Kufra Perisai, playing the Natalia here. Are they going to go in for a pick-off here? Seems to me they are going to be sticking with the 4 people down middle again, diving onto Perisai, doing a little bit of damage to Dominus here, and Perisai will back off, leaving with only half HP. However, on the top side of the lane, once again, Team Bosskurr, they will lose 1 lane of creep waves.
Looking really great as well, and also prioritizing. Look at instantly, Team Bosskurr notices that they're going to be invaded. They instantly rotated to ensure that both teams will be able to get the trades, their equal trades they're going to be looking for, and not be shortened out.
Yeah, seeing how this move here coming, Geek Fam, they managed to not caught not 1 creep wave, and you can see Arts is continuing to pressure the top side of the lane. So this Natalia is not going to be able to run off his lane a lot here just because of how much control is going to be played here by Geek Fam. Is they are going to be having Zon, and this is why I'm talking about creep play, right? Teresa is going to be able to creep play extremely quickly and rotate between lanes. However, he's going to be doing the same thing as what Arts is doing down bottom as well. Geek Fam, so far, nothing happening yet. They are going to try and continue with their farm here, making sure that Fix gets his 4 first.
This is really interesting because now that I think about it, this last pick, Natalia, they're going to be trying to commit to us on this cross-up. Anyway, going to be a couple of skirmishes between both Kaiser and Zorn, but let's be honest, this is going to be going up against a Khalid, so despite how much damage that Teresa will be able to bring, Khalid will still be able to come out on top in this early game, but the same cannot be said as the game starts dragging on later on.
Yeah, it's super hard to fight this year, especially from how Team Bosskurr they've drafted around Perisai's Natalia, but hold that thought for now because Loyi going for the catch immediately. Bosskurr, they get the kill onto his Kufra. Perisai going for the snipe. Zon trying to look for him, but they can't see him. Yes, they will. Zon will trade off with the 1-2-1. Great engagement here coming from Team Bosskurr.
First blood drawn, although a beautiful trade-off coming from the side here. Geek Fam to try to make sure, but here comes the Tyrant Revenge. Instantly forces Zone, but the Quicksand God try to sustain him, and with the Raging Sandstorm, he will be able to ride away, but in the end, he will be cut down to pieces by Kaiser.
Wow, Kaiser with his first skill, not proc enough, but got the damage just enough to actually go for the kill. It seems to me Team Bosskurr, they're finally back in the lead, and Perisai now with level 3 now, he's going to hit his 4, and this is where the hunt comes into play. And guess what, Leonard? We are going to get what we want here. Bosskurr is winning.
I mean, it's a little bit too early to say how well has been going, but the tempo looks really great for Team Bosskurr right now. The aggression, the zoning out, and most importantly, the rotation coming out for Resurgence as well. He knows he's not going to be doing really great in that lane, so making full use of his mobility and the ability to just constantly live in the lane is going to be proved useful in terms of this rotation. But look at Zon. Ozora-Veki tries to run for his life as a Feather Airstrike trying to melt down Scott, but Resurgence so close, almost got the kill. But Ozora-Veki will get out just alive.
Yeah, Parisa is just doing so much work here, going for the back lines, and they look much more composed from previous week here because Bosskurr, they're putting Geek on retreat here. Meanwhile, Fix is going to step up his game here as he's going to be securing his blue buff, and Geek will try to go in for the push here. Meanwhile, Fakers, he's going to go run rampant right now. He's not gotten a single kill yet, but this Ling is going to run around and hopefully take a kill here. In this case, Parisa, he gets caught up top side here, solo fight with ours. Dominance drops pretty low as of now for Scoop Ops, and Geek they have to back out this fight. But meanwhile, Bosskurr, they will initiate the turn.
Still holding down the line. Parasite being as swifty and as being as stealthy as much as possible, getting ready to jump there at the opportune moment. But most importantly, he's giving quite an amount of vision and now spotting out Ars. Fakers try to zone him out, try to melt him down, and now Ars only half HP. But here comes the ultimate I'm offended, but flows up with the Tempest of Blades, and Fakers will be able to get out alive, but same goes for Ars.
Wow, look at this. They could not finish the kill, but they're pushing Geek back here, and because of that, they're going to utilize on Faker's mobility to cut a creep wave, and now they have the lane control in Bosskurr's favor. And guess what? Geek they're losing 1k gold in difference here, and Team Bosskurr, they're going to continue. It's not that big of a difference, but this is still a lead here. They have 2 kills, and Team Bosskurr, they're looking for the setup. Zorn is still running around with the Khalid here, and Scott trying to go for the pickoff, but Zorn, he will start doing his fancy plays. But seems to me, Zorn, Khalid, he's going to try going for the fight here. Scott trying to set it up. Meanwhile, Kaiser is laying in the bush, and Geek they're not taking the bait.
No, I love the fact that Geek just started really grouping out and started roaming around, because the minute Natalius and Parisa in this case started going missing from the lane, they decided they're going to be a potential gang. But anyway, beautiful engagement coming from the side of this Kufa from Scott, literally melting Dominus, almost killing him, but because Dominus with his entire kit allows him to have a really great disengagement.
Yeah, Fakers is laying for the bottom side. He wants to defend against it, but once again, he is still farming his way through. Loyi is there. Ozora-Veki out in the open here, but he pops his spells, so he's going to be well, kind of helpless right now without much spells to work with. He needs to back out. However, Geek seems to be they are playing it safe as of now. They don't really want to play this early on, and surprise, surprise, despite having the Roger pickup here, they're looking for kills, but it's not happening here. Scott will engage against Zorn. He does have the Sandstorm available. Fakers not going to be engaging. Sandstorm to clear the creep wave, but the Meteor Shower is there. Zorn trying to tank his way through, but eventually the Pirate Rage comes in, and Zorn will fall. No, he will not. The guard keeps him alive, and he will eventually fall, taking a little bit too long. Meanwhile, top side as well, Arts will go for a trade-off to push the top turret.
Just really unfortunate, because like he really expected that, okay, maybe I can clear this wave and try to force them back, but with the literally with the Meteor Shower, that's not working out too well. But Fakers gets hit up with the diversion, drops down the Tempest of Blade, and instantly picking up Ozora-Veki. But look at Parasite, dies Dominus, trying to prevent him from harassing them from the back lines. But even just for good measure, Dominus is going to use his only disengagement, and not sure whether Parasite spotted that, because if he knew, he will go back in with that Claw Dash.
Yep, seems to me Turtle will be secured as of now from side Team Bosskurr.
Still holding on the line. Fakers getting that rip buff. Now with double boss, we might be seeing a potential rotation coming out from them, Terrence.
Yeah, seeing how the rotation is coming in with the turtle buff, like you said as well, Fakers is looking for a couple of setups here, and he's got 2 kills so far, and this Link is slowly but surely getting farmed up. Arts getting dived up, nice pull coming in, Tempest Blade has been used, but Kaiser taking too much of the tower, he's going to go for the re-engagement as well with the penalty zone, but seems to me they do not want to commit into this fight, and Geek look at this, they're all here right now. Scoop Boss will focus on the turret, and he will steal it off, so that's going to be a little bit more farm up on this Chang'e, and this support, seems to me Team Bosskurr, they want him to get up his farm, and this is where things will get a little bit scary if Chang'e gets his items.
Also interesting enough, right? Seeing from the minimap on the rotation coming up from Parasite, so it's very similar to how Long was playing with this Natalia, just constantly split pushing and only trying to sink it and go straight for this back line. This is exactly what we were supposed to be expecting, especially with a Natalia pick. But Ozora-Veki tries to zone them out, spots them as well, and Scoop Boss is going to be able to secure this little wonder for himself. And now here comes the engagement. Zorn finds Scott with the bouncing ball, Zone will not be able to get away, but he has quick send guard. But look at Parasite, giving out so much information. Although he did get spotted out, like, not really spotted out physically, but they know he's there. But Ars instantly gets caught out. Here comes the Tyrant Revenge, bouncing ball. Ars trying to run away for his life with the Tyrant's Rage, instantly locks him down and allow Fakers to get a kill. Drops down the Tempest of Blade. Zorn trying to run for his life, but he's not going to be able to outrun Scoopbox with this Meteor Shower. Now coming into the tower here. Fix trying to run for his life, but no way you can run from the Assassin Claw Dash, and that's going to be making fall 5-man wipeout.
Oh, what was that play there coming for Geek Fam? They teleported Arts all by himself all towards the back lines here, and because of that, they were able to split up the fight and pick him off. But what a play there coming from Marisa. Immediately shut out Dominus before he could do anything here. So Geek Fam, they need to rely on this Farsa, but seems to me, Bosskurr, they've got that figured out. They know how to shut down Dominus in this game. Fakers right now is going to be running rampant. And Team Bosskurr, they're leading 9-1. What is this?
Dude, it's so hard for them to get a control anyone, because we're talking about two mages and a marksman, which literally is all about the positioning. Same goes for all these mage supports. So knowing there is two literally assassins who has such great mobilities, there's no way none of these players will be able to outrun them unless Ars is able to be in position. But same goes for Scott. Beautiful position, able to try to zone out Ars. He pops up his ultimate, I'm offended, to try to zone out Scott away. But knowing this information, they're ready to jump back right in. There's the Tyrant Rage, locks him down. There goes Zoroveki. Zorn trying his best with the Raging Sandstorm, but the Tempest of Blade drops down, dives in, he slashes, he cuts, he dives in. Parasite dives in with the Claw Dash, but has to back off because thankfully Dominus was there to zone them out with the energy impact. But I am offended once again. He pulls Kaiser in, but before Kaiser left, he makes sure he took someone's hit with him first.
Oh, what a play there. Beautiful defense coming from Geek Fan, but however, the damage was just too great. Fix needs to find a way to get some kind of kills here, and Team Bosskurr is so mobile here. Meanwhile, Fix, he needs to find a kill onto his Fakers here, because as of now, killing this league is extremely tough, and now we're towards the later stage of the game as well. This is where Fakers is gonna pop off. 11-2, Scott making work. Tyrant's Rage connects as well, catches on the Zord. He's gonna be super tanky, but fortunately for them, Fakers is here to go for the saving grace. The saving side Zord is there. Here comes the flicker for Fakers, but they can't kill him off. Zord's down to 1 HP.
Still holding on the line, and even was able to secure a tier 2 tower. So currently, no tier 2 tower is left standing for the side here of Team Geek Fam, whereas Team Bosskurr, all towers is still standing tall, even though losing only one.
My goodness, Team Bosskurr, they're cutting them off all by bits here, with Scoop-Offs doing so much damage on the front lines as well. What is this game here? Where was this Bosskurr the previous week? Because they look solid. They know what they're doing this game.
Definitely all on the line, and especially when they found out that Lafayette was about to donate to charity, Terrence doing 100 push-up, and I'm going to dye my hair pink. Definitely they're going to be bringing out their A game inside this game against Geek Fam. And of course, with 6%, like I said, 1 to 5 odds, definitely looking good for them.
There's a Sandstorm going to come in. Can he get a steal? No, he cannot. Fix will be joining the fight as well. You can see Faker's going to go for the fight. Zord is a little bit too tanky, but he's all by himself. Where's the rest of the pack? But he will eventually bow out. Geek Fam was not ready to commit into that fight.
Dude, we are looking at a 9k goal lead from Team Bosskurr, followed by 6 towers, 5 more towers more than Team Geek Fan here. And with the tempo they're currently setting for themselves, and the existence of unable to find where Persa is, although they can sense him out with that pickup alert sign, it's still not going to be enough. They have to see him, that way they can jump on top of him. And because knowing this fear, they do not dare to get out of their base.
Yeah, seems to me. And not to mention as well, Scott on the Kufra, 0-0-10. He's been setting up perfectly as well. Look at this. He's going to go for the fight as well. He's going for the back lines. He's trying to push Dominus here as well. There's going to be a little bit of disruption, but not going to be happening. But Scott taking too much damage, and the tower fall will take him down. The immortality is there. The Lord is slowly knocking as well. But Fakers will snipe the top turret away from Geek Fam. And this time, Geek Fam, they are on the full defense. They don't lose one. They lose 2 of the inhibitors.
They're really great timing and execution. They know the Lord is going to be hitting this mid inhibitor. They know Geek Fam is not really strong enough to clear out this Lord that quick. So instantly picking off Arts, their sole initiator and frontliner, they are able to prioritize in both of the other lanes and instantly allowing to get 2 inhibitors, both the bottom and the top. Geek Fam is definitely in a parallel situation here, but maybe it's just because of this Terisla pick. Let's be honest. If Gideon was here, he's going to hype this pick for so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Gideon has been waiting for a Terisla pick for the longest of time.
He's got it here because the creep clear potential from Team Bosskurr is just insane. Zorn, he needs to make a plays here, but so far he's been setting up for the team, but so far Team Bosskurr, they're just not taking the full-fledged fight. They want to take this kind of split fight potential, and it's working out.
Yep.
With Parisa cutting the back lines, and the rest of them from Scott engaging the middle segment of the fights here has been working out not once, not twice, but 3 times on engagement so far. And Geek Fam, they gotta understand this here. The biggest threat right now is Parisa and Scott. They have to figure out how to shut down these 2 tanky heroes, or in this case, a damage bursting assassin. In this case, he's gonna go for the Fix. Is he gonna see him? Fix knows he's there, but they are gonna be providing the assist. Geek Fam is ready for this Natalia.
Look, here comes the rotation coming up from Scott as well. Isley dives in, holding down, but he's so tanky and he's holding the line. Here comes Fakers, instantly assassinating Ozaraveki. He slices and he dices, but in the end, Fakers trying to retaliate back. He gets Fakers, he gets Parasite. Oh, no more damage dealers as well. The front liners, they can't do anything, and instantly they have to fall back. Although sadly, Fix will end up falling here, but he did the damage. He held them back, but Kaiser is still the threat.
Great catch there coming from Dominus here, but at the same time, it's only a mage. He's all up to Zorn to defend against this here. It's the frontline tank, but he needs damage items if he wants to play this here. However, we are going to take a momentary pause for now as Geek Fam. It seems to me they need to figure out what's going to be the next plan, because as of now, they've lost all 3 inhibitors.
Yes.
They've lost their damage here. The Fix is not going to be able to dish out damage here, so it's all up to Zorn to dish out a little bit damage. Likewise with also Luo Yi, and you can see time and time again, Veki getting dived on by Fakers, getting dived on by Parisa. They know if these mages are down, that's it for the mage, but where's the damage coming from? Because as of now, you can see Scott very engaging with his catches here. His Tyrant's Rage has been on point, catching not 1, not 2, but multiple heroes, delaying their retreat as well. And to see that fight progress here, it's like, where was this boss crew last week?
I mean, there's a lot of inspiration all coming back towards this game, but still, here comes a fun fact. Fun fact, by the way, guys, Parisi's Natalia actually won against Resurgence with split pushing during Season 5.
Wow, that's we're actually seeing a battery's return of Natalia, and this game itself is actually winning the game against Geek Fam, and I think like it's really scary to see how Parisa was playing it as well, and to see how they split off the fight so well. This was something I did not anticipate at all. From starting a lane, yes, we saw they lost the initial fight here, but now seeing how Parisa is playing the Natalia, this is something new. I did not expect this at all. But ladies and gentlemen, here we're going to resume the game right now. And Team Bosskurr, they're going to be pressuring towards Geek Fam. It seems to me Geek Fam, they have to find some sort of damage because Luo Yi and Farsa not going to be able to do much right now.
But the thing is this, it's still very scary for Team Bosskurr as well. That's the reason why they're hitting all these main support as much as possible, because they want to siege. They want to ensure there's no defense, because let's be honest, if we're fighting evenly where Team Bosskurr cannot dive on top of their main support, then there is absolutely no way Team Bosskurr member could get in without paying a certain price for it. There are so many times we saw Scott had to back off, and instantly that's pretty much why you can see after he got the Athena shield, instantly came out the Immortality, because he knows he cannot out-tank the amount of damage that is going to be outputted by Geek Fam's main supports.
Yep, seems to me Team Bosskurr, they're choking Geek Fam on their base as of now. 47.6k economy. That's going to be 10k lead against Geek Fam. Meanwhile, Scott from afar catching off to Zorn, but that's not the right target he wants to catch. But still, great game sense there coming from Scott to actually scout that out as well.
Definitely, for sure. And now look at the meta positioning, right? We see Parasite constantly showing himself at the top lane, trying to give them a wrong idea, like, hey, we might be on this top jungle, we may not be taking this Lord. And now, but instantly, now they know the Lord has been taken, and now Geek Fam, they have to gather all their resolve, all their might and their wits and skill to try to withstand and defend for as long as possible for this next Lord push.
Yep, speaking how Zorn here, he's gonna stare in the face of Scott. Do you want to fight against the desert, or do you want to fight against the mummies? Because this right now is gonna be some rivalry in the ancient Egyptian times.
Technically, they have a backstory as well, if I'm not mistaken. We have Khufra, the desert tyrant, and here we got Khalid, the desert scimitar. So I'm pretty sure there is a backstory here. So any lore fans out here from MLBB, do comment down in the comment section below and tell us all about it, and all our amazing viewers, what is their history between each other.
Well, speaking of history here, it might be history for Zord because the Lord is going to be knocking down from Team Bosskurr as they are pushing down mid. Fix is going to try to make way as well. The Feathered Azure has been expanded by Scott. He's looking for a pickup. Here comes Resurgence from behind. He's clearing the creep waves, but this doesn't really care. Zord, he's going to heal his way through, but a penalty zone will cancel the shield guard, and Team Bosskurr, they're knocking on the crystal, and they take game number 1. Leonard, my oh my, Team Fskn, they made a comeback in game number 1, and guess what? It's working out, and now with the full support of the entire team, game number 1, my goodness, this is something I did not expect at all, but 1 game ahead against Geek fam.
Yeah, really amazing. It's definitely a huge change compared to last week. But then again, they did play around the lineup and kits that really amplify them in the team. And what's even better, it worked against the lineup and drafting compared to Team Geek fam here, because they decided to go where heroes where they needed supporting. They needed someone to take care of them. And that's pretty much why they locked down this Ruby to really juggle them as much as possible. But it's just so hard when it's not just 1 assassin, but 2. And worst part, Natalia, it's so hard to get a hold of her as well. So, really hard game for Geek fam for sure.
You know, guess what? We were supporting on Bosskurr, but guess what? They actually stepped up the game. Game number 1. They won the game despite all odds. And guess what? We are going to get our wish soon. They're 1 step closer.
It was a lie. I didn't want to dye my hair pink.
You're going to dye your hair pink.
I didn't want to dye my hair pink. It's a lie.
You're going to dye your hair pink. And I'm going to do 100 push-ups in support to show towards Team Bosskurr. And of course,
it ain't over yet, son. It ain't over yet.
And of course, on the other side, LaFell is going to donate 1,000 to charity as well.
True. That is a good cause.
Exactly. And seeing how this is going on as well, I'm looking forward to see if they can take this clean 2-0 against Geek fam. Because as of now, the predictions, Geek fam,
Oh, very indeed. By the way, here is the highlight currently presented to you by Udo, powered by Cellcom, between Geek fam and Team Bosskurr in game number 1. So, instantly we see the early game. Look at the amount of aggression in his first 2 minutes, right? They know that Mr. Parasite is constantly roaming around, rotating. And look at that, the minute Farsa pops the altar, Parasite just instantly targets her, silences her, and literally just makes it really hard for this Farsa to play. Although, yes, the silence is not very long, it's actually a very short silence, but it did the work. It disrupted the ultimate, and that's pretty much the amount of presence they wanted to set in this early game.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, they have 2 really strong frontliners splitting the fight as well. Scott is disrupting team fights. Meanwhile, after he engages, he backs off, provides the assist to the backlines. Meanwhile, Kaiser is always in the front, preparing to set up for the penalty zone here. So you can see why Geek fam is just so afraid to push against this, because they're super tanky. And on top of that, to catch Fakers is going to be a full commitment into team fight. So I wouldn't say it was a draft issue. I would feel like it's more like just outplayed, and things just went south. Because if you think about it, look at this. Every time when they make a play, it's not Zorn's fault. It's just that how well Parisa is just zoning the back lines. Because you can see that Geek fam, they're so afraid of Parisa, and Dominus and Becky, they just can't do anything. They're like, hey, that is going to be a Parisa's Natalia right there. How do we deal against this? And see how this game, and we had that fun fact as well, during Season 5, he was the MVP. But as of now, let's take a little bit of pause right here in this game.
Definitely, and also looking at exactly what happened, right? Because with the zoning out coming from Scott from that initiation as well, he already forced a flicker of a Zoraveki and instantly sniped him as well, making full use of that finish points coming out from that link. But instantly, that presence already forces a majority of this members started to fall back. And when they started to fall back, they started clumping, they started sticking. And when he dropped down this Tempest of Blade, he made full damage on the majority of his heroes here, and then started slicing and dicing on the majority of his members. And remember, look at where Scoopbox is coming. He's still on the way. He still has Meteor Shower, and he's still ready to reign supreme on this member.
Yeah, seeing how this position from Dominus as well. Like, look at how aggressive Team Bosskurr is. The moment they dive in, Dominus is there. He's going to provide the feathered airstrike. He's going to do so much damage. And this is why they needed to take out the mage time and time again. That's why Parisa has been aiming their targets, setting their eyes on Dominus as well as Ozorveki. And the moment they set their eyes off that target, this is where things went south. And look at this. They committed all that fight as well. But eventually, the final fight, it doesn't really matter because of the Lord. But they understood that the main damage dealer was not other than Vix. It was Dominus as well as Ozorveki. Once they take those two guys out of picture, that's it for them. And Ozorveki 0-4-1, 1-2-3 for Dominus, but it's just unfortunate. However, we have to give credit towards these guys from Team Bosskurr. 5-1-7 Fakers. MVP was Scott 2-0-13, undeniably. It's hard to decide who's going to be the real MVP, but I feel like Scott had a really great time initiating and catching the right targets. Many times again, he caught up the right heroes out of position and just shut them down. Even that Arts played towards the backline where Ozorveki teleported him all the way back. They knew he was out of position. They knew it was a setup. They knew that it was going to be a follow-up hero to fight here, but that's the issue, right? They did not engage first. If they engaged at the same time while Arts was coming from the backlines, that would be a disastrous fight for Bosskurr. But Bosskurr immediately identified that small little miscomm by Geek. They immediately went in for the punish, which was insane. So getting dived on by the Kufra, then dived on by the Link, this was something that actually caught Geek off guard, honestly.
Yeah, it was really great as well because throughout this entire game, like Scott really tries to set things up for the team, right? Because he totally understands that two of their cores here, the two assassins, they needed to go in without resistance because we can see the entire lineup of their composition, which I'm going to be talking about it inside here, this post-game strat. But of course, first thing first, Fakers being the rich guy having the most money, followed by the carry is going to be Scoopbox with the most amount of damage inside the entire game as the jungler, followed by Sandbag, the one who tanked the most was going to be Zorn, and of course last but not least it's going to be Scott with the forgotten one with the amount of assists. But I mean, now looking at both the lineup followed by the ban phase, right, we can definitely tell that Scott, he knows his responsibility where he needs to set up a presence where the majority of the members had no choice to commit spells and skills to try to melt or zone out Scott as far as possible. When that happens, that allows the two assassins to really jump in because you must understand from Geek Fam, their entire lineup is built based on when we get towards this mid to late game, we're going to be having so much damage where if you engage us, we have such a strong nuking potential. We have a lineup which is so definitely suits for counter initiation, and we are going to punish you for it. But what they didn't really take into the account of is a potential second assassin here, which is on first line with this Natalia. One was difficult to deal with. Having two, especially one that can come out straight from the shadows, just make it even more difficult, especially for Farsa.
Yeah, the double assassin strat here for Bosskurr was definitely something that caught the Geek Fam off guard as well. And to worry about as well, like they had the initial idea was using Zorn's Khalid to kind of like set up for the team, to use him as a bait and then just call in for the push. Considering that, look, it's a Kufra, look, it's a Terisla. They're gonna just one hit, one shot. So it's gonna be all in one guy, and this is where Khalid is kind of like the perfect bait. But as soon as Zorn goes in for the dive, they could not back up in time because if you think about it, Loi doesn't have the greatest mobility. Farsa is okay with the range, but Ruby, it wasn't always there in the team fight as well because he was always trying to go in for the catch-up here and was splitting the push as well. And when it came to split push, Ruby doesn't quickly clear creeps compared to Teresa. So for him to be able to engage fights as quickly, you can see the positioning from Bosskurr was always one step ahead here. But let's take a look at the MVP here. Seems to me, MVP is none other than Parisai with the Natalia. The saving grace, the shield warrior, the protector of humanity. And this is what we're talking about during the head-to-head as well. We needed a leader, a self-sacrificing noble leader to lead the team.
So this is, I feel this is like an avatar moment for the first 2 weeks, right? When Team Bosskurr needed Parasite most, he vanished, right? But he came back in week number 3, day number 3 as well in this game with the Natalia. But seriously, like, it's sort of, I feel it definitely suits him better, where in a way where he can play a play where he can just engage instead, like as a follow-up skills as well. Because most of the time when we see him playing as a primary initiator, it never really works out because it's always like either missed time or out of position or too late, that kind of thing, right? But either way, in this game, he finally repaid all that weeks of weeks where people just started saying like, yo, Parasite, what are you doing? All the trash talking, people can finally put it away because Parasite sort of redeemed himself in this first game. But of course, it's a little bit too early to say that because the game is not over just yet.
Exactly. You know, I definitely agree here. He definitely came out of nowhere, went in for the saving grace, and well, when the Geek Nation attacked, he appeared. And can he prevail? Because we've seen the movie as well, we've seen the episodes. It's a long, and I mean long journey for him to actually redeem himself. So this is going to be his first step so far. Can he maintain and prove himself here? Because I'm pretty sure, Geek Fam, this game, statistically wise, likewise from yesterday's game, we did see that Ling was the hero that actually denied their Digi strat from Todak as well. That's why they banned off the Chiku. And now coming to this game, facing up against the Ling as well as the Natalia, do they first face ban the Natalia and the Ling?
No, the thing is this, right? Like, so, like I said, second game is always going to be counter-picking and counter-banning, right? But the thing is this, we have seen Ling being picked and being played inside MPL. It is not like a, whoa, it's such an OP hero, that kind of thing. It's a hero where it literally has its pros and cons. It has its wins and losses. So it always still comes down to the line composition and how well the team is able to elevate it. A very good example would be Team SMG's game where Saiyajin on that show in that game number 3, absolutely amazing, but he is just only one person. So same goes for this game. Ling is just only one hero. He still can be controlled, he still can be held down. So I believe banning the Natalia and the Ling, maybe they will potentially ban the Ling if they really are afraid of it, but I still think it depends on the drafting for
I
the
think
Natalia.
it came down to the composition as well. Like, I think Bosskurr they had figured out as well. Like, usually we have the double mage set meta, we have the fighter meta, but this time to deal with a double mage is actually a great study coming from Bosskurr. They actually went for the double assassin because mages don't stand well against assassins. And having a Ling and a Natalia, it was something that just midgeted entirely of all the damage coming in. Because if you think about it, Vix playing on the Roger, Roger is a marksman, he's going to kill off if he's going to do a lot of damage, but we always know Roger is kind of like the finisher hero. He's not the guy that initiates and gets kills. It's always about being set up and then going for the kill. And in this case, seeing how the Farsa and seeing how Dominus and Zoroveki was struggling that game just because of how Parasite was going in for the fight and also being pushed back from Zorn as well as Fakers on the Ling, it was super hard to engage that fight. And, it's no surprise that Fix could not do anything in that game. But seeing how they've learned their lesson, Game 2, Game 3, will they figure this out? Because now they're definitely caught off guard. Did not expect the double assassin meta. Will they be able to play now in game number 2 without the double assassin meta? If they choose to ban, because why? Momentarily here, we are going towards game number 2, and this is game number 2's draft with Geek Fam going up against Team Bosskurr, and Team Bosskurr taking game number 1.
Really well played coming from Team Bosskurr, but so in the end, Geek Fam is still going to be on the blue side, so they're going to have first pick and first ban. But this is what I'm talking about, right? Counter picking and counter banning. Alice and Selena still very same bans from the previous game, but instantly Geek Fam follows up with this Kufra because they just know, like, okay, finally witnessing Kufra head-to-head on, it's a threat. It's a really hard hero to deal with, and it's a common ban, but instantly follow up with the Ling here. So now, no Ling, no Kufra coming for the side here of Team Bosskurr. Team Bosskurr really needs to try to think of how well they want to do for this. Still, first pick, Geek Fam can still opt for this Khalid, but Uranus is in the pool and instantly locks him down. But will Team Bosskurr follow up with this Khalid and Farsa though?
When it comes to Khalid and the Farsa, I think the Uranus pickup from Arts will be a great pickup just because of the split push potential and how much dominance he can gain. Early on, he picked the Ruby, it was great, but the dominance wasn't as strong as what the Uranus is going to be bringing as well, or for the Tamos, which was banned off from Team Bosskurr. But now the Khalid, for them to prioritize this year, I'm looking forward to see who's going to be playing this year. Is it going to be Kaiser playing in it? Yeah, it's most probably going to be Kaiser playing it. But the Kufra being banned off, linked as well from Geek Fam, so that's going to be a lot of respect there. So they need to find a way to shut down Fakers, but they will prioritize on Scoop Op's hero with the Chang'e.
You know, like I was saying just now, right, where when Team Bosskurr like picked Chang'e, I thought it was really great against the Khalid because, like, you know, as you guys know, when he quick sense God, he's pretty much stationary and heals and sustains, right? But when he's sustained, that's literally like a prime moment where Chang'e just pops a meteor shower and just sort of like mitigate and do even more damage towards this Khalid. But anyway, Geek Fam instantly follows up. I wouldn't mind if they go for this Cho pick because it's going to be looking really great, and I'm pretty sure Zorn is going to be really happy as well. Because with this Jeet Kune Do and the Way of the Dragon, not only are you able to control majority of the members of Team Bosskurr, but you're also able to disrupt this Khalid on this quicksand guard.
Yeah, seeing how the game is progressing here, well, we are so used to seeing Zorn being played, Zorn playing the Cho or Kufra, or occasionally the marksman department. Now getting a couple of signature heroes here, things are going to be a little bit different here. But Geek Fam, they understood that, hey, the Roger wasn't working out for that strat. Why not just stick to our a thing that is much more comfortable and objective based? In this case, the Yishushi does objectives way quicker compared to a Roger, whereas Roger is very kill oriented, so they're going to be taking a backseat here to go a little bit more greed coming from Geek Fam.
Yep. You know, for some reason, I just feel Geek Fam might pick a Digi for this case, but it's just a gut feeling, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No,
Because
it's
Rumple
just
is
a gut
not
feeling.
playing. Rumple is not playing.
I mean, technically, any other can play it too, but anyway, coming back into this second ban phase, Sicilian instantly banned out. Very interesting to me because not only they know as well that Geek Fam really needs a mage support that not only is able to nuke down, but also has great control. So I guess in this way, Sicilian banning out, they just have this fear of this late game.
I think it came down to old school drafting as well. I think during Season 3, it was always the mage right up. It was like, hey, Chang'e versus Valir mid. So now it kind of makes sense why Team Bosskurr kind of banned the Valir pickup in game number 1 because they need the range. So in this card, they haven't picked a mage from Geek Fam, and they don't want them to take the range. So the only range heroes where it comes to distance here to deal with the Chang'e is going to be the Valir. Farstar is going to be the stationary, so Chang'e is going to be able to outrun that. Valir, it's something that has the additional range and the damage to kind of deal it out, so it's something they don't really want to deal with here. So taking away all those mage ranges, far range mage spells, damage dealing, I don't know, man. You get the picture, right?
Yeah,
you get the picture.
I get the picture, but also banning out the Valir just also helps them out in that last game as well because they have a lot of engaging heroes. So without the Searing Torrent, that's just going to be allowing Team Bosskurr members to just constantly run at Geek Fam. But anyway, this is game number 2 here. So I believe same case here with Valir, like you said, want to ban out as many range mage support and also possibly any potential engaging heroes coming from the side here. But Geek Fam sort of like anticipating that might be a double mage here, but I don't think so because Team Bosskurr with this current lineup, especially with the Akai, I think they just want to be. So this is going to be a
Parisai Khalid and then Scott playing the Akai. So what is Faker's gonna be playing here? Because major, like the Roger's being banned. There's not really a lot more assassins left. Unless they pull a Hellcurt pickup.
I feel he can go carry if he wanted to.
The carry to do with Uranus is okay as well as a hyper carry. But objective-wise, I'm pretty sure the Yishun scene is gonna be able to outfarm the carry a lot. And the out here is gonna give so much vision coming from outside Geek Fam. So this is gonna be something very worrisome here.
Oh my lord, please do not be Martis.
No way.
It can't be, man. Don't do this to me. However,
oh!
Veil is fine, but not Martis. Take it
okay.
away. Are they really doing this?
Yep.
Oh my lord, they are really doing this. Oh my lord. Okay, so
they're gonna one-shot one guy off the bat.
No, okay, so this is what I'm seeing, right? So Geek Fam team, or in this case, Ozoroveki.
Oh!
Ozoroveki is already assuming that Team Bosskurr is with this Akai. They're gonna be like constantly going on top of them, making plays to try to catch them off guard to set a tempo for this early to mid game towards this late. But but in this case, they are retaliating back where they are also sort of prepared for this late game and also able to control them as much as possible with this Veil.
Do they pick the Hellcurt? It seems to me they are going to be going for it here. Team Bosskurr, they're taking a page off Red Reborn.
The thing is, they can go for this. They can go with this Hellcurt because with his ultimate Dark Knight Falls, not only is he able to get on top of this Eastern Stream, but he also can get rid of the Veil. But I think prioritize is definitely for sure. He want to look for fix at most of the time here.
Yeah, seems to me the Hellcurt pickup is working. Wait, seeing how the Fakers played it, he's been extremely patient. He's going to try and burst down this Veil. And can he burst him down? Because right now, they have nothing to actually stop him now.
I think there's just a little bit of a bug. Maybe we might actually see the actual roles when we go inside the game. Because I remember
No, it's going to be a Faker's Hellcurt.
Yeah, because we saw a Faker's Akai and I was like, no, that's not.
No.
So guys, if you guys are wondering like, why is it so weird? It's probably like something weird there. But when we get into the game, you probably will notice it back. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Game number 2. Could it be the comeback game for Geek Fam, or will Team Bosskurr actually clear things out with Geek Fam 2-0 when Geek Fam is at their finest?
Yep. Seeing how the game is going to be progressing, I'm looking forward. Will Bosskurr finally take the first win here in this season against our No, oh yeah.
Yeah, second. They won once.
One game, not the whole series, bro.
I don't know. I believe
They've not won a series.
I think we can go back to the standings.
That's why they're in the bottom, bro.
I mean, like I said, it's very it's not easy to be very consistent in getting last place, but coming back inside this game, we can see both the players still going for.
How can you call yourself a true Bosskurr fan? I thought we were supporting Bosskurr all the way.
No, I didn't want to dye my hair
Aisha.
pink. I was just supporting because I wanted to laugh at the charity. By the way, coming back to this game, Terrence, like, now we see a little bit of aggression coming out from Geek Fam, right? They really want to try to zone them out, try to get even an opportunity to force them to make a mistake so they can sort of set a tempo for themselves here.
Yeah, speaking of the tempo here, Bosskurr once again going to be sticking to the in the same play style, but this time Geek Fam, they are respecting this here. So having Ozoroveki on the Martis trying to creep clear this wave is extremely quick, but it seems to me they are going to rely on Ozoroveki for the finisher, but I'm worried from the side of Geek Fam because it seems to me it is not kind of working out. It's not working out.
Oh man, so amazing. Just watching ball with this team here. We can see Kaiser trying to zone him out. He knows he has his passive, but ooh, thankfully with the rotation. But here comes the Chicken Do. Control Kaiser. He's trying to spin his way to run, but now in the face of the Grand Admiral, as Fix will be drawing first blood here.
Yep, and now with the first blood and taking the kill against Kaiser here, this is gonna allow them a little bit more room to breathe here. And now, like we said, right, having Zorn and Cho is more of a comfort pick, and seeing how they're going to be sticking to their usual playstyle, this is going to be an opening for them. And now Fix starting this off with the first kill, and on top of that, having the initial ultimate here is going to provide so much vision control coming from Geek Fam.
Oh man, just looking at the amount of team here, although we can see there's a potential little bit of control from this Martis, I'm just really curious to see how Ozoroveki is really going to play this hero in this lineup and in this game, especially since he's going toe-to-toe with the majority of these teams here and such engaging heroes as well.
Yeah, seeing how this is going as well, Ozoroveki swapping his lanes a little bit here. He died a little bit, but he's all by himself. I'm surprised they're actually not diving to him, as he's not exactly the right target they're looking for here. Team Bosskurr, they're actually eyeing for Fix very shortly here, but as of now, playing a little bit slow. Zorn just standing still, but nope, they will go in for the burst and take him down. That's for being a little bit overconfident here, and Team Bosskurr will punish that aggression. And Geek Fam, they're forced to retreat.
Really well played. Now it's going to be tying the score here, 1-1 here, but just look at Ars. He knows, he doesn't care. His job is just to constantly split push, clear these waves, and be such a nuisance. Even though he knows he may not be able to steal this red, but you can be hell sure he's going to try. But jumping back and forth with Transcendent War, he's so tanky. He has concentration, and he steals the red away. And now coming back towards this bottle in front of this turtle pit, Parasite instantly get caught out, but with the meteor shower, but Dominus tanking it all for the team here. What a team player coming up for the team members of Geek Fam.
Well, Ozoroveki going for the final shot works very similarly to the Balmont ultimate as well, so he's going to do a little bit of damage here, but Zorn, once again, he gets caught out, and it seems to me he's got the Parasite infection.
But this is what I'm saying, right? This is exactly when we see any team picking up a Nakai inside the game. They're going to be trying to make plays, try to lock them down. And remember, he still has quite a decent gap closer with the 1000-pounder. And with with the Hurricane Dance, he's able to control and lock them down on the wall. By the way, Turtle will be taken away by Fakers here. And Ozoroveki, all he could do was just stand and watch.
Yep, Geek Fam, as of now, they have to make some sort of plays here, but it seems to me they have made their mark. 2-2 is pretty equal, but Fakers is something they are going to drag this out. They know Fakers is going to be really strong right now, and are they going to open things up? Because as of now, Dominus is going to get caught out with his wheel. The Kaiser will finish him off. Fix will also be stranded all by himself, and Geek Fam, now here comes Ozoroveki, but both the damage dealers are down for the count. Do they want to engage against this? Geek Fam's timing is not there. Ozoroveki getting spiked up, and Fakers doing so much damage as Geek Fam, they lose Fix and Dominus. And as of now, you can see Geek Fam, they are on the retreat. They're waiting for Dominus to hit that level 8.
But we see Ars once again with that rip and also being such a nuisance. And don't forget, he has concentration. Will pop it as well just for good measure to try to zone him out and do a little bit more harass. But coming down here, oh, here comes the Way of the Dragon coming out from zone. Locks down Scott. But beautiful timing with the flicker. So Scott will be able to escape from the wind blows and tornadoes off that Veil on Dominus.
Oh, that's going to be costly here. A relatively long cooldown as well. So this is going to be opening for the Team Bosskurr. They can engage this, but at the same time, Scott getting baited out a little bit here. But Ars comes in from behind for the assist. But what can they do? Do they have the damage? Fakers, seems to me, they want to go in for the fight, but Scott is a little bit too low to actually commit to this fight. It doesn't want to expand the Hurricane dance yet. So Team Bosskurr, they will retreat momentarily. Meanwhile, Ars is going to control by cutting the creep waves up top, pressuring up top.
Now look at the amount of sieging. So Geek fam decided like, okay, we don't want to farm too much. We want to farm, but not too much. We want to try to play around Zorn with this Cho who's trying to make a play. And look at Ars giving so much information towards his team and allowing even Face to get this red. But here comes the wind blow, and even with the wind blade, Kaiser instantly melted down to less than half HP. But can't be said the same for bottom lane as Dark Knight falls, and so will Azora Veki.
Patience from Fakers as well, waiting for Ozoroveki to back out. After using his finishing spell here, catches him off guard, immediately bursting down. That's going to be another turtle in favor of Team Bosskurr. Now with 1k lead in terms of economy, they are going to go for the full fledge as well. But Geek Fam will go for a trade-off up top, so there's going to be small kills there coming from Fix. So it's going to be 4 to 5, and Geek Fam, they are having their backs against the walls apparently, but still, it's still too close to be called comfort yet, because as Bosskurr fans are going to be shaking their heads here as they need to back out. Fakers trying to go for the split push, but does he want to go in for the fight? Because top side Dominus will pick off Scoop Pops.
Really a big kill and picked up as well, and now Fakers even had to try to fly away because they know the amount of aggression coming in, and since Ars is here, he's trying to get the kill on Scott, but beautiful time with the flicker, so he's going to be the outrun and outmaneuver Ars. Well, Ars will not be able to escape the onslaught of Fakers. Still coming towards this line here, team still alive here. Kill score in total is going to be 6 to 5 here. Team Bosskurr, not to say in the lead, they are in the lead for kill scores, but Team Geek Fam very objective, have a little bit more goal and one tower ahead.
Well, it seems to me economy-wise, they are leading back here. They finally got back the momentum for Geek Fam, but they have to buy time because Dominus, he's got level 8. He's going to hit like a truck momentarily here. But as the game progresses, we know Geek Fam, they're trying to drag this out late. Meanwhile, Bosskurr, they have to desperately go for the temporary set, goes for the sandstorm, but doesn't connect. Ozoroveki is all by himself. It's going to go down. No, he's not. Ozoroveki will cancel, but eventually he will bow out. But that's going to be one kill there. But Geek Fam, are they going to be fighting this here? Because Fix, he does have the double buff. He needs to carry his team, and Zorn is looking to go for the pickoff. He's just got his anti-Curas, but the blue buff is going to be the eyes of the prize. Here comes Scott, goes in for a stun. Nice Shunpo to disengage as well. So Zorn will know that they are going to be objectifying on the blue buffs, and Fakers will successfully take it.
Especially with the Athena shield on Scott, and Kaiser finally with the cursed helmet, he's going to be able to spell them with that Festival of Blood emblem. That's going to really allow him to sustain a little bit more, especially inside this fight. And he's going to be quite tanky with that passive, but here comes Scott with the plays here once again to see if he can try to lock him down, but cannot say the same, as Zorn is also trying to set up the situation for the rest of the team. Now it comes out, Zorn gets caught up, there's the silence, he wanted Shimpo, but Faker says silence and stand there and die. Still coming back towards this turtle pit. You can see Geek Fam, despite one man down, they want to see if they can try to steal it away, but it looks like they decided to give it away because they cannot afford to make any more mistakes.
Yep, 8 to 5 now. Team Bosskurr, they've punished Zorn time and time again. That's going to be the opening for Team Bosskurr to actually close up this game. But at the same time, Ars is still buying the time here as his top side. He's getting chased by multiple heroes here. Scott, he does not have the leap here, so he's going to save up his Hurricane Dines momentarily here. But the next Lord fight is going to be the important one here. Geek Fam, they still are keeping up in terms of farm. Fix is still getting the farm as well. Fakers, meanwhile, is looking to end this game as quickly as they can. Can Geek Fam defend against this? Because Ars is trying to buy time here. He's all by himself. But here comes Zorn, catches too, but the stun is there. The Hurricane does to disrupt him here, but the Way of the Dragon catching off Kaiser. But here comes the Mountain Shaker as well. He's going to do a little bit of damage. The Phaser still survives with half HP. Hurricane Dance still available. Ars is there, but here comes Fakers. He goes in for the jump. He bursts on us, but it's not enough damage. But Dominus will catch him off, and they are going to be trading 50-50 as of now. And Bosskurr, their boss, forced to disengage this fight, and Geek Fam will somehow survive this as well. But Ozoroveki going head-to-head against Perisai as well.
Both teams playing definitely well with their quirks and perks. They know when to go in and when to back up, especially when the Way of the Dragon has already committed, followed by the Mountain Shocker. And they also know at the same time, on Team Bosskurr, they know they don't have the Hurricane Dance, which is pretty much their only purely disengagement skill and playmaking skill inside this game. Both teams decide to disengage and play a little bit more safer for a more better situation.
Well, Zol once again going to be up in front as well. He's going to go head-to-head against Scott. But once again, Zol, he knows what's up. It's 2 times in a row. He's being caught out time and time again. This time, he will respect the boundaries again much better here. But Zorn still going to be on the front lines as well. Can he go in for the pick-off? Scott goes in for the dive, but doesn't catch it. But they know there's 2 members there. But they have the vision coming from Geek Fam, so they know exactly where they are from the side of Team Bosskurr. But do they want to fight this? Because as of now, they stand still. Zorn dodges his body again here. Mechanically skilled with the Shumpo. Just extremely aggressive once again as Bosskurr not going to be able to capitalize on this because the Lord is going to be the key objective right now. Zorn going to reset his health here, prepare and set up for the next Lord fight.
Still holding down the line as well, but same goes for Ozoreveki. He also, now we see him slowly frontlining a little bit because he also realized that we cannot afford to lose Zorn. We need him to get towards his backline and really set the pace for himself, especially since Ars is not really with them and most of the majority of this time here. But Shumpo goes in with a little bit of Jikundo. Thankfully, Scott was not willing to commit that Hurricane Dance because I wouldn't know how well Zorn will be able to get out of that kind of peril situation.
Look at this. They're setting up for the Lord. They know there's 4 members there. There's going to be an opportunity for us to cut the creep wave up top. And Geek Fam, they want this. They want to waste as much time for us to actually make the play here. But here comes the catch as well. They catch off Scott. Scott not going to be using the Hurricane Dance yet here. And he's going to force recall on his way. And he will disengage into this fight. Meteor Shower has been used as well. But Bosskurr, they are forced to back off this fight. So there's going to be a small win for Geek Fam. They managed to stall enough time for Arts to make the plays.
But we can also see Arts constantly 1v1 with Fakers. But coming down to the bottom lane, here comes the Wind Blade and the Wind Blow as he instantly do so much damage. Parasite tries to run, but with Ozoreveki will literally have the last say in that fight. But now see, asserting dominance, they have the siege creep. They want to see if they're able to take this bottom and hit him before they leave. But sadly, here comes the Meteor Shower, clears the way, Zorn's them back. Zorn so low, but the Way of the Dragon still connects with the Wind Blade and the Wind Blow, instantly allowing them to get another kill on Kaiser. But Fakers ensuring that not only will they, even though they lost that fight, they still were able to get a tower.
What a play there coming from Zorn at the last moment, going for the catch with 1 HP, getting the crucial kill. Now, Geek Fam, they have the momentum here. Fakers forced to disengage and do the split push, but he's all by himself. Urena's getting dived in as well. He knows exactly where they are. Can he finish both Arts? He's going to go for the push, but Fakers is going to make it out with the last HP. But however, bottom side as well, Scoopboss will go in for the pickoff. They get 1. Immortality is still available. Scott is going to bow out eventually as Fix is coming up online. Scoopboss forced to disengage as well. They are going to go trade-offs after trade-offs, and in this case, Dominus is still alive in this situation. Now, the Lord is going to be objectives here. They have the Yishun scene available, but it's taking too much damage as of now.
Too much damage indeed, but now he's going to be dealing even more because he finally picked up the Endless Battles. And now also coming back towards this game, Terrence, we see now Geek Fan, this was the opening they were looking for. Even though it was very small, this one chance, that one team fight literally gave them a little bit of a motivation and a burst in vigor as they slowly started dominating and controlling back in their lanes and back in their jungle.
Yeah, and as of now, the Lord is going to be objectives once again. Geek Fam, they're going to be securing the bush down bottom as well. Meanwhile, the whole intention for Geek Fam is to buy time, buy time, buy time.
Yep.
And in this case, Fix, he's almost finished up all his items as of now. Same goes for Arts as well. He's going to try and sprint, push, and pressure the top lane. And Bosskurr, they cannot allow this to happen. They need Fakers to go in for the kill. They need to kill Fix right now. As you can see, Fix slowly but surely making over on towards the objective here. Lord already half HP. Geek Fam, they're pushing them back, and Scott, he can't go in for the dive. He's going to go think about it here, but the Lord is pulled back. Scott does have the Hurricane Dance, but they are going to reset the fight. Meanwhile, they're baiting out movements coming from Bosskurr. Geek Fam has to start over again, and now do they bait this fight once again? Because as of now, you can see Arts on the minimap as well, trying to cut the creep wave. Meanwhile, Ozoreveki pressuring the bottom side. However, Zon is getting caught out here all by himself. He's pretty tanky as of now, and it's not going to be the right target he wants to catch off. Dominus is going to be the one as well. Meanwhile, Fakers still taking the blue buff for now, as the Lord is dropping 2 bars left.
Lord drops out ever so lower, but with no one to resist them or even contest him until this Lord instantly Geek Fan will finally get that first Lord with ease. But now Scott, they have to run. But look at Zon's positioning. He's so mobile. He spots out Scott. He's trying to go in. Deacon, no. Way of the Dragon. Even with the wind blade and wind blow. But Scott, he's sustaining. He's alive. But Parasite jumps in, jumps out, flickers out just for good measures. And look at this defense and clash between both of this team, Geek Fam and Team Bosskurr.
Oh, nice disengagement here from Parasite as well. And on top of that, where was this Parasite last week? Because he's doing the right movements here. At the same time, Team Bosskurr, they have to play before fight. They need to get that pickoffs here. Fakers hasn't been able to find the opportunity here. As Geek Fan, they're spreading up the maps time and time again. But the Lord is going to be knocking from the bottom side of the map here. As Team Bosskurr, they have to make the plays here. Fakers, he's slowly losing his timings here. But seems to me, Geek Fan, they're not going to be fully committing to this fight here as they want to clear out all the outer turrets as of now. Bosskurr somehow manages to defend against this. Scoop Pops with the meteor shower as well. Arts being a nuisance in the torn in their legs here from Bosskurr. And they will continue the assault coming in from Geek Fan.
Zorn is getting ready, revved up to dive in, but it looks like Art's going to be taking the initiative first as he jumps in with Consecration, Transcendent Word, and the Ionic Edge. But the Windblade, Scott jumps in, but Sally was not able to catch it. Here comes the Way of the Dragon, instantly forces Scott all the way to the back, but he has immortality. He will be able to reset and fall back. Ozoroveki has to run. Parasite jumps in with the Raging Sandstorm, not able to connect. But look at Arts, he's split pushing, he's hitting towers, but coming back to the middle lane, he's trying to see if he can snipe anyone, and instantly, with Zorn, they're able to pick up and slow down Parasite and even taking this minion inhibitor. They're pushing down. They know they cannot siege this crystal dust yet, but they are getting ready to siege for this top inhibitor because it's ever so low.
What a clutch there from Dominus as well. As soon as Scott came in, immediately cancels his Hurricane Dance with his Tornado. And that timing could have been better here because now Scott is going to catch on the fix, but the Purify has been used as well. The Chop comes in, but Bosskurr will force to disengage his fight. Scoopbox trying to tickle his arms, but this Uranus is too tanky. Here comes Ozoroveki for the setup as well, but the minions are slowly knocking on towards the crystals of Team Bosskurr. They still survive this, but Scott, he is slowly but surely losing out his tankiness here as Arts is out-tanking him. Scott getting caught out. Zorn goes to follow up, but nope, the damage is there. Here comes the chop. A huge one coming from Kaiser, and Team Bosskurr will force the retreat coming in from Geek Fam.
This is really well played. Now it is Team Bosskurr having their back against the wall against Geek Fam, because now Geek Fam not only have they sieged them for quite a while, but they're able to get a couple kills and even picked up and destroyed all 3 inhibitors in all 3 lanes. Now the score is a little bit more different, although the kill score is very even out, 10-9, but look at the goal difference, so significant here, 6k goal difference compared to most of these teams here. And now Zorn finds an opening with the Way of the Dragon, instantly catches Kaiser, followed by, even with the meteor shower, it's still not going to be enough. They're so tanky. Scott tries to run, Arts trying to zone them back, but with the Hurricane Dash, he's literally pushing Arts ever so close to his Scoopers. But Fakers, there's a silence, pops the Dark Knight, falls, finds the one, but he's being suppressed, but still alive. But instantly Dominus will eventually fall down. But Fix is the true target. He's diving in, he's getting slowed down and controlled, and eventually gets shut down by Scoopbox. Don Chang and the Moon Goddess. And Parasite still sustaining, still surviving. The rest of the team is here. Eventually he will fall, but without sacrificing the majority of their team's lives here. Fakers gets caught out. Or so tanky and so much damage. Ionic Edge. Fakers gets killed off, but he has immortality. He will try to run, but not in the face of Zorn because he knows he will never let you go away. Scoopbox trying to hold on the line. The Moon Goddess trying to zone them back, but it doesn't matter because Zorn is just trying to buy even more time for the team.
The Winter Trunkier clutch was enough time, but at the same time, look at this. Zorn is making work on the critical Scoopbox, just clearing the minions as well. Arts is super tanky, but they have the damage. Kaiser will go in for it, but Scott will pick him off as well with the minions as well. The turret hitting him, and Geek Fam, they will lose out this fight as well. And somehow, Team Bosskurr, they managed to defend. And you can see, Geek Fam, they're going to be setting up the Lord right now. As Team Bosskurr, they are playing out of their minds. Like I said, where was this Bosskurr last week?
Plays after plays, teams after teams, both of this team are giving their all for everything. Every decision, every skill, every mechanics is being thrown inside this game clearly to get a better hand on the other. And now the second Lord fight will dictate which team is going to be coming back and which team is going home. But here comes the Way of the Dragon. But look at Parasite, diving straight for the back line as Kaiser and Scott is able to get a hands on Dominance. They're trying to zone him back, but Scott not taking it up, but he has even mortality. He will eventually come back. Parasite try his best and beautiful pickup coming up from Fakers as he picks off Fakes. Now, so many majority of the members of Geek Fam so low, they have to fall back. But Dominus standing strong. He has the items, he has his skills. He's able to clear out this wave easily with Windblade and Windblow.
Oh, Fix on the sidelines here. This is going to be an opportunity for Bosskurr to push out, but at the same time, they have the middle tower. They need to take down this Lord as the game progresses as well. Team Bosskurr, they need to make some sort of play, but at the same time, they can't push middle because on his way, Arts is already cutting the creep wave. Meanwhile, Ozoroveki going to be a nuisance here. They catch out the Dominus. Perisai is there. Dominus in some trouble. He's taking a lot of damage here. Meteor Shower is available, but he needs to back out. Nice catch into the Tornado, but can he one-shot the Zerd? Going to be the casualty as well, but here comes the setup as well. He's going to do it just enough to force them back to respect and focus on the Lord. Geek Fan will disengage this here, but meanwhile, up towards the base, look at Arts, what is he doing?
Oh, they're going to be really quick about it as well. They finally get the Lord. They have the TP back. Look at Martis. He's trying the best to run and try to prevent any more TPs. But Sally Arts, he can only do so much. And now the rest of the team of Bosskurr is here. They try to zone him out. Arts, beautiful timing with the Transcendent Ward. Will be able to evade away from the Hurricane Dance. But without the Hurricane Dance, Geek Fam knows they can try to force a push. They can try to go for a siege and punish Team Bosskurr and take this win.
Beautiful plays here coming from Geek Fab. They understand they need to buy time for Fix to come back online, and this is going to be the opportunity as well. Great stuff coming for Arts, controlling the minion waves just like that. And Arts is going to be joining the fight once again, and it seems to me Bosskurr, they can't kill off this Uranus right now, and they are struggling. The blue buffs are going to be objectified again here coming for Team Bosskurr as they figure out what's gonna be next. Fix, he does not have the red buff. He needs to be careful here. The buff is all the way down south as well, but Zorn is going to get caught out as well. Here comes the Hurricane Dance, but as of now, they survive this Rock Potion up on Kaiser, but the Lord is going to be knocking from top side. But Fakers is giving his chase to Fix. Can he finish him off? He survives somehow. The Sandstorm comes in. He doesn't connect. They back off and they lose a little members here. Azoroveki survives. Dominus is dead. They do not have the mage, and Zorn is going to go down as well from Geek Fan. And Team Bosskurr, they managed to isolate all of them. And now with the Lord knocking on the top side as well, it's all up to Fix. Can he defend against this? Azoroveki throwing his body as well. He's kind of delayed Perisai, but he's so tanky. But here comes the Hurricane Dance. Fix is there, and the Crystal is going for the bush. And Fakers thinking about finishing him off, but the Mountain Shake is there. But Fakers is down. They defend. Geek Fan, how are they doing this? They defend against the Lord. Perisai is still surviving. Winter Drunken has been used. Arts is gonna back off. Can he defend against this? There is no creeps here coming from Bosskurr, but Arts is somehow pushing against this. The border creep wave is gonna be there. Bosskurr, they took down 4. There's gonna be an opportunity for them to take the comeback as Arts is dropping so low right now. Can they finish him off? Yes, they will. They take a team wide, and Team Bosskurr, they're making a comeback. They're taking the 2-0 against Geek Fan, but Dominus is there. I don't think he can do anything. They take 2-0!
Oh no!
They take 2-0!
Oh no! Yo!
Oh my god!
Parasite effect is a disease, and it has been passed on to Zorn from King Fam, ladies and gentlemen. Team Bosskurr taking 2-0 against Geek Fam, against all odds. The teammates are going wild. The fans are literally absolutely crazy. They came back from a game where they only had a probability of 1 to 5, a 94% win rate against a 6%. They only had 6%.
I'm doing 100 push-ups. You're dyeing your hair pink. LaFell is going to be donating to charity 1,000 ringgit. And guess what? Bosskurr has done it. Their first win here in the regular seasons. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That was an insane game. Where was this Perisai? Where was this Bosskurr last week? This is the new Bosskurr I'm looking forward to see.
Oh
my god. Wow.
Seriously, really well played coming from this team. But then again, I can tell you this. I did call out this theory to among all of us casters as well. I said, what if some of these players are purposely playing like this? Because when the game finally comes online, when they finally get enough information, then just like, hey, I'm actually an amazing player, you know, instead of like Perisai, you know, that kind of thing. They came on top in that game. It was absolutely insane. And the worst part about it, in game number 2, it was a comeback game.
Dude, I've never seen Bosskurr this composed since Lexia left. Now they look, dude, they look legit. They look legit, and legit, man. Like, I'm looking forward to see if Bosskurr is gonna be able to maintain this here, because the decisions made and Parisa single-handedly stalling 3 members. What was that? And the meteor shower from Scoop Ops, like, it was an all-rounder thing, but Fakers shut down Fix. This is a story that we are gonna tell a long time, because Fix is one of the strongest marksmen coming towards MPL, and he got shut down by Fakers hard, not once but twice.
Oh no! But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the highlights currently brought to you by Udo, powered by Cellcom. Thank you, Udo, so much for that as well. But anyway, coming back towards this game, initially we see Geek Fam being the one on the initiative, right? They're trying to do a lot of damage, but instantly coming with the rotation, we can definitely tell Team Bosskurr knows and tries to get really good trade-offs between both of these sides here, because they know if we're gonna die, we'll make sure to equalize that trade so that we do not have the receiving end of that stick.
My goodness here. But yeah, let's talk about replays here, because there were a lot of fights here where we see Dominus was able to just burst down the guys with Bosskurr, right? Every time they split a fight here, they're not engaging, they are going to be able to go for the pickoffs. But ever since the Dominus start to hit here, look at this. Even in this fight, they know Dominus was the key target to focus. Likewise for Fix, and Zorn was able to do a lot of time. But as soon as Dominus gets taken out, most of the damage dealer pretty much loses. Fix is not going to be able to do his unusual AoE damage here. But you have to commend towards Arch, because he's trying his best to stall the team fights time and time again. But because of this kind of opportunities, Bosskurr, you said, you know what, let's ignore the Uranus and go hard in on towards Fix. But you can see early stage here, this was the turning point for Geek Fam, because the overextension for Fix, baited by Fakers, forced into the situation where he got caught out, and this was the comeback potential that Bosskurr needed, and they got it.
So this is pretty much where we also saw a beautiful opportunity where Fakers knew and also saw at the same time that Dominus already used his Wind Blow, the only control spell in his entire arsenal, and he knows that skill is actually not a short cooldown, not to say a long cooldown either, but it's not that short either. So instantly he saw that, he's like, alright, I can die straight for Fix, no one can get on top of it or support him, and with Dark Knight Falls, no one can see what was going on. They can only try to predict, but even with all the predictions, it's still not enough, because when the sun rises, let's be honest, Fix was
even this final fight, right? Look at how much Scoop Pops was doing so much damage.
Yes.
Like, he was single-handedly taking not just Ozurovaki, he's taking down Fix as well with his meteor shower, just mowing them down. And there was time and time again that Geek Fam just could not find Scoop Ops. They were like focusing on Fakers all the time. You can see multiple times that Zorn tries to go in for Fakers, but every time he goes in, he gets silence. And that's just unfortunate of Zorn, because that is how hard you want to dive on a Hellcurt. It's not an easy thing to do. So that's going to be an impressive feat coming from Team Bosskurr, because this is something that we usually say in pubs. Oh, we ban Hellcurt because it's super annoying. Then they brought it to this meta, and people tend to forget that how strong Hellcurt still is despite the silence. But ladies and gentlemen, here, this is going to be the itemizations coming in from both Team Bosskurr and Geek Fam.
Definitely for sure. And like, speaking of Hellcurt as well, like, he is not really like a meta pick, because of there is this nerf towards his passive on his silence, but still it still brings up the perk. Even just a second of that silence is so hard to deal with for the remaining members of Geek Fam here. But let's look at the itemization, where all pretty much standard item. But what I really want to point out is Parasite's itemization here, because in where he doesn't need to build any damage at all. He's just so confident that the fact that, alright, once I get my Bloodless Axe, I just need to build full tank. Because my goal in this game is, if Scott is not able to initiate inside this game, I need to be the one to be able to go straight towards his back line, because Parasite's mindset was, and prioritize is, get towards his back line, zone them out as much as possible, hold down the line with Quicksand Guard, because he knows that Zorn and Dominus, they only have one skill that to disrupt his Quicksand Guard, and the minute he saw them use it, he knows absolutely he can delay the fight for as long as possible.
What an insane game coming in from Team Bosskurr, because no one, well, except for us, of course, we were supporting, you know, but
it's just, no, we were supporting.
Dude. Like,
yes.
You know, I'm pretty sure the audience predictions, 96%?
94.
94%, you know, everyone's prediction coins are out the window. And for us, it's like, you know what? This is great. You know, like I gotta work out. I'm gonna do 100 push-ups. You're gonna get your hair dyed pink permanently, not highlighted.
I cannot permanently. My mom will eat.
Yeah,
me
you have
alive.
no choice. You have no choice.
I'll do like a highlight.
No,
pink,
you have no choice but the permit. You have no choice and no say.
No.
Lafel's gonna be donating.
No,
1,000 charity.
technically, I said I'll dye it pink, but I didn't say permanent or not. So technically, there's no terms and condition in this, but it's still going to be pink, no less.
No, it needs to be bright pink.
No,
Come on, where's your balls, man?
I'm gonna. Hey, says the one who says I don't want to die, but I'm just gonna do push-ups.
Dude, 100 push-ups, man. Tell me you can do 100 push-ups, man.
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Check out
yeah.
these guns, boys.
Yeah.
When we're coming back to the game, like, is there like, Terrence, is there like anything that Geek fam is currently missing out here? Like, what were they currently lacking in that last game?
Anyways, back to the stats as well. Let's talk a little bit more on Bosskurr as well, because like look at the damage here. Scoopop's 140,000 damage dealt. It was insane because Perisai, he was the sandbag, but he was clutching all his way through with this, with the Khalid as well. He's taking so much damage, and on top of that, the split fight where Fix overextended, he was stalling the backlines all by himself. 3-man for so long. That was a good solid 40 seconds of stalling and delaying here. Enough time for them to finish off Fix, who overextended, and then re-engaged by Scoopop's 140,000 damage here. And Scoopop's, I know we've been talking about how good he is throughout the week,
Very
weeks.
consistent, yes.
This proves to me he's one of the best mages potential best mages coming into MPL Season 6. And can he live up to his name? Because as of now, he's been super consistent every single week. Despite all the losses, he has never given up a single time.
Correct. And looking at Perisai here in this game, like, I think by far, this is the most amount of damage one person could ever tank inside this throughout this MPL Season 6. Well, for these 3 weeks, Perisai literally breaking the record here with 199,000. Like, we're talking about like Dragon Ball power level. He's over 99,000 here. That's so much damage. So much damage. But that's pretty much where we can also realize the fear of why Khalid is always constantly being picked and always being banned. Because not only the amount of damage he's able to bring in this early game, but the amount of damage he's able to take in for the team here. And all it took was literally just a couple of tank items, and he's literally set for life. Seriously, we have seen so many things. Even Uranus, one of the most annoying heroes to deal with, right? So much regen, so tanky. But we have never seen a Uranus tank this much before.
Yeah.
Never. And I hate Uranus. You know that.
Yeah, but speaking of the Ars player, right? He was making the right plays time in that game. It's just that the Veil pickup, getting picked off all the time, was just so hard. And the moment you miss your whole spells, that's it, right? It's pretty much one kill. But MVP here is not going to be none other than Fakers from Team.
Correct.
Bosskurr, or the Hellker pick, he had the right decision, and he's going to be a great assassin as well. And it's shown by Mao coming from Red Reborn that it works. And now they taking a page off that and show that Hellkurt is still relevant despite so many nerfs.
No, the thing is this, right? Like, I just love the fact that all of these players, they sort of like just prepare themselves, because like after seeing a lot of bans being counted out, they know as well, like, okay, even if I pick this assassin, it gets countered by this guy, I need to pick something that not only allows me to engage, or I need to increase my hero pool to really set out and prepare for a certain scenario similar to this one where you are lacking of choice to go for it. And same goes for yesterday, like a very good example, Chiku going fighter. I thought like there was a potential fighter, but I didn't know he would go for it, whether he was willing to take it or not. But in this game, Fakers getting this Hellkurt for himself here. The reason why he got MVP is not because he has the highest KDA or anything, was mainly because of his objective gaming inside this game. Pushing, prioritizing, making full use of Dark Knight Falls, getting their hand on either Dominus or Fix, or even when there's a scenario where he can actually burst down any of the frontliners, he'll do it because he knows that that situation is the right call for it.
Yeah, definitely here, because that is we did not expect at all. But guess what? Bosskurr fans gotta be happy here, because this is their first win in this series. Coming into Season 6 as well, and you can see the cheering between all the fans, all the supports as well. But as of now, let's take a look at the interview, because this is going to be our first time interviewing them, as we are going to take a look at his interview. Take it away, Ikoto.
Okay, hi Skupos ya?
Ya.
Ya, jadi Skupos, selamat bertemu sekali lagi ya. Kita dah lama berkenalan. Jadi tahniah kerana dapat masuk oleh pasukan Bosskurr. Tapi persoalan saya sekarang, yang pertama, adakah Skupos tahu yang mana pengulas kita, Leonard, dia nak warnakan rambut dia warna pink kalau Bosskurr menang. Sebelah dia pula, Terence pula, dia cakap kalau Bosskurr menang, dia akan buat push-up 100 kali. Lafel pula, dia cakap kalau Bosskurr menang, dia akan bagi derma sebanyak 1,000 kepada charity pilihan Bosskurr. Skupos tahu tak tu?
Ya.
Oh,
Baru
Skupos tahu. Oh, baru tahu. Okey,
Baru
jadi saya nak tanyalah dulu soalan pertama. Bagaimana akhirnya berjaya untuk orang kata memecahkan losing streak tersebut?
Okey. Seronok lah, happy.
Happy saja. Jadi sebab saya nampak begitu ramai tadi, ramai melompat-lompat. Jadi apa yang komen yang boleh Skupos berikan selain pada happy, bagaimana orang kata perasaan pemain, manager dan coach, dan pastinya Skupos sendiri, bagaimana akhirnya dapat membuktikan yang Skupos layak untuk berada dalam pasukan Bosskurr?
Sebenarnya agak terkejut jugalah sebenarnya boleh menang kan dengan dorang. Dengan dorang punya ranking sekarang. So, tapi sebenarnya kita orang dah prepare lah. Lebih daripada sebelum ini.
Jadi saya boleh mengatakan yang mana sekarang ini pasukan Bosskurr sudah tidak konsisten. Kalau dulu orang selalu kata Bosskurr konsisten, kalau kali ini anda sudah menjadi tidak konsisten, yang mana anda telah memecahkan dan menjadi salah satu pasukan yang patut diguruni. Jadi soalan saya yang seterusnya, bagaimanakah anda sebagai seorang pemain teruskan momentum anda kalau kita nampak di game kedua pasukan anda hampir kalah. Tapi tiba-tiba, boop, anda berjaya untuk menggunakan meteor shower, jatuhkan lot, jatuhkan minion. Bagaimana orang kata komunikasi dalam pasukan? Adakah moral dah down ataupun anda tetap dapat maintain apa orang kata sembang-sembang dengan kawan tu?
Masa tu moral kita tak down lagi. Kita orang cuba untuk relax dan cuba maintain lah defend high ground. Masing-masing buat role sendirilah, buat kerja sendiri.
Okey, di awal game kita nampak anda hampir tewas. Beberapa pergerakan cantik daripada pasukan Geek fans sebentar tadi. Jadi, Skupos sebagai support yang mana support clear lane, support match dalam pasukan Bosskurr, apakah boleh dikatakan tugas Skupos yang utama di dalam pasukan Bosskurr? Adakah Skupos berikan perhatian kepada lane atau berikan perhatian untuk jatuhkan hero?
Mostly ke arah lane lah, lane. Defend mid lane.
Okey.
Tapi mostly dalam war tu damage kepada ni lah, front line. Macam tu lah.
Okey, jadi soalan saya yang terakhir, ada apa-apa yang Skupos sendiri ingin katakan kepada peminat-peminat pasukan Bosskurr ataupun kepada ahli keluarga Skupos sendiri ataupun kawan-kawan Skupos yang ingin disampaikan pada hari ini?
Pertama sekali kepada fans-fans dan supporters, kita nak ucapkan terima kasih. Sebenarnya kita orang menang ni atas support daripada korang lah yang betul-betul support kita orang. Dulu masa kita orang kalah dulu memang mental kita orang agak down. Tapi sekarang kita orang dah improvise, dah ada facility baru. So kita orang ada macam strategi baru.
Okey. Terima kasih kepada Skupos dan semoga berjaya di perlawanan-perlawanan yang seterusnya. Jadi itulah dia sedikit temuduga di antara saya dan juga pasukan Bosskurr. Terima kasih kepada pasukan Bosskurr dan itulah dia sedikit orang kata temuduga kita di antara pemain kita pada hari ini, dan saya ingin melihat apa yang ingin dikatakan terutamanya oleh caster bahasa Inggeris kita mengenai apa yang berlaku pada hari ini. Jadi saya serahkan kepada pengulas-pengulas kita pada hari ini.
Thank you so much, Ikuto. So, well, yeah, like, seriously, line that interview and line that game, we've been stating it out really well played. Although it's a shame now, I can't say Team Bosskurr is consistent now because they're not consistent because they won such an amazing game. So, maybe they will be consistent in winning, who knows, right? Getting to top 8 doesn't seem like a big dream now for most of people.
It seems like after their performance, I think they do stand a chance. They have to win the next few following games if they want to stand a chance of making it to the top 8. But so far, taking 2-0 against Geek Fam, that's not an easy thing to do.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up the standings to see the updated one to see where is Team Bosskurr and where is Geek Fam now. So, looks like instantly Team Bosskurr finally taking one step forward at the, literally reaching at the starting line. They are one step forward in 9th place, and Team SMG will fall down to 10th. And Dinivity, on the other hand, because Geek Fam lost to Team Bosskurr, they will have to fall down. And looks like actually Dinivity is rising up.
Well, they are kind of rising up just because they've not played one additional game. So
Yeah.
Geek Fam, they've lost one game just because they've played more games. So it's understandable. So Divinity Esports, they still have a chance to actually fight more. But I think they're still on 6th place potentially. But yeah, so basically they are still going to be in the top 8. But Geek Fam, they are losing the spot from the top 4 positions in the upper brackets for the playoffs. So
Yes.
for Bosskurr's dream here, right now, to commit into the top 4 is not, it's almost, it's close to impossible. But for them to actually push into the top 8, that is still a possible feat, considering that there's still the amount of games that are left for this regular seasons here. So this is I think like after that performance,
Yep.
we do see a glimmer and hope of potentialness coming from Team Bosskurr actually climb their ranks
Correct.
now.
And interesting enough as well, like today we're going to be watching Dinivity's games against Resurgence later on, right? And we're seeing at the positioning as well, literally Dinivity is above Geek Fam. And if they win against Resurgence, they pretty much like solidify their spot and literally tell Geek Fam like, if you want to catch up, you want to get ahead of us, you have to win so many games to do it. Because currently Geek Fam, their total score, if I'm not mistaken, is -1. That's a lot of points to really catch up here.
Exactly here, but that's it for Geek Fam versus Bosskurr, with Bosskurr taking 2-0. The next game for you guys here is going to be Divinity Esports going up against the Singapore Titans Resurgence. And last, to close things off in today's match here, and also this week itself, we are going to be seeing EVOS Esports going up against Fskn. So this is where things are a little bit, we are going back to Singapore rivalry, of course, and we
Civil
are
War.
we are going to be seeing Divinity Esports with Resurgence, because these two teams, Divinity Esports, they have experience. They are going to be here to prove their mark as well. And we did see that, well, they did call out that Resurgence is on last place in the interview with Fskn, putting Fskn #1, second, themselves third, and Resurgence fourth. So there's going to be a little bit of rivalry there. I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they prove their words, because Resurgence are on top of the leaderboard.
Definitely for sure. And like, if I recall from the interview as well, that Divinity actually, or more in this case, WJ, he stated that Resurgence was in top 2 and they're top number 3. But after experiencing Divinity yesterday, where they also say in the interview, by the way, say like, oh, if we feel the game's a loss, we'll give up. But they did not give up yesterday. They did not give up at all against Fskn. No way, that was a total lie. Seriously, Divinity and Fskn, a lot of walls they have to break through and climb over if they really want to secure this top 8. And one of the biggest walls, and I believe at the same time, one of the greatest experience which they will ever get inside this esports industry is going up against such a top tier team. And what's better is in Singapore, from their own Singapore team as well.
Yeah, that's pretty much it here from I guess the matches for first game.
Yeah.
Between Bosskurr as well as Geek Fam. But I'm looking forward, like you said as well, to see how it's going to be going down here. Divinity Esports going up against EVOS, coming up very shortly here. But once again, thank you guys for watching. This is Mpl-Mysg Season 6, brought to you and sponsored by Udo, and also powered by Moonton. My name is ICBB12. He is Dinivity. We'll be right back with the next game. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Ciao.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Udo. Being with Udo is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Udo app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no destiny will defy you. The ignorant are fearless. Read my word. Even stronger. All of this you make my
Shut down! Killing spree! Unstoppable! Double kill! Godlike!
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. Now, one of the tense games we saw for the first BO3 of today. Anticipation, expectations, walls breaking down, especially for me as well.
Yeah, when it comes to walls breaking down here, I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure about you guys who's watching us. We had a couple of side deals where we were trying to give our support towards Team Bosskurr. And guess what? They got 2-0.
Yes, they got 2-0.
And we are going to be anticipating him, Yolo Lee,
And
going to
him.
be
Don't forget him. He's
getting his hair pink, dye down
Yes.
in the near future. Most probably we'll see him pink next week.
Yep.
And for myself, I'll be doing 100 push-ups.
He's gonna have a very
And
ripped arm.
I think I'll be one of the first ones to be recording a video, and be sure to tune into our socials for that as well. And you can even check the Malay streams as well. And after his pink hair, I'm probably gonna be looking forward to see what Lafayette is gonna be doing with 1,000 ringgit to charity of Bosskurr choice, because that's an impressive feat, because they did it. They proved us all wrong, and now they're being inconsistent. Now they finally made their win, took down the Titans, Geek Fam, and taking not one but 2-0 clean. And it was very convincing as well. Great plays coming from Bosskurr. But next match here, for those guys watching here, with enough of Bosskurr Geek Fam, we are going to be looking at Dinivity Esports going up against Resurgence. So, for those who do not know, Dinivity Esports, they played against Fskn yesterday. They got that 2-1. Pretty close as well, evenly matched.
Correct.
But with friendship and teamwork, Dinivity Esports beat Fskn. But now,
Friendship and teamwork.
without further ado, they're going to be playing up against Resurgence, our Singapore Titans. They are the previous champion as well, coming back once again. Can they defeat them? Because they know that Singapore teams have a little bit of part-time on this as well. They're not full-time playing this. So they do train like one time a week, which is kind of hard for Dinivity Esports. Do they fare well against Resurgence? Because that's going to be tough. And yeah, Yolo Lee, I'm looking forward to see your hair kind of look like Sync as well from Resurgence. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, here, as of now, for those of you who do not know what happened in the standings, this is your current standings. As you can see, we had a little bit of changes as well. Geek Fam and Dinivity Esports still on 5th and 6th place. Not much changes despite the loss from Geek Fam. They are still on 5th place, but Team Bosskurr making their way up to 9th place. But let's take a look at the next matchup here, okay? Resurgence and Dinivity Esports. Resurgence currently in the top 3 position with 67% game win rate, match win rate of 75%, and Dinivity Esports on 50% thus far.
Everything is looking really good as well, especially for Resurgence, because initially in week number 1, they were sort of like testing out their players, because the same goes for the rest of the team, testing out new roles, testing out this new 10-man band, 10-hero band phase here to see who fits this role and who's able to step up if one of the players is not able to fulfill that requirement. So now in this case, after witnessing week 1 from Resurgence, everyone's like a little bit sad. But week number 2, they came back, bouncing back into the mix, and what better way to end week number 2 with KZP with that Diggy feeding strat, who literally flawlessly pulled it off for a lot of these teams to realize, like, literally, this is the right way. This is the true way to play this Diggy feeding strat if you ever want to go for it. So KZP literally, you better have a pattern, pattern like this is how you do it. A watermark with Resurgence logo there. Who knows, right?
Yeah, are they going to be sticking to it though? That's the good question. Because Geek Fam, they stuck with it 3 games in a row.
Correct.
Resurgence, they played 1 game, it worked out, they completely stomped out the competition. But seeing how this is going to be going here, Resurgence, will they be able to bring back the feeding Diggy here? Because this last week we did mention, this week we're going to see a lot of Diggy. Guess what? It did happen. Geek Fam picked it up. Resurgence, not too sure yet, but Geek Fam picked it up 3 times. We saw the Freya being picked up as well. The Mortis pickup was... So thus far, I was expecting the Mortis pickup to be okay. Yesterday, we saw a Mortis pickup, did not work out. Just now, Geek Fam almost pulled off the Mortis pick with Ozorobeki. Did not work out as well, which is kind of unfortunate. But yeah, seeing how it goes here, it seems to me the Mortis just not working no matter.
0% win rate. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be showing you the player intro video for both of this amazing teams. So, production team, please take it away.
Among the Singaporean teams, I think we are number 3. Fskn will be number 1. EVOS number 2. We are number 3. ISG number 4.
From the scale of 1 to 10, pretty much 10 lah.
I think we are quite ready lah.
Basically for Resurgence there's no tiltness in EVOS lah, because we also played together for quite a long time. When we got issue, we'll just say it out and solve it on the spot lah.
We are a part-time team. We don't have a strategy. We just go into game and play. If our game is going rough, I think we will just surrender.
All the teams won't tell you whether they are aiming for weakness and strength, but for Resurgence, right, we will tell you. Basically, every team has their weakness, so we aim for their weakness. To Dinivity, even though you are a part-time team, but we are also a part-time champion lah. So
I think we will 2-0 them because they are quite easy.
Leave it to the Singaporeans to deal with civil war and trash talking, and what better yet than KZP. His expressions, it's so on point. I love you for that.
Yeah, likewise for WChai as well. Part-time team versus the part-time champion. Well, they have already called out Resurgence being as the weaker team apparently,
Yes.
but that's the thing, right? They place Resurgence on the bottom side, the 4th place, but currently in the standings coming into week 3, Resurgence is number 3 out of all the Singapore teams. So basically, sorry, number 3 out of all the teams, but first from out of all the Singapore teams.
Correct. Anyway, but ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you production for such an amazing graphics. These are your 2 teams and player lineups. We're going to be starting on the right side with Dinivity Esports, WJ, Swoop, Adamir, WQXD, Hilla, and MSW. Now we saw, like you said yesterday, we saw them playing against Forsaken. We saw them playing last week, trying out multiple strats as well. And over the time they've been playing, we saw great improvement. The first thing, it started with the drafting, and then it started with gameplay. And this shows that how much time they had researched and really upgraded themselves, preparing to face against the rest of the team for the remaining weeks here in this MPL Season 6.
Yeah, let's bring you back a little bit on the players as well here, because Swoop and Hila, one of the heroes that has been constantly banned out from Forsaken yesterday as well. The mages coming from Swoop has been on point thus far. But that's the thing, when we're talking about mages here from Resurgence, let's take a look at the mages here, because Sing has played multiple roles on the offlane department and on mages throughout his career here in MPL. And for him to be able to fight against them, that's something that I think Swoop has a lot to prove in. But from the side of Resurgence, your previous champions here, for those of you who do not know, KZP, Sana, Sing, LY4, Jason, and Forza is going to be playing. And we heard a rumor as well, Forza is going to be swapping in for this game over LY4.
Yes, that is, but of course it is a rumor. We're only going to be able to confirm it once we get into the drafting to see who is actually playing on. And it's really great to see Forza come into the mix as well, because it's been a while since Forza has been playing, and he has been in Resurgence for quite some time. But of course he was previously from EVOS SG. But this is your players lineup for Dinivity Esports, and these are their most picked hero, followed by the total KDA played with that hero. So coming down, we see Balmon with 15-9, followed by Roger with 14-8, and Farsa, this is our dear friend Swoop with 93, 23 assists. That's like 3 more assists compared to the other one. And now Gado Kacha here on WJ. We saw him playing an amazing Hilda as well, so he's pretty much able to fill in the gaps, but of course not as well as our dear friend here, WQXD, on his Gado Kacha play from yesterday, getting a whopping win of 8-0-5.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how he's going to be playing it this today's game as well, coming from Dinivity Esports, because this is going to be your rosters coming in from Dinivity Esports. We do see glimpses and moments where Adamir and also Swoop is able to carry their team all the way through. WQXD likewise as well. But are they going to be able to fare well here? Because their opponents here is going to be Resurgence. And you can see Forza has been swapped in for the game. So Sing will be playing on the his favorite hero is going to be Valir. We do see from Jason is going to be Forza. Forza is going to be Kimi. KCP on the Akai, and also Sana with the Garot Kacha. So I'm looking forward to see, are they going to be bringing the feeding Digi strat coming in by KCP, or are they going to be sticking with the jaw hit coming in from Sana? Because last week we saw amazing performances coming from Resurgence as well. So coming in this final week here for them, this is going to be the final match for this week. Will they stomp their competition, or will they get stomped, knowing that this week as well we've banned out Esmeralda in the pool as well, which is kind of like a favorite hero pick from Resurgence as well. Will this affect their playstyle and meta? That's going to be my question here.
I don't think it really will affect it that much, but if it does, that's really unfortunate. But I believe they are prepared for it, even if Esmeralda will not be able to be picked or banned either way. But now the real, like, just coming back to what you were saying, like whether the Digi feeding strat will be played by Resurgence, I believe it might be a possibility as well, because of the fact that this is LY4 is not playing this game. And LY4, we know his playstyle has always been farm. Although for the past few games, we saw him adapting a little bit of a different playstyle, where instead of farming all game, he's also participating in the majority of this fight, even if it's not a major one as well. Now with the addition of Forza, which of course we have not seen for quite a while, we may see Forza being more aggressive with LY4, and maybe with this might elevate KZP and the rest of the team, who has always been loving this really aggressive play earlier on.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see if Forza is going to be able to carry the team here, because throughout the history in MPL, Forza has been one of the most stable marksmen in the history of MPL as well. So he's going to be one of the benchmark players that for marksmen to actually outshine as well in this regards. So seeing how Adamir has been performing coming from Dinivity Esports, I'm looking forward to see how they fare well against each other. However, for those of you who do not know, this is going to be some player stats for you guys for the team personnel. Out of 9 games total played for both these teams as well, this is going to be stats here. Resurgence looking pretty good here with damage per minute up to 2,494. Not shying away, it's going to be Dinivity Esports as well. However, when it comes to the total and objectives-wise, Resurgence has always been in the upper hand. And in terms of playstyle, Resurgence known to be very aggressive in punishing objectives, whereas Dinivity Esports, throughout the games that we've seen, they love playing from behind. When WJ mentioned about surrendering when the game goes hard, they literally surrender and give up most of their objectives to play safe, to get a potential pick-off comeback. And crucial moments here, they always get this kind of right timings to make a comeback. And for me, Dinivity Esports has been playing the comeback games for a lot of games so far, and I'm really liking their decision. And morale is like, if we lose early aggression, there's no point contesting, because we are going to get steamrolled no matter what. Why not throw away the lead, get some items, farm a little bit more, and then fight back?
Definitely, for sure. And of course, now as it slowly comes back to us as well, like, I just have a good glimpse on this stats as well. Like majority, especially coming from the side of Resurgence, we can tell not only their priorities, although yes, they are still playing very objective on this game, but they're ensuring that all their objective is still prioritized on where they can get a majority amount of kills. By the way, here is your head-to-head between both Soup and Jason. Now this is going to be a really interesting to talk about. We already been knowing that Soup is amazing mage play and mage support coming from the side here of Dinivity Esports, but Jason is also able to really step up to the call and really make some situational decision where it really benefits and amplifies the team gameplay.
That's the thing about these two mages here, right? Like when it comes to Soup and Jason, Soup shines a lot from side Dinivity Esports, and the team kind of revolves around how Soup is going to be able to play the game as well. We saw in yesterday's game, he was able to just clutch his game all the way through, relying on Soup. It's just super annoying to deal with here, and there were so many games where I think it was the match between Red Reborn, who struggled against Soup Sicilian. So this is where they put their backs on Adamir and Soup carrying the entire team, whereas from Resurgence, Jason has been the one fulfilling the role. He's not the one that shines the most, but we've seen him time and time again doing the right thing, similar to how Scoop-Ops play from Bosskurr, but he is getting outshined by his members. But you have to give him credit, because he always does the right thing and clutches when you need him the most. So Jason is definitely a very versatile mage here. Throughout the history coming into MPL as well, Jason has switched multiple roles. He's actually a flex player, and we've seen him play multiple roles coming in MPL, but so far, this is my favorite role seeing Jason play. Most stable, very consistent, and he's been able to do what Resurgence needs him to do.
Correct.
And in this case, can he maintain the consistency here? Because now they have so much to prove from each other. Dinivity Esports, they are looking to close out the game. They called out Resurgence as being the team that they can win. can they do it now? Because both teams are the part-time team as well.
I mean, of course, we also saw Jason playing as the side laner during week number 1, and by far, we witnessed the first ever Gato Gacha coming inside this MPL League here with an execute as well, knowing, and he's been so aggressive with it in that off lane. But anyway, this is your map prediction for this 1-3-1 coming for the side here. I say it's pretty much correct as well, but what I'm really curious about is that in this game, how is the role decision on the hero picks decision coming from both the team for Dinivity Esports especially, because we saw Hilda and WQSA and WJ constantly switching around this Gato, this Hilda, this Uranus, constantly just splitting around to ensure and who wants to play this kind of positioning.
Well, when it comes to the positioning, right, like I think Dinivity Esports, they took a page once from Bosskurr to go for the 4 mid and 1 bottom, but it did not work out. But eventually they still stuck to the rules 1-3-1, very standard stuff here. Of course, they are going to be relying a lot of Adimir to make the plays as well. They might consider getting a little bit greedy with Soup as well. So both these teams, they are going to be contesting a lot on towards the far side as well. So knowing that Jason and Soup is playing this game, this is going to be a match between the drafts between both of these mages, unless Resurgence decides to cheese them with the Dingy strat again. So Dinivity Esports, of course, we know Adimir. His Yujong pick has been a highlight since the qualifiers, but that's the thing, Yujong has been banned in most games. If it's that slide, people are gonna destroy people. Like Yujong is gonna literally shut down everyone. But the predictions here, dude, what is this prediction from Resurgence versus Dinivity Esports here? Because
97.
No. Like, guess what? Remember the prediction with Bosskurr and Geek? It was 94%.
True.
Bosskurr with that 6% took the win back.
True.
But Resurgence against Dinivity Esports, 97%. What
is going on?
This game? Because
I mean, 3%, I see that's like a 1 out of 9 possibility, maybe 1 out of 3, but still, it's an odd that Dinivity Esports is still willing to back themselves on. But I'm still, because of, I'm being a little bit biased here, because I have been loving KCP for the longest of time. So seeing Resurgence with 97%, literally not unexpected for me, but also not unexpected to see the audience as well, because like you said, they have the longest of history. They have great amount of achievements. Until the point where even KZP is able to call them out in the intro video saying, we're part-time champions as well. So I'm just loving it. Audience loves it as well. Everyone loves all this.
But that's the thing, right? Like let's talk a little bit the highlights coming from the teams, right? We've seen KZP going for the highlights. Okay, KZP, he's proven himself with the Diggy. We have seen Sana with his jaw hit.
Yep.
We have seen Sing with his Farsa back in the days. We've seen Jason with a couple of clutches with the Chang'e as well. Forza, of course, is going to be his first entrance coming in. Going to be subbing out for LY4. So Forza, one of the most consistent marksmen here. I'm not sure if Resurgence is going to be playing a little bit aggressive here, but Forza is known to be very, very farm-oriented and objective-driven as well. So when he has his timings, he will go in for the push. So will Resurgence be able to capitalize on this? I'm looking forward to see how it goes. But Dinivity Esports as of now, start things off, they banned the Uranus, they banned the Hilda, Roger and Yujong being banned from Resurgence. So that's going to be a lot of heroes from Adimir taken out of the pool. And we've seen Adimir struggle with his marksman getting taken out from yesterday's games as well.
Alright. Now, the thing is also looking at all these bannings coming from Dinivity Esports, not surprised to see them banning their own Hilda either, because like they totally understand the fact that like, look, they know they got first pick, but Resurgence will instantly follow up and take it away from themselves here. So that's pretty much why they are willing to ban it away.
I like how they're smiling as well, like the Selena, respecting Jason's Selena as well. But of course, Farsa immediately taken away from Dinivity Esports, so Soup will be playing that, so Resurgence will need to play around that, and they will pick the Gato Kacha for themselves and the lead. So there's going to be 2 offlaners from Resurgence. Dinivity Esports, they have to find a way to counter with this here. The Baxia pickup yesterday wasn't that great. I'm not sure if Dinivity Esports wants to pick the Baxia to deal with them.
I mean, even if they don't pick it, I'm pretty sure Resurgence will try to opt for it too, man. But like literally, I really expected it. I was hoping that maybe in this game they may not first pick this Farsa and try to tone it down, but they still picked it. And because they picked it, Resurgence instantly know, alright, what's great against, what's really annoying to what Farsa is really annoyed to deal with, it's going to be a Gato Kacha followed by the Klee. But now, final pick coming up for Dinivity Esports. They need to try to find. Oh no!
Oh wow!
They are trying to think if they want to opt for this Kufra or not, because it is a great initiator. It's going to be able to hold down the line, especially with the dedicated follow-up with the Belmont. They will be able to secure that Farsa will not be able to engage by any other initiator. But with the existence of Gato Kacha, it's still going to be very hard for them.
Yeah, that's the thing. But when it comes to the marksman department as well, you can see Roger being banned off. Yishunsin is still in the pool, and I think there's going to be a Forza Yishunsin for this game coming from Resurgence. Do they want to pick it off, or do they just take priority picks here? Because as of now, Resurgence, they have not picked a mage. So Divinity Esports may opt to actually ban off mages, and in this case, Selena was banned off, but the Resurgence team will prioritize on the Cho to deal with the Farsa. So marksman not picking from both teams yet. So we have two heroes from side Resurgence to deal with Soup's Farsa. And we've seen time and time again Soup escape out of these situations before. So I'm looking forward to see how Resurgence take this fight. But once again, Resurgence, they push the pressure, they ban the Harith, they're denying more of Adamir's hero pool away from their drafts here.
That is true, but at the same time now, Divinity Esports trying to figure out what they want to ban out to really protect this Farsa, and they also notice that Resurgence is still lacking a mage support, so I wouldn't be surprised if I see Divinity banning out the Sicilian right here and right now, but in the end they're still going to opt for this Chang'e too. Okay. Banning out the Chang'e, so I guess...
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Like, Resurgence, they don't have mages yet on Jason's hero, and seeing that how many mages have been denied already from Divinity Esports, so Resurgence, once again, they are going to be prioritizing everything on Adamir's hero pool again, so denying all the pools here. This is going to force Adamir here. Do they ban off the Yishun scene as well, making it hard for both teams, and they would go for a fighter role or an assassin? But so far, we have not seen Adamir play assassin that much. So this is something that Divinity Esports has to debate themselves here, because now, from the side of Resurgence, they are going to get the first pick first, I think. And they are pretty sure they are opening up the Yishun scene for themselves to grab it for Fossa. It's either that or the Kimi, which I don't think I like it, but seems to me they will stick with the Kagura ban. So Resurgence, they will definitely pick the Yishun scene for sure. Or maybe they will take the Link. Okay.
Resurgence didn't really want to opt for Yishun nor the Divinity Esports as well, because mostly in this case, Resurgence, they know that if they want to go for the Yishun, there's a high chance that it might be counted depending on the plays are coming from Divinity Esports lineup. So first locking this Link is just literally a show where Resurgence is just telling Divinity like, hey, you wanted to go, if you want to try to opt for this assassin, then you gotta be careful, because we're gonna be coming right at you, especially on this Farsa and a potential Bruno picked off as well.
Yeah, they're forcing enemy to play Bruno again here, so this is gonna be a very uncomfortable pick here, as Adamir is gonna be needing a lot of farm here. So having the Kufra and the Balmont to try and make space for him is going to be extremely hard, considering how Resurgence will be able to dive the back lines. Look at this. They have the Cho, they have the Khalid, they have the Gato Kacha, they have the Link to just dive onto Soup as well. But oh my, Divinity Esports, they take the Kadita into the pool.
Oh my.
Okay.
It's been a while since we've seen Kadita pick as well, and for good measures as well. There are more better picks you can actually try to opt for. But in this case, they still want to lock down with Kadita with this Retribution. And now last pick coming from Resurgence, I will love it if they go for this Valyria pick as well, because it really gets to control all these initiatives that's going to be coming out from Divinity Esports. And remember, Kufra has a really terrible disengagement. Literally, he has no disengagement at all. He's a fully committed hero where he dives in. He's literally only way out is forward and pick your members one by one. With the Valyria, you're able to control this Kufra, because let's be honest, Tyrant's Revenge, that first skill is not really high cooldown.
Okay.
Oh, they decided not to opt for the Valyria. They decided, you know, it's fine. Your Tyrant Revenge is a long cooldown. Let's bring out Veil as well to fight against you.
Well, guess what? Divinity Esports, they pulled out the Veil yesterday, and today we've seen two Veil games now. We've seen one from Geek and now from Resurgence. Teams are going to be preparing to play it as of now, but it seems to me this is going to be a tough battle for them, because Resurgence taking the Veil, this is kind of risky and scary, but knowing that nobody's going to be able to dive the Veil all the way through here, considering that Resurgence is thinking to go in for the initiation. I'm looking forward to see who's going to be playing Cho. Is this going to be a Sana Cho?
No, and the best part about it as well, with this Veil pick, is like, they already sort of figured things out. They're like, alright, Kufra's Tyrant Revenge. once he goes in, it's not like a short cooldown where you can sort of reset it again. Veil cooldown is similar to this Kufra, so he doesn't really have to worry. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go into the first game of the second BO3 of today between Dinivity Esports and Team Resurgence on these beautiful graphics of the Land of the Dawn.
Yeah, Fskn going to be playing, I believe, the Ling here. So we are looking forward to see Fskn because this is my first time seeing Fskn playing an assassin role down mid. Usually he's playing a very farm-oriented hero here.
Right.
So seeing how Fskn is going to be aggressive here is going to be something new for me. But at the same time, Resurgence, they are going to be prioritizing pushing the middle side here, so they're going to be sending 3 people down mid, whereas Dinivity Esports, they're going to be 1-2-2 strat. So Soup is going to be pressuring down bottom side here to try and fight against Sing. Is he going to be able to punish him here? But Dinivity Esports, they are looking to push a tier 1 bottom right off the bat here. This is kind of risky, but at the same time, that seems to be the idea coming from Dinivity Esports now.
Still holding down the line, but just look at the amount of aggression coming towards this bottom lane, and Jason trying to see if he can try to snipe this blue away. But thankfully, WQXD, not too far behind, is able to zone Jason out, and Adamir will be able to take that blue buff with ease without any resistance at all.
Wow, Adamir actually playing the Kadita instead of usual marksman here. Hila taking the marksman department here. This is going to be quite worrisome here because KZB getting a 2-man stun here, but KZB taking a lot of damage, but Swoop missing the initial stun, but Sing gets cancelled once again, almost getting sniped off, but the Sand Guard is there, recalled, getting used from Sing. He wants to go in for the reset. It's a bait actually, as they were focusing up on that. KZB will go in for the finish as well. Dinivity Esports did not expect this here, expecting Sing to back out.
Yo, Sing is like, I had enough. You don't want to send me home, I'll send you back home as fast as possible. Really amazing plays. And of course, the confidence coming up from KZP with the Jig Kendo and knowing that he will be able to pull off the kill and knowing that Soup has to disengage, absolutely amazing. By the way, we see Dinivity Esports Adamir rotating towards the bot lane. He has this double buff, so he's going to be able to not only try to zone out this Gadokacha, but everything should be totally fine with him.
Adamir on with the double buff?
Yeah.
With the red buff on Kadita, but guess what? He's gonna try and burst down Jason. Immediately goes for a Purify. Here comes Ultimate as well. Jason dropping 1 HP, but here comes Sana with the King's Avatar. Goes in for the dive as well, but behind, they're chasing him all the way through, but they eventually take him down. But Adamir will fall, will back out apparently. He still survives. WJ dropping very low, but RSG going to be joining the fight as well. They will take down the Kufra, but Adamir is left all by himself. There's no way to disengage, and Resurgence will clean out all the members here.
We're talking about 3 man's death, alright? 3 men for Jason here. 1 for 3 in this early game as well. Resurgence has sort of like got a really nice fast tempo. It's not like a guaranteed tempo, but it's a tempo that Resurgence is willing to ride on and constantly make it bigger and bigger. Because currently the net goal difference is already like 1K plus already, and this is only 3 minutes into the game, Terrence.
Yeah, and seeing how that it's super hard for this Kadita to do the damage. You saw how he actually tried to catch Jason, but with the Purify, he's able to get out of the safety with 1 HP. And as of now, Fskn is going to be going out of control. He's going to punish Swoop right now. Level 3 drops away out of the map. He's going to be okay, but unfortunately, safe. They will catch off Healer on the process here. So with 1 HP, try to go for the retaliation. Adamir tries to go for the catch as well, but Sana will sidestep his way through. So that's going to be it for the follow-up coming from Dinivity Esports.
I love it, dude. Like I was saying that before we enter the game, where Fskn replacing LY4 here. Now they come up with a new style where, okay, we can be aggressive, and like you say, first time seeing an assassin or Fskn, it just fits because they're like, you know, you want to, like Fskn's like, I'm pretty sure he's like, you guys want to be aggressive, I can pull out with you with this link, and with my mobility, I'm able to rotate anytime and anywhere. And look towards his top lane, he's constantly rotating, ensuring each lane is being pushed out, and now here comes the engagement. Even forcing out WQXD, but there's a Raging Sandstorm, followed by the Tempest of Blade. WQXD trying to run for his life, and sadly will not be able to because Sing was the Desert Scimitar.
Wow, what a nice play there as well. The Little Wanderer kept him alive, but hold that thought for now because KZP going for the dive as well. Catches 1, and now the Tyrant's Rage from behind from WJ will catch off Jason here. Unfortunately, say KZP, he's out of position here as they will go in for the push, but can he go in for the escape as well? Yes, he will. Healer does not have enough damage. They lose 2, but the turtle will be secured from Dinivity Esports.
What an amazing thing, right? Like, so they know they're going to die there, so Healer instantly started prioritizing, okay, let me steal this turtle away because and try to minimize as much losses as possible. And with this double buff and also the turtle, they were able to secure this bottom tower.
Yep, Sing going to be a little bit nuisance here. Soup not going to be able to catch anything as of now. As you can see, Soup is trying his best to get for a setup here. And this is the first time we see Soup getting pushed back so far back. He's died 3 times. And Resurgence, you can see Fossa, he's just setting his eyes up for Soup. So he has to be extremely careful here coming from Dinivity Esports. However, from the guys from Resurgence, you can see Jason's is already going to be setting up his farm as well. The Little Wonder is available as well. As you can see, they're making their way down bottom to push down the bottom turret by Sana.
Ooh, top side, we can see Sing getting gunned on and being rotated as well. WKST trying to hold on the line, and WJ full out with the turret range, but it's not going to be enough as the raging Sandstorm. Not only is he able to get the kill on WKST, but sadly, eventually, he will have to fall from a beautiful rotation being made by Dinivity Esports.
Oh, that was a worth it play here coming from Resurgence here. Getting dive, taking 4-man aggression away from the rest of the map here and taking 1 kill. What more can you ask? Sing pulling it the weights here coming from Resurgence, but Dinivity Esports, they have no reply because this Kadita from Adamir is not doing much work. He got the kill onto the Sing, but the cooldown is really long as well. But KZB getting caught out as well. Here comes the follow-up, doesn't connect. Everything has been expanded, but here comes Avatar's Guardian as well. He's going to come in for the reply as well. They take down KZB, but Dinivity Esports, they're trying to go for more as well. Vale is there, Jason's vicinity, but WJ, he doesn't really care. He's going to go to backlines and zone him out, and Fossa can't seem to clean out the houses from Dinivity Esports, and WJ is all by himself. He's stranded, and Resurgence will isolate him and dice him.
I think it was pretty much okay, but most importantly, getting rid of WJ was a more bigger pickup compared to KZP because WJ was their sole initiator. Without WJ, the rest of the members of Dinivity Esports would not be able to fall back or even try to contest for this turtle. And Soup, in this case, sadly, he wanted to try to steal back his own red, but it was definitely fall into the hands of Fossa, especially since he has this retribution.
Yeah, Fossa now with all the turtle buff as well on top of that here. He's going to hit hard here. 304 so far. And Dinivity Esports, their only saving grace is make sure the Vale dies, and Sing tries to make a play. Doesn't catch a Bruno, but nice catch there coming from KZB. Taking down Su Adamir, forcing the ultimate there. He still does have the damage. He won't disengage. And Dinivity Esports will reply with the chop. Sing will foul out. Fossa getting caught in as well, going for the dive. And Jason with the amazing catch as well. Hila will bow out. That's going to be 4 deaths up on Hila now.
Yes, the setup coming in from KZP with the Jig Kundo really allowed Jason to not only connect that Wind Blow and Wind Blade, but also able to secure another kill for the team in this trade-off. Now WJ is constantly sticking with the Art Mirror because they know they really want to try to defend the tier 2 tower. But here comes the engagement with the Way of the Dragon. Instantly force WKXD all the way away out of the range of Soup's Feather Airstrike, and without that, no air support coming in for our dear friend WQXD.
Oh, this was so hard for Soup to play that here, but right now the catch is coming in. You can see Soup will bow out to half HP. KZB lying in wait already here, but he's all by himself. The Kufra trying to go in for the catch, and here comes the catch as well. Tyrant's Rage and the burst down from Adamir will be enough to take down KZB. So that's going to be a small breathing room from Dinivity Esports here. But to what avail? Resurgence, they still have Fossa 504.
Yep.
505 in this regards here, as compared to the farm. Look at this itemizations here. He is 7.5k gold as compared to Hila up on 3.5.
That's because the amount of aggression coming from the side here at Team Resurgence. But most importantly, right, it was a really great time for Dinivity Esports to just punish KZP for constantly being such a nuisance, constantly being in their face. Because the longer they let KZP let go or hesitate to try to punish him, then the hesitation is constantly going to be expanded, and that gap is going to be so big until the point Dinivity will have no confidence to leave that base.
As you can see, Resurgence, they will take another turtle up on Fossa. Resurgence, they are looking to go in for the backlines. Dinivity Esports, now WJ out of control as well. Here comes King's Avatar catching WQASD, but where's the follow-up? Here they go, they're waiting for Fossa. Look at Fossa, he's flanking from behind, but Resurgence, they will back out here to go a little bit of break control. They see 5 men from side Dinivity Esports, and they will respect this momentarily here. Meanwhile, Fossa is going to try and hit his level 15, going a little bit more greed here. Meanwhile, Dinivity Esports, they are starved in as they are leading by 6k gold from Resurgence. Now they will find out, so he goes into a push as well. The dive is there as well. The King's Avatar coming in. The monster kill will be secured coming in from Fossa, and KZP going for the push as well. Hila will be out of position. He will get bursted down. Here comes WJ as well as Fossa zips in and out and helps secures the kill as Resurgence will get another one.
3 men will fall to the side of on the side of Divinity Esports as Resurgence are constantly slicing and dicing and literally burying them under the burrows of sands here as Sing and the rest of the team are constantly stomping the lane. And on this mid inhibitor, they're trying their best to defend as much as possible. But here comes the Tempest of Blaze. Adamir trying to run for his life. But let's be honest, in the face of Forza with this lane, he will be godlike.
Yeah, seeing how Forza is 7-0 and 7 now, and he's looking to close out this game, whereas Divinity Esports healer, he's died 6 times, it's so hard for him to get a kind of farms here, and Adamir will bow out healer will bow out again, and you can see Forza is running out of control. He got another pick off the map again here, 8-0-7. What can Divinity Esports do right now?
They are trying. They are giving their all to defend each of this base. But the thing is with the tempo being set by Resurgence, the amount of itemization and level, and the thing is even if they manage to get the control on Forza, there is still Jason, which literally one-shot one of the teammates of Divinity Esports just now.
Yeah, and seeing how this is progressing here, Divinity Esports, they are struggling to fight and pick off here. And right now, there's nobody who can actually control Forza. On top of that, KCB being a nuisance, Sana as well, going for the initial catches. And Sync, on top of that, as an offlane tank, he is getting 5-2-5. He's doing so much damage here. Actually, it's damage Khalid here being played here from Resurgence.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. But the thing is this, right? If Divinity Esports, we can see them slowly merging out of the base, going towards this wall pick, because they know if they really want to try to turn things around, is when Resurgence is currently doing this Lord. But look at the initiation coming in from Sing, trying to hold them out back as long as possible, even though he will ended up being fell towards that clash. But he knows he did his job. He knows he bought enough time to allow to be safely secure for the team here.
Yeah, seeing how Sync has opted to go for a little bit of damage item builds here, he's not really that tanky, but he does get the damage done here. So in this case, they are going to be relying on Sana and KZP to go in for the engagements. Whereas Divinity Esports, they understand this, they will try and punish Sync as much as they can. But as of now, we have a little bit of breathing room, and Jason and Sync down here, they are going to try and push out the turret. Meanwhile, Sana, can he defend against this here? Because the Lord has been the objective, and the Lord is going to be knocking down here. Divinity Esports, do they defend against this here? KZP from the side, Tyrus is dead. Nice shoot pull away. Great sidestep from KZP there, and because of that, without a Tyrant's Rage, Divinity Esports, they have to be careful. Forza tries to bait rotation. Yes, they will. He just runs around like a monkey, chimpanzee, jumping around away as he farms his way and pushes the creep wave as the Lord is going to be knocking in. The Feathered Airstrike being used as well to push against this Lord.
They're really trying their best, and Forza with the Blade of the Sphere going to be doing so much damage. But the Avatar got it, catches WJ, catches even Swoop. They're all out of position and instantly getting sniped. And here comes Sing, picking up a double kill and ending this with a full 5-man wipe. Will be Forza as he nailed him down to the ground, but eventually he will fall to the tower. But the damage has been done. The minions are pushing in. They are BMing in front of the fountain before destroying this crystal.
Oh, what a play there from Resurgence. Look at the wombo combos coming in, and you can see they're pretty happy about this here. Pretty easy win coming in from Resurgence. My goodness. Divinity Esports, they seems to be, they've struggled here. Opting to switch up the marksman department here, and on top of that, the hero pools of Adamir, like, oh, Hila playing on the Bruno is just so unfortunate because he's getting caught out time and time again, and Resurgence was just about taking the fact that they were able to punish this, and this is going to be a pretty smooth right here, looking at how the games go. If Resurgence continue to ban this off, I don't know how Divinity Esports is going to reply to this.
It's definitely really difficult for them as well. Like, I'm pretty sure there were other picks and other options that Divinity Esports can actually try to opt for. But that's the problem, Terrence. That was one of the main issues where Ozora, Veki, and all of us sort of agreed, even in that interview, where this new 10-hero ban phase, it really puts a dent for those heroes or those players who has a very small hero pool. And in this case, I believe Divinity Esports just had very little hero pool of what they want to follow up inside this game. I'm pretty sure they know what they wanted to pick, but just knowing that their hero pool or they didn't have that hero, they had no choice but to fit with the next best thing.
Definitely here, but seeing how things is going here, they may opt to actually prioritize on Adamir's hero pool. But in this case, it's all up to the bans as well, because as of now, we did not see him work out with the Harif pickup as well, which we've seen him play. It did not work out. 2 games he played Harif, did not work out. But the games that he's actually had quick succession was Yuzhong, was the Bruno as well, and also I believe it was the Roger pickup. So that was something that we can actually pay attention to. But as of now, this is going to be the highlights coming in from the first matchup, Dinivity Esports and Resurgence. As you can see, the starting off Resurgence, they were pushing their luck down bottom. They were just pressuring Hila, making sure he does not have the farm. But looking at all these team fights, look at this. Like, they were split up as well. This was a play made by Dinivity Esports where Swoop tried to go in for the push, could not finish off, I believe, Jason, and they overcommitted all that fight and split off their entire forces by 2, and this allowed Resurgence to run rampant. And we know Resurgence, they're going to be going all in. 4 guys going in the back lines and then leaving Jason all the way far back. Yes, it's going to be the great idea here, but can you outcharge for Resurgence's heroes here? That's going to be the question here. Look at this. Even Sing going super aggressive. KZB as well, catching Swoop immediately. Even the link to set up on top of that, there was just nothing much Divinity Esports could have done.
Nothing at all, and because of such an early game tempo which they finally set for themselves, they started scaling, they started asserting dominance until the point where even if they were to overextend, they were so confident that the rest of the team of Divinity Esports would not have enough damage to really truly punish them too hard for it. And now WJ, every time when he engaged in with Tyrant's Revenge, he has to walk out, and he has literally no amazing disengagement. By the way, here comes the final push, right? Beautiful Galakacha Avatar the Guardian instantly catching 2 members, and look at the timing of execution coming from Fossa as well. The minute the Galakacha landed, he jumped straight onto him.
Yeah, look at the follow-ups as well. Sing was already saying around. It's just wombo comboing all the way through.
Yes.
Divinity Esports had nothing to say. There was nothing for them to reply. As soon as they got caught out, that was it. And compared to their AoEs coming from Resurgence, Divinity Esports, they only have the Tyrant's Revenge, which is a very, very little hitbox as compared to what Resurgence has. Look at this, the Galakacha, that Raging Sandstorm as well. On top of that, with the Tempest Blade, that was literally a one-hit wombo combo right there. And Divinity Esports, there's no way to disengage that. And on top of all that, let's not forget, they have Jason on as well as the cleanup crew in case they don't finish off any stray members.
No, and the best part about it was that Jason was on the way to that fight. He wasn't even in it, and that just shows how much damage each of the players was able to bring to the team. And most importantly, they were willing to engage, knowing that WQXD was actually pushing and defending that top inhibitor. By the way, here is the itemization from both the team from this first game in this second BO3 of today here. So, anything like special to you? Because for me, I see Sana, holy crystal, and concentrated energy.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Resurgence playing that rough here, it was pretty textbook for me. Very easy to play. Adamir playing the Kadita was something that was really risky to play around as well. Like having a hyper Kadita down mid. Like early on, we saw the blue buff and red buff on Kadita. There was nothing that Kadita could benefit from the red buff. Just because of how his spells are all magical here. So there's no point you need him to actually go for any kind of attack speeds here. Maybe you can argue that Chang'e can still do it, but when it comes to Kadita, I don't think the red buff actually benefits him at all, whereas the Bruno mid would have been much better. But even with the Bruno mid, it was so hard to actually outfarm Fossa just because of how nimble he was. And for them to actually try and shut down this link, it was actually close to non-existent, just because the only catching potential was pretty much the Kufra with the bouncing ball, and it came down to whether or not Fossa makes a mistake and he catches him with the bouncing ball. Even with that, it's so hard to catch. He's so fast. Farsa's aim is not that great to actually catch him off as well. Kadita needs some time. It just gives so much room for Fossa to just zip in and out. So it's no surprise that he actually died one time. But even that one time was him committing to the fight, just wiping Divinity Esports. So you can basically hands down say Divinity Esports did not have any opportunity to catch Fossa at all.
And also at the same time, like the amount of presence that the rest of the members of Resurgence has already literally shown inside this game, WJ just had no choice but just to commit his only control spell, the bouncing ball, the Tyrant Rage, because he knows if he doesn't commit it, then they're all just gonna walk past him all towards this back line. And the amount of aggression, don't forget, the movements, the agileness coming up from KZP with this throw and the Galakacha Ultimate Avatar Guard, it just makes it super hard for the rest of the team to really deal with here. But anyway, here is the post-game strats here. This is gonna be your rich guy, Fossa, with 1006, followed by of course the carry, gonna be doing the most amount of damage here. Sandbag, the one who tanked the most, of course it was WJ with the Kufra. And the unforgotten one is going to be Sana with 12 assists. But look at that, 1,006.
Yeah.
Coming from Forza.
1,006 GPM. Like I said, he's always been prioritizing on farm, right? He goes up, he gets a kill, objective, very, very textbook coming from him, but he understands his timing. Once he gets his first item, he knows his power spike here, he will try and abuse it, and that was just pure dominant performance coming from Forza. He will abuse whatever group he can and keep on applying the pressure. And yes, we have not seen Forza for quite some time, but throughout history MPL, you have to respect Forza because Forza has dedicated himself as one of the most consistent, stable marksmen in the history of MPL. And despite, yes, you lose some games. It's understandable you lose some games, but eventually you don't lose down. You don't lose a game completely gone. And I've not seen Forza done that kind of situation. They lose. Even if they lose, they always die fighting. And in this case, Forza has just proved himself. He's definitely the better marksman. And when it came to Forza as well, there was a question when it comes to hero pool back in the days. And this is quite interesting to see actually when he actually plays the Link, because we are so used to him playing back in the days. Kimi, Carry, Bruno, Cloud. So all the standard marksmen, and we don't really see him play a lot of Assassin. So seeing how he's just performed for us today with the Link just shows that he's finally evolved and adapted. So I'm looking forward to see how far can Forza bring to the table, even though he is the sub coming in from Resurgence.
Definitely for sure. By the way, here is your MVP. It is going to be Forza on this Link. But also at the same time, well, I'm going to be, although you already stated a lot, like you talked so much about it until the point I can't talk about it anymore. I'm just going to say, only one line, that Forza still got it. He still got it despite not being in the main roster. Although he is as the sub, he still is able to bring so much towards the team. And if I'm not mistaken, in one of the interviews, maybe it's not in this Season 6, maybe during MPLI, KZP even said, and LY4 said at the same time, that Forza is a great addition towards Resurgence, not only because they have similar playstyle, but they have similar personality as well. So guys, remember, it's not about having the best teammates, it's always having the best team synergy with a similar mindset and similar humor. So it's a really great time for Resurgence, and I'm really happy Forza is with their lineup with them as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see, because today's games, like just this game as well, Dinivity Esports, even though it was a pretty easy win for them, you could see a little bit of difference in terms of their variety of hero choices as well, just because of how, like, the playstyle when they were playing with LY4 and when they're playing with Forza, the hero pools gets very, very different, and it's getting very unpredictable to actually predict what kind of playstyle can Resurgence play. And when they mentioned they punished people's weakness, yes, they did. They did punish that Admir's hero pools is very limited. However, when it came to their flexibility in their roles on how they play and take the game, it's so different. Like usually we see that they have a backup plan, but in that game they were all in and nothing, trusting that Forza will be able to snowball the entire game. It was just really fun to watch, honestly.
Yeah, it was very fun for sure. And like the draft, sure, the playstyle, like I said, the playstyle is definitely going to be different, especially with the addition that Alpha is going to be replaced by Forza. But the drafting was still playing around Forza because they sort of know they're going to pick this Link. That's pretty much why we see Cho and everyone all coming out, not only to defend this Link, but also try to get on top of this Forza. But either way, in this next drafting, second game, counter pick, counter ban. I'm excited what Resurgence is going to be pulling off. I know Divinity is going to be prioritizing a lot.
It's really hard to say, because we usually expect like a counter pick, counter draft, right? But based on Resurgence hero pool and their experience-wise, it's hard to draft against them just because of how Dinivity Esports is. Like, we've seen them a bit, and we know what was their weakness. It's their hero pools, and you can't blame them because they are part-time, right? But once you shut that down, it's all up to what else can they pull off. Do they prioritize on Endermir's heroes, or do they prioritize on Healer's heroes? Because the Hilda being banned off right off the bat was something that we see excel from them. On top of that, Gato Kacha being picked as well. You can see within Resurgence was not just banning off all of Endermir's heroes. They were also picking off all of the heroes away from Dinivity Esports. Like the Gato Kacha usually played by MSW and Hila as well, was pretty much out of the pool. We saw the Khalid also taken out from W3D3, which is kind of hard for them to figure out on playing as well. So they're not just limiting Admir's heroes. They're also limiting W3D3's heroes, Swoop's heroes as well. Yes, Swoop, they may argue, took the Forza, but anticipated that. We know that Dinivity Esports, they rely heavily on Swoop and Edamir, and because of those reasons, they were able to just find a weakness here. Because when it comes to hero pools, we have not seen them flex other heroes yet, and knowing that, I think Resurgence is like, yeah, if they ban this, they ban the Link, they ban this, so what? Fskn can play anything, man. We've seen him play so many heroes, so many seasons. Whereas Dinivity Esports, we've seen ups and downs coming from Edamir, and this is his first time coming to regular seasons, and it's going to be a lot for him to prove. So I'm looking forward to see how they overcome this in game number 2, because right now this is going to be game number 2 with Resurgence taking game number 1, and the blue side will be Dinivity Esports. Starting off the ban here, Uranus being banned, and also the Yuzhong being banned from the side of Resurgence now.
Definitely no surprising as well, because they know they're on the red side, so they will not be able to have the opportunity to have first pick here. So they are definitely going to be trying to ban out any S tier heroes, but in this case they're going to be prioritizing the Yuzhong, because the kit that he's able to bring towards his game, not only is he able to get towards his backline, but he also has one of the best knockout and damage inside the entire game. So Yuzhong being banned out, and now instantly Dinivity, they are not opting to even first pick the Fskn anymore. They're going to ban out the Fskn. It tells me they're going to be trying out someone different to really fill up the roles here. And I believe Soup might want to try to go for this Veil once again on his pick here.
Yeah. The Selena is also in the pool as well, but this time Dinivity Esports just completely letting off the hook. They're just going to ban off once again Resurgence. That's just starting off with Adamir's signature heroes. They banned Roger, they banned the Yuzhong as well, but Yi Shunxin has not been picked here, and it's no surprise that Dinivity Esports, they did not want to pick the Yi Shunxin just because of the Link diving into the game. But so far, I don't think we've seen Dinivity Esports play Yi Shunxin at all.
No,
we've seen them play Roger a lot. Like Adamir was a beast on the Roger.
Correct. The thing is this, right? Like, hero pools and everything, it also depends whether it fits the composition or not. I know some cases we have seen Dinivity or even Fskn or some of the team here where they are forced to pick a hero even though if it doesn't fit, but they just had to have someone to really fit that requirement, that role itself. By the way, final ban, looks like Resurgence, they are willing to give, not even allowed to not only give or take away from themselves, but not even willing to give to Dinivity Esports this Khalid. So now first pick. No Uranus, but most importantly, Atlas! Altas is in the pool! If Dinivity Esports do not pick this Atlas right here, I guarantee you 100% Resurgence will pick this Atlas.
Well, it depends though. Like, it seems to be they're going to be flexing it, but Dinivity Esports, they will pick the Selena.
Come on,
which is something that they are going to be picking as well, but Resurgence, they're sure hovering here. Do they want to pick the Garukacha? But seeing how there's no far side of the game, they can still flex around with the Garukacha. They don't really need it. Or they just decide to just take away Garukacha away from Dinivity Esports, because to play around it, it's extremely hard. But yeah, like you said, the Atlas is in the pool, but I don't think Atlas is a priority here for Resurgence.
I mean,
it should be
fun, you know?
I guess, but like I said, Atlas is all about the team composition, the wombo combos. In this case, why do you, like, when it comes to creep clear, Atlas is not that great. At least the Garukacha creep clear is better. Balmon is there as well.
They still can offer it, just saying.
Yeah, but when it comes to Atlas, it's all about the AoE control. Yes, you can say Selena has a pretty okay one-shot combo, but it's pretty risky to set all your eggs up on Selena. So will Soup be able to prove himself? That's something that is great to talk about as well. But I don't think both of the teams want to prioritize the Atlas. Right now, they have to figure out what does Adamir play, because that is the most important one right now. What does Adamir play? Because they said as well, Soup can play anything, and they have not opted Soup to play anything else but Mage. But the Atlas is there, they will prioritize the Kufra, and they will take the carry away. So this is definitely a better choice here for Dinivity Esports. They prioritize on Adamir's pickup, and they will show their hand. Carry in the pool, Resurgence, they have Yi Shunxin in the back as well, and is it a good matchup? Because right now, tankiness-wise, there is the Garukacha, there is the Balmon, pretty tanky, but the Link will be the answer once again from Resurgence.
No, it's like a hands-down pick this.
Wait, is that Kolia?
What? Where?
That looks like Kolia on the left from Resurgence.
Oh, you're talking about playing? I thought you were talking about
the player.
The drafting. Oh my god.
I'm talking about player. That looks like Kolia.
Looks like
from Resurgence.
But anyway, coming back to the drafting, yes, loving that, like, prioritizing Adamir's pick here, but in particular, I just love the fact that instantly locked down this carry, because they know, it's fine. Whatever hyper carry you want to go assassin or not, but at least
no, that's not Kolia. Sorry, Fenrir. My bad, Fenrir, not Kolia. My bad, Fenrir.
Yeah, true. But anyway, this carry is going to be able to melt down all these tanks that's going to be coming towards his face here. But anyway, Dinivity Esports realizing that, okay, there might be a potential Atlas pick coming from the side here, Resurgence instantly banning out. Because remember, Atlas is not only just a great frontliner, but it's also a great initiator and a counter initiator with such a hero with a Kufra on their team as well. But Resurgence, knowing to do not allow them to have many roam potential and also controlling their healing, they ban out this box here.
Seeing how this game goes, let's see.
Resurgence already know like
the box. Yeah, that's pretty much their rosters, like their hero pools, right?
Yeah.
They prioritize the box here a lot, and now with the Kufra, they have a little bit of crowd control. They need some kind of off lane control, like lane control. Why Dinivity Esports has non-existent. But Resurgence, I'm surprised they actually banned the box here and the jaw hit. Okay, I'm surprised.
No, I'm not surprised actually.
No, I'm surprised they banned the jaw hit and the box here from Resurgence. But the Diggy pick here, respecting KZP a little bit too much. But the Cho is going to be in the pool, so there's going to be a KZP Cho coming from Resurgence.
No.
But now, when it comes to the mage department, there is so many mages in the pool. Jason can play anything, I guess.
Yeah, but
Divinity, yeah.
the thing is this, right? They banned the box end and the jaw hit because they know what Dinivity Esports is currently lacking is side laners, off laners that can really go to toe. But in particular, they didn't really ban the Thamos or anything because they're so confident they still have enough damage, enough control to deal with him. But unlike the jaw hit, which is so great in bursting, so if he gets a hand on either one of them, and I'm pretty sure this Troll is not going to be building full tank, I'm pretty sure he's going to be going full damage, so it's going to be very soft against this Jaw Head.
Yeah, and on top of that, Jaw Head is great for actually countering the Link as well, because right now they need something to shut down this Link.
Correct.
With the Ruby, you have more flexibility to actually catch Forza when it's on the wall.
Yes.
But it's very risky here because it needs to be directly next to Forza in order to catch him here. So that's going to be a little bit worried in the range here. But like I said once again, I'm still worried about creep clear for department just because, look at this. The Ruby's creep clear is very sustainability. It takes a long time to creep clear. Likewise for the Thamos, yes, you can sustain in the lane when someone dives at you, but what about creep clear? Because you want to be taking objectives here. But seems to me, Resurgence, they're sticking with the Veil. It's gonna be the Jason Veil again.
And it fits too, like because I said also previously in the first draft, both of their skill, their cooldown is pretty much very similar with each other. So in this case, even if Kufra want to re-engage, Veil is still there to literally try to prevent him and control him once again with that wind blow. But now in this game, in this entire lineup, that we can definitely tell between both of these teams here, who is gonna be taking the worst part of this ticket, because I'm looking at pure aggressiveness once again on top of Team Resurgence here. I'm pretty sure KTP is going to be on this show, then followed by the Gutter Cutter and even the Balmer, just for good measure, just in case they manage to get on top of them. So they're pretty much, both teams is prepared for counter initiation and initiation inside this game.
Well, ladies and gentlemen here, looking forward to see how Game 2 is going to go here, because why, ladies and gentlemen, Dinivity Esports going up against Resurgence, and the draft has been set. Forza is sticking with the Link, and will he continue to stomp out opponent? Let's see, because it's all or nothing right now in towards game number 2. Divinity Esports with Swoop playing the Selena, going up against Forza. Can he land those arrows? Because it's all about objectives, it's all about taking how quickly the buffs away. So I think that Resurgence may consider contesting the buff rather early here, but as we know, 3 people down mid, they want to clear this, and they are heading down bottom potentially, but the Little Wonder is going to be contested here. Meanwhile, Divinity Esports, they are taking the red buff as priority, so there's no way Resurgence could be taking it in time. They will respect this and back off.
Now you can see also literally both of these teams trying to farm their way, trying to get towards this top, because they all know they need that level 4. But with the existence of Selena, although they can try to offer this any early game invasion, but the rest of the entire lineup fits better when they have that ultimate. And most importantly, we saw Sana in this bush just now before Thamos actually rotated to his top lane. But look at this rotation. Come in, Sana spots them out. He tried to escape with the Unbreakable, but sadly the amount of damage is able to bring up from Thamos, but he's able to out-juke away from the Cyclone sides. And beautiful zoning out coming from KZP to ensure that Soup doesn't really get the dive in. But look at the amount of damage that actually was able to bring out from that Selena.
Well, the power of the Selena has just been demonstrated here. Just like that, Resurgence top lane has pretty much been zoned out of the lane. Meanwhile, on the bottom side here, can they get a reply as well? Because W3D3 is pretty much all by himself here. Can he survive this? Because if he dies, that's kills all the way through, but here comes the pull as well. Fskn is still tanking the tower, but WQXD, he survived this with a glimmer of HP, and they do not want to overcommit their stay, and he survives. However, the top side here, Sana will get taken down. Dinivity Esports somehow prevails this fight.
Great Juki coming off for the flicker, coming off for WQXD. That literally bought him a little bit more time and dodged quite a significant amount of damage from the Tempest of Blade, and reaction from Dinivity Esports as well, like saying like, hey, you are ganking WQXD, we're gonna be ganking your top laner, and we'll definitely have a better chance at doing it because we have more damage and definitely more control. And with this, with that pickup as well, so will this first tier tower that's gonna go to the side here of Dinivity Esports.
You know, that fight down bottom here, 3 of them could have just dived the tower and kill him, but at the same time, they were in a range where they would have died. However, now Fskn with the Tempest Blade is gonna go burst down Soup here, so that's gonna be a nice pickup for him.
Yeah.
And that's the important one that he needs as well, because Dinivity Esports, they need to rely on Soup to go in for the damage, and that's how much damage the Selena is gonna bring to the table. However, sneaky plays by Sing. He's gonna try and snipe off the red buff. Can he go for it? WQXD is there. He's gonna make a run for it as well, as Sing will back off. As Resurgence, they are in no position to contest this right now.
But Sing already has given quite the amount of information towards his team. That's going to be allow Sana to try to literally cut the waves between the first tier and tier 2 tower, because he knows that there's currently 3 members at the bottom red part of the jungle here of Dinivity Esports. But still, look at this. Adamir trying to get his farm up, and KCB getting ready to engage at any moment notice here. And instantly jumps right into the mix here. Stallion was not able to connect, and the Little Wanderer will be taken away by Fskn.
Well, seeing how the mid place goes, Dinivity Esports, they are gonna try to make a jump here. WJ, can he find the right target here? Jason exposed himself, but at the same time, the turtle is gonna be the important one here. They heard the sound, and Resurgence, they pretty sure they know where WJ are. And the turtle is being focused out as Hila tries to make a dive into Sana. He tries to make a little bit of movements here, but Sana will disengage from that fight. So no King's Calling available in that fight here. So Sing, meanwhile, is gonna cut 2 creep waves in the base of Dinivity Esports. So that's gonna be an opportunity there, and Dinivity Esports, they have to back out because the lanes are going to be pushed back. Meanwhile, the turtle is going to get focused down. Fskn is running around right now, trying to go for the snipe here. Sana trying to right for the moment as well, and Jason can't seem to get into this fight. And here comes Sing. He's going to try and poke at the turtle as well. Weird Dragon catches on WJ. Can he survive this? The turtle gets slain by the Balmon, and Resurgence will take it. Now here comes the wombo combo from Jason. Gets one. Sing somehow survives this, and now the setup is there. Ruby will go in for the kill, but Resurgence, they're so low. They need to back out. They lose Sana, and his Ruby is alive. He's doing so much work. WQXD, my goodness.
Absolutely crazy. And the worst part about it was actually, we can sort of consider it as a turtle steal of Fskn. Find WQXD, but WQXD's main goal was Sing, who's a little bit more lower. But of course, if you can't get him, you can prioritize this lane. But anyway, a rotation culminated, and this is going to be allowing Adamir to secure a second tower for Dinivity Esports here. But Resurgence is not phased by this at all. They got the turtle, and now Sing walking right into the brush of WQXD, and with the ultimate, I'm offended. He gets pulled back. Abyssal Arrow connects on Sing. Sing still alive, trying to sustain for the creep, but sadly he does not have enough damage on his Cyclone Sweep. But cannot be saved for the same for the bottom lane. As the Tyrant Rage locks down Sana, he's trying to run. He's trying to do as much damage as possible, but will eventually fall in the hand of Adamir.
My goodness, the Adamir's popping off this game. He's got his itemizations here, and Resurgence, they boxed them in, but it allowed Adamir to go in for the 1v1s. And you can see Fskn is slowly but struggling here because of this lineup coming from Ruby. WQXD being a nuisance in this team fights here, and they know Resurgence is going to dive at their face. It seems to me Resurgence is going to have to pull back their stops a little bit here. Pull back their punches a little bit to figure out, hey, where do we punch the hardest? Because WQXD is not the right target to punch right now. As Dinivity Esports, they are going to fight back. Soup, he's got 2 kills in the back. Hila is also a target to be worried about as well. But how do they dive against Adamir right now? Sing, going to get pulled again. And as you can see, disruptive plays coming from WQXD.
By Mpl-Mysg finally revealing himself to try to not only allowing this wave to not push in, but also cancel it out away from W3D3. But here comes the rotation and gang coming in from the rest of the team. Of Team Resurgence and Sing trying his best, popping flickers, popping so long to try to run away. He's hard and holding down as much as possible. There's goes to be good, but Forza finally gets over to the backline. Managed to get his hand on Soup, drops the Tempest of Blade, but Sally was not able to get this kill and was not even able to save his teammate Sing at all.
Oh, Sing was out of position. He tried to set up with the team here, but unfortunately to say, Resurgence was in no position to provide the assist. They were too far off, and on top of that, Sana was defending against Hila up top, so that's going to be a tough one here. In this case, you can see Forza 101. He can't seem to find the right target here, but this might be it because WJ is dropping so low, but the turtle is going to be up for contestants here. Jason is in position, WQXD as well, but here comes Jason taking the little wanderer. It's stolen by WQXD, and the arrow connects on KZP. Does he want to engage? They dropped him half HP. Forza's down below. Animer is going to control the lane as well. Will Forza be able to fight this here? As you can see, they are at a stalemate. Meanwhile, Sing is up top pushing the top lane, so Hila is forced to defend against this. Meanwhile, Resurgence, they are going to try and snipe this off here. Kufra is there. WJ, can he catch it? Yes, he can, but Forza glides away to the wall, so that's not going to be able to pick him off. Meanwhile, KCB with the Way of the Dragon, pushing the wrong side, but here comes the jump from behind. Catches onto the Jason ult is there as well. They catch two. Dinivity Esports, they lose one, they lose two, but Adamir, he's still fighting. He's still alive. Forza can't seem to do anything. WJ will keep him in his tracks with the bouncing ball. Adamir will look for the next, and Jason is down. Forza struggling against this Kufra, and Jason will fall to Adamir as well as Dinivity Esports. They make a comeback. What a play right there.
Although it was such a beautiful engagement coming in from the Gato Catcher as well, but the control coming up from Ruby and also the lockdown from this Kufra as well literally put Forza in such a situation of predicament as well, because every time he wants to get a jump on Adamir, which he did, there's the pull, there's the bouncing ball, there's even the Tyrant Rage as well. Everything was fully committed on Forza, and really great patience coming out from the side of WJ. Although WJ was not able to connect it on the first engagement, but he was able to follow up in the second one.
Oof, the Ruby just doing so much disruptive work towards Forza here, so it's so hard for Forza to actually go in for the dive. Great initiation. Unfortunate to say, it was not enough damage here because this is so tanky, but unfortunate for them, they do find a straggler here. The Way of the Dragon is there as well. Does do a lot of damage, but Healer, so much damage, but eventually gets chopped down by Sink.
Really great shot there, really great pull up. But at the same time, they also already can anticipate a potential rotation coming up for the side of Dinivity Esports. And thankfully, our dear friend Sana was there to hold it up. But the Avatar the Guardian will be able to connect on Adamir. Sally is only going to be able to do a little bit more damage, but the main goal is to buy time. Sing is finally here into the fight here. For the first team fight, he's going to be able to participate, but the rest of the team decide to disengage and fall back because Forza is currently backdooring, and we're going to be breaking down this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, this is definitely the smarter play here from Resurgence. They know they can't contest against Adamir right now. You can see how confident and aggressive here Adamir can be, and as soon as Resurgence dived that without Forza, things would have went south. They managed to defend against this here, but seems to me Resurgence, they are going to try and capitalize on the mispicks and miscoms here from Dinivity Esports. Will they be able to catch them off? The split push are coming in. Sana taking a lot of damage here. Adamir, whoo! Hitting like a truck.
Hitting like a truck indeed. And is they find Forza popping the Tempest of Blade, trying to mitigate and try to escape as well, and he will. Thankfully, for sure, that Adamir and even worse, Arrow was able to connect on Sana, but sadly, there would not be a follow-up with that. But on the other hand, Sing trying to run away, getting ready to be holding down, but there's so much damage, especially in the face of Adamir, who's also nicknamed the Tank Shredder.
Oh, that's so hard to fight because right now Forza is going to pick a fight against Healer, but can he mow down this Tamus because it's so tanky? Instead, he's taking too much damage and he might bleed out here, but at the same time, will he survive? Nope, yes, he's going to be fine. He's forced to recall back, and Resurgence, oh, the little bit of miscomms here, but the little pickings from Dinivity Esports to get them low enough to isolate Sing all by himself. At this time, they will steal the buff for themselves here as Dinivity Esports, they are looking to bite back, and seems to me it is working out. Adamir will be focusing on the Lord here, and Adamir will try and carry the team all the way through. As Resurgence, they have no answer to this. They need Forza to make the play. He's only 1-1-2, and this Kufra, WJ, has been a problem for them.
Definitely a big problem for them as well, and soon finally picking up the Holy Crystal, so it's going to be doing a little bit more damage and sustain. But more importantly, let's look at Forza. He's always going to be split pushing. He knows the danger. He even tried to go one-on-one with Healer, but mainly because he wanted to see how much damage is Healer able to do. And at the same time, this is a prime example to see that why fighters is slowly being prioritized inside this game, because they're also great at dealing against assassins. Not only do they have enough sustain, but they have enough damage to out damage the assassin or hyper carries inside this entire game of MLBB.
Oh, there's so much vision control coming from Soup. Look at the mini-map as well. The vision coming on the blue buff was able to spot out roughly where Sing was, so he knows exactly where he is. And look at this, the arrow goes in and no, immediately catches him, and Sing is forced back here, and the abyssal trap up on top of the cliff was able to spot out Sing before he entered the bush here. So preemptively aiming for it, that was just beautifully done here coming from Soup. And because of that, another arrow coming in doesn't connect. Resurgence, they're forced to back out and they're choked against their base, whereas the Lord is going to be knocking down from the bottom side.
Really well played coming from KZP and even Sana for trying to push on the lane. But anyway, here comes Sing trying to hold on the line. Avatar of the Gun and not going to be able to come in, but they are trying to hit down this Lord. They're trying to push all the way through to the mix as well, but they are still trying to fall back. No minions, no more Lord. They disengage, but WJ has been able to give a little bit more vision and also buy a little bit more time for Hila to split push this top lane.
Oh, meanwhile, they're going to be pressuring the top side as well. Can they go for the pickoff here? Resurgence, they have to make a play. Great start here coming from Jason, not connecting here as they sidestep their way out of this. But the creep base will be cleared off. So Resurgence, they could be forcing in the creep. Whereas Divinity Spot, they can't seem to find an opportunity here because Fossa is online. However, the Adamir does not have the blue buff. They do not want to risk this yet.
Definitely do not want to risk this at all. But still, each lanes, each players, each teams are really trying their best, and WJ charging up the Tyrant's Revenge, but thankfully he decides to back off because he knows Adamir is not here, the rest of the team is not in a good position, and they are currently lacking of vision. Now this literally comes down to whether Divinity Esports is able to catch Resurgence out of their base, or will Resurgence able to try to pick them off before this next potential Lord fight, because both of these teams really want to get their hands on this Lord, and most importantly, Resurgence are not willing to give it away.
Well, he knows he's up here. They're going to be hiding out the bush again. But unfortunately, say Jason has have a really tough time with the Veil here. It does a little bit of a sidestep here for the W3D3. Nice pixel dodge there. Very crucial. Staring in the face of danger right at his doorstep. But as of now, you can see it is still a stalemate. 75 seconds left on before the Lord, but the itemization is going to be a long one here because as of now, you can see Fossa slowly but surely whittling down in terms of economy, whereas Adamir is does already have the brutal breastplate to begin with, so he's going to be spamming a lot much more as compared to before, so it's tough to actually burst him down. And Fossa, he does not have the utilities to work with right now. Not even the Blade of Despair.
No, really well played coming from Fossa, because right now what he's exactly doing is actually he's cutting creeps. He has the mobility. He knows that the kid that Link is able to bring inside this game, making full use of it. He's constantly cutting the creep wave, so at least in this way, Divinity Esports will not be able to seize them and slowly poke them out inside their own base. So this could be allowing Resurgence to have a little bit more breathing space and able to get a little bit more control inside of their jungle. That's pretty much why you see Soup just constantly throwing some random abyssal arrows inside bushes to see if you can able to spot out any Resurgence members.
Well, as you can see, the traps are being mobiled away here. With this trap up on top, he's going to be able to see everything here, especially from Soup. So this is going to give so much control in the jungle. Meanwhile, on the top side, they know what's up. Resurgence, they're going to pick a fight against Hila, but Forza, he does not have the damage to fight against this Hila. It's so painful and tanky here. This is something that's going to be a struggle here. But meanwhile, on the water side, the King's Avatar is there. Jason going to get the arrow as well. Not going to be able to go for the follow-up. Divinity flexing a little bit here as they will go in for the dive. But meanwhile, WKXD taking a little bit of damage here, but the sustainability is there. Sing goes in for a chop, but they can't kill him off. But the pullback is there. Sing will flicker away as Adamir will re-engage this fight, but unfortunately he does not have the blue buff to take up this fight. Meanwhile, Fossa is waiting. He's waiting. He wants to kill Adamir.
I mean, he's definitely still holding down the line and also waiting as well. But spots Adamir out, but he knows at the same time he's not ready to dive in and definitely not alone. And WJ getting ready to re-engage on top of him alongside with his teammate KZP because the Lord, the second Lord, is here. And we can see on the top lane, Sing is quickly trying to push out this split push this lane before he gets this Lord. But I mean, beautiful engagement coming from the WJ. But with the immortality, KZP will be able to get out, but will not be able to live for long as our dear friend Adamir is currently godlike. And Sana trying to hold on the line. Immortality's pop. Hila trying his best to hold out this lane, but double kill gonna be picked up on his top lane. 1v2 coming up from Hila. He's able to sustain, and he will eventually able to get a kill for himself, but beautiful movement coming out from Sing with his solo.
Why are you running? The Demon Underlord healer is back in drag. 2 guys, 2v1, no problemo.
Definitely no
Resurgence,
problemo.
they are going to try to snipe this way through, but Divinity Esports, they're putting them on their bunny here as Forza tries to cut the creep wave, tries to go for the play, but unfortunately to say, they're just too tanky. They do not have enough physical damage. Jason, they're going all out. However, they need the perfect setup, and so far, Divinity Esports, they have the understanding. They know they need to dodge all the spells coming in from Sana. They need to dodge every crowd control in order to survive this. And Resurgence, whew, they think they can do it again from game number 1, but Divinity Esports, they learned their lesson. Just dodge all the spells. That seems to be the play here. And so far, they can't seem to catch Adamir as of now. This carry to sidestep his way through. Divinity Esports, they're looking to carry his way through here. Adamir 802, unkillable as of now. And Resurgence, they need to find a way to kill him right now.
I mean, definitely for sure. It's going to be really difficult for them to catch on top of it, especially since Adamir is always constantly stacking his own character on top of other of his allies' characters as well, because he's so confident as long as he sticks next to WQXD and even with WJ, they will be able to control, and if Forza were to jump on him, he is so prepared to defend himself and fight against him. But Jason gets caught up by Soup, was able to do a little bit more damage, but Soup will have no choice but to flicker away towards his safety. And now Adamir, they're currently engaging on the second Lord. Forza getting ready to re-engage, giving a lot of vision towards his team, but his team is a little bit too far away. But then again, Sana getting ready to jump in with the Avatar, the Guardians, and Divinity Esports buying time, pulling back, but decided to turn around and go and jump onto KGP. But here comes our dear friend Jason, as he was able to melt down Soup. No more Abyss Arrow for you, but Adamir, he wants revenge, he wants his kill, and he will be legendary as he picks up Jason. But Forza is still split pushing towards his bottom lane.
Oh, the perfect bait there coming from KZP. However, they cannot fight against Adamir right now. Sing is going to out-sustain his way through. He's got items here, but once again, they are going for the creep wave fight here. Healer is giving chase. He's out of position. He's buying time for his teammates here. In this case, Jason is going to be out for a count here, but Sing, he's going to try to sustain his way through. But here comes Adamir. He's going to get a freebie. He flickers away, but can he buy enough time? He's buying so much time here. Sing, can he dodge his way through? Ooh. But no. Legendary for Adamir. And now, in the bottom side, Forza, blue and red buff once again. They have to play this split push. They have to drag this on. They need to find a way to kill Adamir. And Jason, he's level 15, but where's the damage coming from? They do not have it at all.
The best part about this entire game, Terrace, is that the fact that Divinity Esports just constantly are hesitating. They cannot really stack a full 5-man just yet because of the mobility of Forza, and then the fact that there's a potential split push coming from the rest of the team. So even if they do Lord, they had to be cancelled out once again.
Look at his items coming from Adamir. He's got a Brute Face Boss Plate for defense, and on top of that, more magic defense for every time he casts a spell with the Sliding Step, and the Athena Shield just because he wants to dodge the potential burst coming from Jason. However, Healer is going to go for the push as well. He's tanking his way through with half HP. He has 0 stacks in towards the Festival of Blood, but still, despite that, he's super tanky. Resurgence, they do not have the damage, but now the engagement comes in.
And it's like KCP, Johnson juking back and forth. Sadly, he would not be able to secure the blue for his team, but it doesn't matter. Look at what Forza is doing. Look at what Sing is doing. They have only one goal in mind. You want to do the Lord, we'll split push. We'll force you to split your team, and then I'll dive right back into the fight, making it a 4v4, where the terms is a little bit more in my favor. Adamir trying his best, but instantly spots out KCP. He's constantly jumping back and forth between taking the Lord and trying to zone out to see where is the rest of the team here. Where is Forza? But Sana gets caught out. Beautiful catch coming from WJ. Sana will be able to escape with Avatar the Guardian. And once again, Resurgence is able to buy more time.
They're buying time and time and time and time again. Because why? Right now, they do not want to go for a full flash commitment. And Resurgence, they understand. They have the experience. They know how to split push this fight. They want to separate Divinity as much as they can. Buy enough time. But seems to me, will he fall? Sing sidesteps his way. Flickers as well. Great disengagement. 4-man clumped up on Resurgence. You can see they're backing out. They're trying to catch up a couple stragglers here. But Sing will be focused down by Swoop and Healer instead. There's nothing much he can do, as Adamir doesn't even need to join that fight, where he's going to be zoning the members coming from Resurgence. And that's going to be Sing down once again.
And even with Sing down, Dinivity Esports is still not willing to try to push because of the existence of Forza with this lane constantly going back and forth. That's pretty much why we see Hila constantly not in the middle of this fight, because he's the only one that can really clear the lanes as fast as possible and try to rotate it down. But WQXC a little bit zoned out with the way of dragon. Thankfully, he has the flicker, so he will be able to escape. But now can say the same. It shouldn't happen again. But
oh no, look at this. The damage output from Jason is not enough. They're trying to buy time for Jason to get those items here, but the Lord is coming in here. 21 minutes has passed, and Resurgence, they have an answer to this here. They need to find a way to fight against Adamir. And Forza, he gets scouted out. Mpl-Mysg is there. He will sidestep his way through. He's trying to divert Adamir away here, but Resurgence, they can't seem to finish well. Forza taking too much damage, and he will bow out as Adamir will chase him down towards the grave. No blue buff for him, and now the Lord is going to be up for grabs. Divinity Esports, they're thinking to close this game. Can Resurgence defend against this without Forza in the pool? 40 seconds on the sidelines. Hila getting focused down by KZP here, but Hila is taking so much damage. The Purify is there. He comes back. What is this? Tango. He's tanking his way through. He bounces the ultimate. Eventually falls. He has no spell. Jason, can he finish him off? Hila sidesteps his way through, but he still survives. But no, finally gets taken down. Adamir already making work towards the Lord, down towards the last 2 bars. That's going to be Lord secured for Dinivity Esports.
Really well secured, and also most importantly, well played coming from Hila for buying this time. But the Lord still hasn't been taking it, but eventually it will fall. And now Sing has to run, but Avatar Guardian was only able to get a hold of WQXD. Adamir still having great positioning, great zoning up as well. He's going to be able to free hit. But look at Jason. He has to run. He's being caught up by both Swoop and WJ. And with that, Sing will fall. But before he leaves, Jason makes sure that he will be able to get an equal trade. But WQXD being zoned out. Forza finds Adamir. But sadly, Adamir just has a little bit too much damage. And Forza still alive, regenerating, and still will live to fight another day. But barely in the last second, Forza will live.
Such a close call, but at the same time, the Lord is going to be knocking down as well. Do they have the damage to defend against this here? RSG, they're throwing the whole bodies here. Adamir, he does not have the red buff. They're going to go for the commitment as well, but the Crystal getting focused down. Resurgence, can they defend against this? But no, Forza is going for the Mpl-Mysg. The Lord is down, 20% HP left, and Divinity Esports, they back out of this fight. Resurgence, they can't defend against this. How?
Dude, they can, just as long as Jason is still alive. But they just want to play a little bit more safe and prioritize another lane, trying to get the mid inhibitor. But look at so much damage! Adamir falls down with a beautiful combination from Jason, allowing our different Forza to assassinate him for good. Adamir dead for 40 seconds. WQXD dead for 50 seconds. Forza, Sing, Sana, they are all pushing all 3 lanes at once.
What a clutch there coming from Jason. He had the Divine Glaive in that fight. He got the perfect setup. He burst it down. Now, he switched his shoes for more cooldown shoes here. So we are going to be expecting more coming from Jason, but they bought enough time. Jason is online now. They got the right target. 20 seconds on the sides. Is this going to be an opportunity for Resurgence to close out this game? Because right now, Adamir is going to be back in 50 seconds. What can they do? Resurgence finally having their backs turned. They are going to push back. Can they catch him here? Jason starting this off. They're going all in. King Car Avatar comes in. Does not catch anyone. They take 1 turret, but the arrow connects on behind. Laying in some trouble. Forza taking too much damage. He has to reset this fight, but there's another one as well. But the arrow once again! Forza is down. Divinity Esports, they reply, but here comes Luke. He's gonna catch more. Adamir pushing everyone from Resurgence. Why are you running? They can't run. Jason forces them back, and they will have to disengage.
Dude, that was unbelievable. The first arrow, I was like, alright, fine. First time, lucky. Second time, caught on Forza right when Adamir was already on top of him, popping his ultimate. So instantly, what a great way to punish here. Forza being down literally forces the remaining members of Resurgence to fall back towards this defense. But without Forza here and Adamir still alive, they will be able to siege both of this lane inhibitor, especially when they are so low. Jason can only do so much, but he catches WJ and try to force him back. But a beautiful engagement, it will allow WJ to secure that top inhibitor.
Once again, Divinity Esports, they have the momentum again. They are pushing back. 50 seconds for the Lord. Resurgence, they need to find a way. Forza just respawn here, but no buff to avail. As you can see, Dinivity Esports, they are going to steal the buff away. Adamir will be taking the red buff. Will they be able to contest this here? Because right now, the minion is going to take a long time to actually take them down. Resurgence, seems to me, they are not contesting this.
Definitely, they're not willing to give this game up yet, just yet, ladies and gentlemen, because now they're both fighting back, both retaliating, and now it literally comes down to pure skills and mechanics, because there's no other strategies in this game. It's literally who gets the jump first, who gets caught first, and who gets punished for it.
25 minutes has passed. Dinivity Esports at a stalemate with Resurgence. But Resurgence, both teams here losing both sides of the turrets, and they have not been able to close out this game. Hilla waiting for the right moment. They're going for creep wave. Can he fight against Sing once again here? The Lord will respond. Ice Queen 1 being picked up from Jason. Switching up again here for a little bit more control. But Adamir already starting his job here. He's got the both buff. He's making work towards the Lord. Will they be able to survive this here as Dinivity Esports? They're going down bottom lane. They're focusing on the Hilla. They don't care about the Lord. They want to close out this game. And they are going to focus on Hilla. Here he goes. He dies down once again. But where's the minions? The minions are coming. The Lord is not going to be reset here. Dinivity Esports, they're backing out. Resurgence, they forced them back. The Lord has been reset. They got the pickoff. But now, KCP with the Way of the Dragon. They catch Adamir and the jump as well. Adamir, run! Where are you running? Resurgence are coming, but a big pull comes in. Swoop will finish them off. And a huge one from Swoop, and WJ destroys them all. 2 men down. But Adamir will get picked off from Sana. It's not over yet. Resurgence, they still have 4 men alive. Immortality is low, but Jason is alive. Jason with the double kill. He's looking for more. And Jason, but meanwhile, the minions up top. Resurgence, they have to defend against this. Sana is there. Can they cancel it? But no, WQXD is there. They will be fighting this year as Dinivity Esports, leaving him left alive. Resurgence, they're making the comeback. Can they end this game?
No, they can't end it just yet. No minions, no nothing. Thankfully, Sana was able to go back to the base. But Jason, what an amazing play, Terrence. Picking up all the kills, although Forza did fail, but Jason was able to step up and replace it, even if it's just temporary. Now, with only a lone siege tank, they need to make this work. Adamir is out in 30 seconds. Way of the Dragon holds down Hilla. There goes the wind blow and the wind blade, but it's still not enough. Looks like the rest of the Resurgence may not be able to end this game right here, right now. They had to fall back. They had to be safe, because Swoop and Adamir and WJ is currently here.
5 seconds left before WJ comes back. Likewise for Adamir, they had to back out. There's no point killing this Tamos. They can't kill him as well. The Heaven's Halberd being picked up from the side of Hilla as well. So this is going to do a little bit more negative HP reduction towards Resurgence, but still, it is a stalemate. They need the lane control. They need to take the Lord in the backs. Meanwhile, Duran's up on Jason. Ice Queen 1 as well to replace his shoes. No more shoes for Jason anymore. But that's the thing. That's the beauty of Whale. Due to time, over time with the stacks, he's going to have his movement speed. So it's going to be a tough one here for Dinivity Esports to catch him in this fight.
And also, the most importantly, Forza also swapping out his boots for that immortality, because he knows he's constantly going to be picked out, and he is so confident he's going to be able to come back even with immortality. But look at the minimap. Both teams, they know the win condition is not about who catches who. It's about who is able to take this Lord. If they get catch, it'll be pretty big. This is pretty much why we see WQXD constantly following where Forza is trying to go for, because they know the only lane that's left that Resurgence that needs to break is this top side. Adamir rotating and getting ready to engage. But look at this terrace. They're getting ready. Everyone's so quiet. Everyone's so stealth, dude.
They know.
They don't know.
I think they know. I think they know. But do they want to risk it,
yo?
No. But
there it is. Disengagement. But we're coming down to this bot lane once again. The same thing we saw just now. Tempest of Blade dropped down for Hilla. Here comes the re-engagement. But Adamir, he finds Forza. He wants him only. He has the Ripper. Sadly, Forza has to sacrifice Sing. Looks like Sing's trying to run away. And looks like, but sadly, Sing gets caught on guard with the Tyrant, but was not able to connect on the tower. But eventually, he was still fall. But Sing finally got the immortality, but it's a little bit too late. He's dead for a minute.
They cannot take the Lord. They cannot take the Lord. Look at the HP chunk. It's taking too hard. Adamir doesn't have the blue buff. Do they want to risk it though? Because right now, Resurgence, the creeps once again from Dinivity Esports are back against here. Sing 40 seconds on the sidelines. I don't think they can defend against this here. This might be the last push. The arrow comes in, doesn't connect. Dinivity Esports going for the dive, but Sana will going for the jump. But Adamir making work towards the turret as well. He's out of position, but the turret is going to be surviving for now. As Resurgence, they will back off.
Really well decision coming from the side of Dinivity Esports as well. They know that they stand a little bit better chance trying to siege them and try to force them back. But Adamir is hunting Forza. The hunter becomes the hunter. He drops the Tempest Blade, but Forza gets picked off and is dead for 60 seconds. What a beautiful engagement. What great confidence coming from Adamir.
What a great game set from Adamir. He knows Forza needs that blue buff. Without the blue buff, Forza is down for the count. And now Resurgence, without Forza, 48 seconds on the sidelines as well. Divinity Esports is going to be knocking as well. There's Immortality. I don't know how Resurgence is going to defend this here as well. As you can see, all the creep waves from Divinity Esports are pushed in. Sana goes in for a jump to creep wave as well. Can he go in for the tank? But he's doing a lot of damage. Sana survives this, but Adamir making work towards him. Jason will try and defend against Divinity Esports, but dropping so low. KZB looking for the heart. Adamir, you're in trouble. Why are you fighting against me? He's going to try and finish well. He slides his way. Adamir, can he finish well? And KZB takes him out. Resurgence, they defend. Adamir is down again. Forza is down, but they want to engage this. KZB still alive. WJ will back up, and Divinity Esports, they defend. They get back, pushed back, and Resurgence survives to live another day again. 31 minutes has passed. My God, Leonard.
My God, dude. KZP, you mad titan of Resurgence, instantly going for Adamir, zoning up, and also even picking him off. And the best part about it, Forza was gonna come out in exactly 16 seconds. Now, Adamir is dead 29 seconds, but this is a prime moment where they know they can try to go for this Lord, but they still gotta be very careful about it. WJ trying to hold down the line as much as possible. Abyssal Arrow not connected, but Su gets caught by KGP. With the way the Dragon, follow up with the Avatar and the Guardian will seal Su's fate. But on the other hand, Jason gets picked up. Now they're trying to hold on the line. Lord gets low. Lord gets stolen away from Resurgence. Divinity Esports, they are doing it. They are bringing it back towards this game. And Forza is also dead for the count. And Adamir is currently spawned back.
WQXD with the clutch. They take down 4. KZB's left. The Lord is knocking in. Resurgence, they lose this game. And Divinity Esports, very convincing game of game number 2. Close call indeed, but it's all up to KZB to defend against. But the Lord is going to chunk his way. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 3. We're going to game 3. Divinity Esports, they've done it.
Absolutely amazing coming out for the side here of Divinity Esports. They pull through, they hold long. But the thing is this, remember, Resurgence was on the back end of this wall. They got stuck there, but you know that term, right? You know that term where you never force a wolf to a corner because it will start fighting back. And Resurgence, step by step, even if it's a smaller step as well, we saw Forza, we saw Sing and Forza constantly split pushing, cutting the creep waves, trying to delay all these waves from coming in because they're so confident that Jason will be able to defend and nuke down the wave before they could even try to siege. But despite all the gates being dragged out, the amazing plays coming up from the team here, I believe even if WQSD didn't steal the Lord, I think Resurgence might be able to delay a little bit, but I still believe the game would have ended because 4 of them actually fell.
Yeah, it was insane run right there here. Just because of how crucial the moments was for Divinity Esports and Resurgence, because that fight, like, they knew that Forza was not able to fight that. Like, they were getting controlled by the Ruby, they were getting controlled by Kufra. It was just so many fight all the way through, and you can see Resurgence, they went all out going for the fight. And it was the Lord that actually took the MVP. Honestly speaking, when Resurgence fought at that stage, and it was 30 minutes in the game, Lord was hitting so hard, and they needed some kind of regeneration. Even the Little Wanderer was a huge chunk of HP to actually take down here. But of course, let's go to the highlights here, as we're going to see towards the highlights. This is pretty much how it went down. Okay, so starting off, we saw a little bit of nice combos. Divinity Esports, they were struggling to pick off Adamir. You can see Adamir with the blue buffs. They're just getting focused down time and time again. And Divinity Esports was able to kind of control this. And look at this, WJ, he set his targets as Forza. And I know during draft I said, bouncing ball to catch him off guard. And as soon as Forza comes in, he immediately pops the bouncing ball, making sure he cannot get out of that fight all the time.
No, and it's just really crazy as well, because I think like what really definitely the very clear thing that Resurgence actually did was they actually dragged the game. like, the thing is that even though they tried to delay as much as possible, they still dragged the game, and until the point where the hyper carry marksman, where Adamir was super set in stone. And remember, he's a tank shredder, and it's still, the amount of damage he's able to bring is still the same towards Forza, who's even more squishy than the tanks as well. So when the game started dragging out, although there was some beautiful pickups coming from the rest of the team of Team Resurgence, but the constant sieging, the constant pickup, and the amount of damage Adamir is able to bring towards this game, and especially since he's going towards his later part, and this is the most important team fight here, Terrence.
Yeah, this is definitely the team fight that I really want to talk about as well, because when remember where Adamir forced everyone from Resurgence to run, but in this position, Adamir was surrounded by everyone in this team fight. But what made this super nice was that WJ was there to pull them into a choke point. Adamir lured them all the way to this bush to allow WJ to go in for the Tyrant's Rage and just slam everyone from Resurgence. And because of this 3-man getting stabbed in, it allowed a little bit of opportunity to just go in for the dash and just swoop out and a huge chunk of damage. And this is what I'm talking about, right? Selena, he does not have a really strong AoE spell. But when it comes this close in the clump, it does so much damage. Look at this momentarily here, because you can see as soon as this happens, boom! Swoop was just doing so much damage in that fight because 3 of them just bled out. And despite that happening, Resurgence still managed to survive this team fight, which was kind of insane because if you think about it, Divinity Esports took that fight 3v5.
And especially the amount of damage that Jason is also able to bring towards this late is absolutely insane. But beautiful control. I love this way of the Dragon Fallout with the Avatar the Gunner instantly denying Swoop. But what exactly happened was, if you guys saw from the top lane before Jason fell towards this Ruby or WQXD, was the fact that they straightaway dive. They were so confident to dive on this Jason because they saw Avatar the Guardian was already being charged. The minute it was initially started, they dived in. Tyrant's Revenge, I'm Offended. They dumped everything on Jason, and they know Jason, he has no flicker. He has only a Purify, but a Purify can only get you so far, and instantly gets caught, gets control, and instantly picked off. And without any more damage dealers, and don't forget, he got a kill, a double kill on not just Jason, but Forza, and even stole the Lord away.
Yeah, and top of that as well, really nice plays coming from Resurgence, because if you think about it, when it came down to the final fight, if you think about how they needed the damage dealer department, right? Forza was the main damage dealer from Link, likewise from Jason. Besides those two, there was not much damage being done. And you can see Sana had to slowly transition her damage in order to fulfill that role.
Correct.
But despite all that has happened, Jason sold off his shoes to get even more damage.
Yeah.
And it wasn't enough because ever since he goes down and Forza goes down, Divinity Esports like, hey, Jason goes down, the only person we need to worry about is Forza. But everyone for research will be diving onto his Adamir. So for Adamir to survive that, it was a really, really tough call. But eventually, when he swapped out his item, I think he swapped his Athena shield and swapped back his Thunderbelt, things got a little bit better. But even with that, it was so hard to kill Adamir.
Yeah. It was also an insane game, like a really hard game for Forza as well. Like, despite him getting all his early initial items as well, but when the game started dragging, when both literally, an assassin is only strong because in the early game you're able to set the tempo for your team. That way, by the time you hit the late game, you will be the dominant side. But it doesn't work where in a scenario like this scenario, where your opponent is just as strong and pushing you back. So the fact that Forza and the rest of the team is able to bring back the game and drag it this long, and even manage to get so many items out until the point they had to sell shoes to get better ones. I can tell you this, Resurgence pulled everything, their wits and skills to try to win this game for themselves. But with such a lead on Divinity Esports, and especially Adamir, who did an exceptional job, but not as exceptional with WQXD and WJ. Really well played coming for both of these two tanks.
Yeah, WJ and WQXD, they were just so, okay, WJ, he was doing the right roles. He was making sure he's keeping Forza in check. But WQXD, he was so tanky in that fight, and Healer as well. It was so hard to actually kill that fight. Yes, they had the Durance up on Sana, they had the Durance up on Jason here. They even had the Halberd up on Forza just to deal with that. Despite all those kind of regeneration, Hila and also WKXD were just sustaining his way through. And on top of that, WKXD had full itemizations. He was just able to sustain whatever in that team fight, which is insane because I don't think that was the right target to actually kill. But on top of that, I was surprised. These are tanks, okay? These are tanks. You need a tank shredder that carry to destroy them. And I'm really surprised RSG was able to held them back so long despite all that happening.
It's such a really amazing fight coming from all.
He could have went anyway.
It could have gone anyway for sure. Yes, like there's just so many moments where we thought it was just gonna end. Then Resurgence came back. The Dinivity fought back. It was bouncing back and forth. No one knows who's going to be taking this win. But anyway, from this post-game strats here, Rich Guy is of course going to be healer here, followed by the carry is going to be Jason, who did so much damage. Sandbag's going to be the one who tanked the most. It's going to be Sync with his Balmond, and the forgotten one is going to be WJ with 12 assists inside this game. But look at this entire thing, right? The entire time Jason was just prioritizing and just wave clearing, dragging the game, trying to hold down the line, just buy a little bit more time for the team. His position was really great until the later part where the Lord pick just really unfortunate. No one was there to back him up.
Yeah, I like how like RSG, right? Like you see the damage output from Sync, which is no surprises. He's been spinning his way through, but Forza was struggling to deal damage because initially you were looking for the initial burst, but every time he tries to go for a fight, Dinivity Esports is going to shut him down because they have the Kufra to just slow his push in that kind of engagements here. But what I really want to touch upon was that when you look at Jason, he had to do all the damage because of Forza not being able to engage in this kind of situation. He was doing all this damage, but I wanted to highlight a point where Adamir on the carry, he understood what was going through the minds of Forza. Time and time again, you know that if we take the enemy's buff, enemy side jungle of the buff, Ling has the ability to go back to his base. He opted to prioritize going back to his buff, catching Forza all by himself, which is insane because if you think about it, Ling without a blue buff is not going to be able to jump wall to wall. And on the foot, on land, he does not have a shoes. He's going to be easy pickings for Forza, for Adamir, and he's not caught Forza not once, he's caught twice on by himself, which is insane because the timings on him to actually pick him off was unpredictable, but it definitely caught Forza off guard.
Yeah, it's definitely off guard and just really unfortunate. Literally, when I saw Forza fell down in front of Adamir, who's so fast, I was just like, you know what? A very big oof for you. Seriously, really unfortunate the fact that Forza really fell there, and knowing that he has no boost is as well either. Now, this game 2 was absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Really crazy, the fact that they were a little bit more, we can definitely tell that Dinivity was a little bit more prepared. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly bring out the MVP for game number 2. It's gonna be your boy, Adamir with this carry. Oh my god, really amazing stuff, dude. Look, the amount of time he bought for himself, 13, 3, and 5. That just shows not only how amazing his positioning was, but also at the same time how much his team was willing to take care of him and support him throughout any engagement coming up from Forza.
Yeah, seeing how Adamir was able to carry his way through here, but honestly, it was insane. It was nuts to watch Adamir perform at that level there because he was just outplaying all the way through and learning from game 1. Okay, I was expecting like, hey, if they ban off Adamir's hero, that's it. But now Adamir's heroes is back on the pool. Things looked a little bit different for Dinivity Esports. From game 1, you can see Resurgence was pulling the same strategy coming from game 1. And in game 2, Dinivity Esports adapted so quick. They dodged the crucial spells. They dodged all the AoE spells from the side of Resurgence and then re-engaged fights time and time again, which was very nice to watch because from just one game, one really, really tough game from side of Dinivity Esports, which they said they surrendered, but game 2, hey, we learn from our mistakes, we adapt, we evolve, and guess what? They change.
Yeah, they definitely changed and definitely evolved to a more better player than themselves here. But either way, game number 3 is just going to be just as intense because now, literally, Resurgence has to really think on this backbone where they're like, all right, we cannot just simply like pick picks if we want to go for at this point. We need to pick picks where not only will secure our early game potential, but also the late game at the same time. Because both teams, if you realize as well in this game now too, when one's farming, the other one's farming as well. There was a little bit more of a laid-back action coming from the side here of Resurgence. So in game number 3, I believe Resurgence is going to be a little bit more offensive. And then this is the part where Dinivity has to prepare for such an incoming aggression that might be coming or being shown on the side here of Resurgence.
Yeah, that's the thing about game number 3, right?
Yeah.
When Resurgence has so many versatile play styles and strategy. They stuck with one coming from game 1, game 2.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure game 3 they're gonna pull out different strategy. This is where Dinivity Esports they have to adapt again. So they will be on the receiving end. Whereas Dinivity Esports so far they've been relying on Adamir all the way through. So I'm looking forward to see how they can deal with Resurgence in Game 3, considering that they called out Resurgence as 4th best Singapore team.
Yeah,
Wow.
that is true. That's really true and really fun to be. But anyway, thank you all so much, viewers, for joining us ever since from the morning until now. You guys are really amazing. And of course, sorry for if I overextended, because I felt like I shouted a little bit too much today in this game. So rip ears, so sorry. Love you guys so much, by the way. Terrace, anything else you want to say before you leave?
Well, we'll see you guys for game number 3 here, as we're going to be taking a short break for now.
Ciao.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no Kagaki will defy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this will make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike. Spirits of Northern Vale, guide me! People of Northern Vale may be defeated. We never had Spirits of Northern
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
welcome back from that short break after such an intense game that we casted. So most importantly, guys, have you drank water? Because it has been a very, very epic game so far.
Yeah, seeing how the epic game is going to be going here, I'm actually looking forward to see how it actually goes down for game number 3. Honestly speaking, for those of you who do not know what happened, Resurgence and also Dinivity Esports are tied 1-1. We are going to be heading into game 3 as of now. Dinivity Esports, they proved themselves in game number 2. With Adamir on the carry, it's definitely a force to be reckoned with here because they definitely caught off guard and adapted extremely quickly against Resurgence's playstyle coming from game 1. And now going to game 3 is back to the drawing board here. Will Resurgence still stick with their drafts, stick with banning of Adamir's heroes, or are they going to stick with bringing something new to the table? Because the Diggy was supposed to be played on game 2, I guess, but it was banned off by Dinivity Esports. So defeating Diggy is something I'm looking forward to see again. But I think it's pretty clear that Dinivity Esports are aware of this, okay? You're in the pros, you're in the regular scene, you're definitely going to be watching the games as well. And obviously, they are going to be studying and preparing for themselves. Man, Dinivity Esports, they are faring well with all these teams. And against Resurgence, 1-1, not an easy task to do.
Yeah, definitely for sure. 1-1 with the previous champions as well. A feat which anyone, they all can literally go bright at anyone at all. But anyway, let's bring out the audience prediction once more to see how is the... Looks like the ratio still unchanged. 97% and 3% being on Dinivity Esports' favor here. Now, this third game here, like in the second game, I already anticipated.
No, actually after this match, like honestly, after game number 2, like if game number 2 was in game number 1, I would be saying like, dude, this audience prediction should be somewhere like 70-30. I still think Resurgence is gonna win like 70%, 65%, somewhere along like after game number 2. But after seeing game number 2, it's tough. It's really tough to decide whether or not Dinivity Esports is gonna overcome this year, because I've mentioned this time and time again, their biggest threat was banning off Adamir's heroes. Like the moment Adamir lose out his heroes, games gets really, really tough. In this case, game number 1, they forced him to play Kadita, which is not usually the main carry role hero. When Hila was forced to play Bruno, things went a little bit, didn't go too well.
It went very south.
Yeah, it went very south very quickly here as well. Resurgence was able to capitalize on that. But now coming to game 3 here, do they continue to ban Adamir's heroes? Or will Dinivity Esports punish Resurgence? Because, I don't know, it seems like they figured out the formula here. But we don't know, because right now, momentarily, we will be finding out. Because why? Right now, in 5 seconds time, we are going to be heading into the drafts for game number 3 to find out how are they going to be drafting here. Will Resurgence continue to ban Adamir's heroes, because he has proven himself to be a force to be reckoned with here. Standard ban so far, Uranus and also the Yuzhong being taken out. Nothing out of the ordinary yet.
Yeah, true. Definitely nothing out of the ordinary just yet. But I wouldn't be surprised that if they want to ban out Adamir's hero. But at the same time, it also wouldn't be so surprising if they don't, because like the Adamir carry was actually in the third. Instantly. No, I love it. The drafting for Dinivity is a little bit more on point, where like they know, like Dinivity instantly knew that this game for Resurgence might just first pick this Diggy hands down in the first 2 pick. They just have that much amount of confidence. But same goes for Dinivity Esports. That third pick phase, they actually lock in the carry after witnessing the Gutter Catcher and the Belmont pick on the side here of Resurgence. So I think pretty much at that point, Resurgence, they're just like, okay, our tanks are going to be shredded like crazy. So in this game here, Resurgence pretty much have a rough idea, like, okay, if we want to ban out heroes of Dinivity Esports or in Adamir's, we need to get off the one that really hurts our team the most here. So final ban, still hovering over it, whether they want to ban out this Khalid or they want to ban out this carry.
Ooh, there's so many other heroes in the pool as well, considering that do they want to prioritize ban here? Because right now, Dinivity Esports, they've shown the respect ban. They ban off the Diggy. This time they will ban Swoop Selena, which proved to be a big threat in game number 2 as well, with the vision control, as well as with this arrow catching not once but twice onto Forza. That was not an easy thing to do, because when it comes to prediction aiming on the Selena, especially on skill shot, it's not an easy thing to do. But this time they will get the Khalid in the back, so Dinivity Esports will be getting WQEXD's Khalid for the first pick. Resurgence, how did they reply this year? Baxia is still in the pool, but they did ban Baxia in the last game, so which is kind of surprised. But they will get Hilda for themselves. So this is going to be textbooks, I guess, coming from both these teams. Whereas Resurgence, do they pick the carry away from Adamir? I'm not surprised. Nope, it is going to be the Yishun Sin.
They won't, because this time they realized, like, okay, if they want...
No more Link. No more Link.
Yeah, this is Resurgence's way of saying to Divinity Esports, like, you want to pick your carry, you can, because I also have a marksman as well to go toe-to-toe with you and the rest of your team here. But now with the existence of Hilda, which Divinity Esports has been banning Hilda for the past 2 games, now Hilda in the hands, I'm pretty sure it's going to be in the hands of KZP. He is going to be zoning out so many members of Divinity Esports.
It might be a sync Hilda as well, because that's the beauty about flexibility, right? But Divinity Esports, they get the Atlas, they get the Gadot Kacha. So there's gonna be a lot of AoE controls coming from Divinity Esports. On top of the Raging Sandstorm, on top of the Atlas, on top of the Gadot Kacha, there's just wombo combos all the way from Divinity Esports. And without the Diggy to get out of this sticky situation, this is pretty tough, because Resurgence right now, they're deciding what do they draft here, because from side Divinity Esports, you can see they are passing the phone towards Fenrir to actually figure out what do they want to pick.
No, but I think it works in Resurgence's favor as well, because now at least they have the rough idea if they go for this Balmon. The reason why they will go for this Balmon because they're so confident that there are 3 heroes and all they are is just ultimates and skills. They are still going to be throwing bodies on top of Resurgence member. So at the same time, Resurgence tells them, alright, we'll throw it back at you. We just now need to ensure that you do not have any other mid support that can amplify your entire laning here.
No, AoE controls, they've got it, but lane control wise, Khalid and Gadot Kacha is pretty okay. Still playable as well. Hilda is there. I'm still looking for it. Is this going to be a support Khalid, or is it going to be a flex pick off lane Khalid? Or is it a tank Khalid? But they will ban off Harif and carry again here.
This is a good ban.
Adamir heroes again.
Correct.
Roger is banned. Yichin is the only one there again. So Resurgence, they will learn their lessons coming from game number 2. Sticking with the game 1's draft, completely denying all of Adamir's heroes. And now it's stuck to Adamir. What is he going to play? Because there's no carry, there's no Harif, there's no Roger, there's no Yishin Sin. He is forced to play the Claude in a way, but we have not seen him play the Claude yet. And he's opted to prioritize the Bruno over the Claude. We have not seen him play the Assassins as well. And if he brings up the Hellcurt or even the Freya in this regards, things will be a little bit different. But I don't know. It feels like they're struggling here, but the Kufra will be banned up instead. So I don't think they will play the Link. The Link is up for grabs, but Divinity Esports here. I don't think Adamir plays it though.
No, the thing is this, right? Like, whether it's what he can play or not, in this case, is more like what this team just do not want to face and what they can negate their entire lineup and composition. So Resurgence, they're trying to first play here, they're trying to decide, do they want to get initiated here? Or do they want to get this mage support here?
Yeah, they need Swoop and Jason's heroes right now. And Jason, yes, he's been playing Veil for quite some time, but he does have a lot of variety of pools heroes. There's a Chang'e, there's a Valir as well. It's all up to there. And seems to be they will take the Chang'e, Farsa will be banned off, so Swoop does not have the Selena available. So there is going to be the Valir up for grabs if they want to. But considering there's so much wombo combo there, the Valir would be a great setup on top of the wombo combos coming from Divinity Esports. But Purifies are pretty much a must coming from Resurgence, I think.
I feel...
But I don't know. Now it comes down to the...
Because I was looking at, like, on the side of Divinity, either Kagura or freaking Veil, because we saw him playing Veil as well. And the best part about it, he still dares to say Veil was his back. But looks like they're turning the tables. Okay, so they decided, alright, since on their team, and it works too, because on the side of Resurgence, none of them has control. They have damage. They have burst, but no control.
Dude, okay, like... The Ling is great to catch off the Yishun Sin.
Dude, so
but
many of them.
I've not seen Adamir play I've not seen Adamir play Ling at all.
I mean,
so I'm not sure how it's gonna go.
I mean,
but this is gonna be a struggle here. If he knows how to play it that well,
I mean,
It's gonna be hard.
let me tell you something, Terrence. This game is all about first time for everything. We also never saw
It's
Chiku.
all or nothing, man.
Yeah, it's all or nothing, ladies and gentlemen. And
No
instantly,
way.
Zero. Come on.
No
No,
way.
this is it, ladies and gentlemen. They are going full head on with this. And the thing is this, Resurgence are at the back of the wall. They now understand the fear of having lack of information, because now the fact that, like you said, none of us have seen Adamir. Same goes for Resurgence. I'm pretty sure they also assume that this person may not know how to play an assassin, but with the existence of this Link pick and with the drafting as well, they cannot control, so they fully dedicated. Fine, pick a D-roll, pick anyone to fully jump on him. If they come to us, we'll burst them. We'll fight them. Don't care about control. We already have no control as it is.
Yeah, like with the Diroff, there's gonna be a lot of sustainability. And with the Kufra ban out, final ban from Dinivity, seems to be they understood that what needs to get done. The Link pickup was a surprise factor for me.
It was
but
a surprise for me too.
I don't know, it seems like they got something up their sleeves here. Dinivity Esports, they're looking to close the game, and Resurgence, I don't know, man. Like, this is gonna be a tough game here. It feels like it's gonna be a tough game, but ladies and gentlemen here, this is gonna be game 3, the decided match of who takes this series between Dinivity Esports and Resurgence. We're heading off the game here with the blue side, Adamir playing on the Link, and Sana playing the
Diro, yes.
Sana?
Yes.
Playing the Diro?
I'm not surprised.
What?
I'm not surprised. I saw Singh playing the Bellman the last game. He's still going to play in this game. But KZP with the Hilda are going to be very aggressive, and I hope he's able to get that momentum inside this early game before it drags out, because it gets quite scary towards this late game as well, with very little control and so much team fight potential on the side here of Dinivity Esports. Perfect match connects, but sadly it's not going to be enough to kill KZP, because come on, he's Hilda. He lives in the bushes, you know?
Yeah, speaking of bushes here, because as of now, you can see Resurgence going up against Dinivity Esports. They're going to be trading a little bit more, but the Khalid actually opting to rotate down mid. So they're going to be a little bit aggressive here, but Forza has not been able to get his blue buff here. Adamir is going to think to try and punish this here. He does have the retribution available, but he's taking a lot of damage here. KZP with a huge swing there. Adamir taking a lot of damage here, overextending, gets punished, and Forza will take him down. So that's going to be 1 kill for Jason actually, not Forza.
Either way, still great, and great for the team as well, because that really just slows down the pace a little bit. But then again, Adamir will eventually come back to the lane, because he is a lane with finish points. It's literally like a casual walk in the park, just coming back from the base and home. WQXD able to sustain the lane with a quick sand guard and still able to dish out quite the amount of damage with that Desert Tornado. But look at this bottom lane, instantly beautiful rotation going to be allowing Forza to get a first kill inside this game on Hilla.
Oh, this is not a great game here for Adamir. He's died once already. He doesn't have the blue buff, but however, KZB getting connected with the stuns here, WJ. But do they have to follow up here available? Because the mountain is moved. Because KZP, he's making a run for here. He's super fast. Retribution has been used, and he's going to be his kill still coming from Adamir. So securing the kill for the economy here from Adamir is going to be very, very important now.
Definitely for sure, really great picked up as well. But then again, KCP did quite the amount of work, just constantly zoning, constantly increasing his own presence inside this game, where like, if you don't keep your eye on me, then you're gonna be entirely regretting it. And the amount of space he made as well just allowed the D-Roff and the rest of the team to just constantly just pushing this wave and get that level advantage. But once again, KCP just doing his usual thing, popping in back and forth. And remember, in the jungle, that's Hilda's territory.
Yeah, speaking of which, Resurgence, they are leading by 2k advantage here. WJ will try to make a little bit of nuisance here, but Hilda is just super annoying, just constantly pressuring the middle lane. Adamir does not have the blue buff, and we know Link, without the blue buff, is going to struggle, as Resurgence is going to continue to go in for the push here. You can see WQXD going to go for the fight. Sana going for the backlines as well. There's this Raging Sandstorm connect. WQXD does not finish him off, but now here comes the Tempest Blade coming for Adamir. He's going to go finish him off, but KZP was waiting for him, goes in for the swipe, dunks his ass out of here.
Oh, so beautiful as well. That's going to be the first stack on the list as well. And the best part about it, even another beautiful kill coming from the side here for the team here. But what's even more better, KZP was the one that got gunned on, was the one engaged on, and still was, in the end, was able to punish Dinivity Esports for it in their own jungle.
Yeah, and Resurgence 4-1, and seems to me, this game, Adamir is not having a great time with the is a Ling right here. And without the blue buff, like I said, it's going to be a tough one. Whereas KZB, he's making space here. He's going to go for a push as well. Mpl-Mysg has been pushed as well, as now the Ling tries to go for a steal, but no, Forza will take the turtle. And Animer, without the blue buff, he will be left out in the open, and Sana will finish him off. WJ does not have the fatal links as well, and Divinity, they are forced to back out of the fight.
This is exactly what I was saying, right? It's about taking the initiative, constantly forcing back in this entire early game with this first held-up fight. But ooh, Jason gets caught out, but he still lives. He still lives to fight another day. And KZP will be getting that third stack and even a tier 2 tower on top of that.
Resurgence, 13k advantage here as Divinity Esports will be pushed back here, and it's really rough here considering that Animer does not have the blue buff, and Resurgence, they had the contingency to punish him, and KZB did a beautiful job in that hand. Look at this, once again, KZB, he's gonna try and find attacks as well. He's gonna get dived in by 3 people, but he is so tanky. Fatal Links is available. WQX, they force the Raging Sandstorm as well, but KZB, he's still out-tanking this. How is he not dead? And he's gonna make a run. Eventually, he dies out, but there's gonna be so much space being drawn away because Resurgence is going to capitalize on pushing the top and bottom turrets.
That is correct, and this is exactly why you see Hilda always being prioritized as a pick because of his early game potential, able to tank a lot of damage, and even with his passive, he's able to regen and get those shields by just walking inside a bush. Although the downside of the Hilda is that when the game starts dragging out, he will not look as tanky as he's supposed to be feeling it.
Well, seeing how this go, a little bit more vision here being shown from side of Resurgence. They know where Divinity are. They're all grouped in, but KCP, he wants to fight. He goes into push. WJ will immediately pop off. Sing will be zoning from the back lines as well. Divinity Esports, you can see Jason making sure he set his eyes up on Anime. Meteor Shower has to push them back as well, as Soup is taking a lot of damage. A little bit of stickers coming in as well.
Dropping down all the emos to say like back away, but instantly, look at that, so much more damage. Jason just constantly hammering, especially with the blue buff in hand. It's definitely not, it's going to be a very easy fit for him. But look at it, they're trying to zone him out, trying to create enough presence so that Forza can easily solo this second turtle for the team here. And of course, with the Little Wanderer and his passive coming out for Forza, it's going to be a very easy gain for him.
Yeah, even more vision away being thrown again here, and Divinity Esports, they're chalked all the way back in the base here. And Resurgence, they know they're getting pushed back, and Jason is just pulling them back. They don't want them to come out of base to farm at all. And Divinity Esports, they're really struggling in this game. And like I said, they need creep clear potential, and Atlas is just not that great in that thing, in clearing creep waves.
No, the thing is this, right? Like, whether it be crit waves or not, right? Resurgence is just really doing a really great job fighting around their pure kit, which is really great in this early game, and just constantly applying pressure, asserting dominance, until the point where not only would they get a lot of kills and force mistakes out of Divinity Esports and our position, but now all the towers and including their jungles of Divinity Esports now belongs in Resurgence's hands.
Oof. This is really hard to watch because right now Divinity Esports, they have to somehow defend against this, but at the same time the admin needs his blue buff, and Resurgence, they're making sure he does not get it. And Jason has a blue buff in Chang'e, and this Chang'e is technically now to a stage where he's like hard core into this stage of the game, and he's gonna do so much damage. He's 3-0 and 3. His Meteor Shower starts to take a lot, and you can see Soup and WJ respecting the power of that, and to be able to make a comeback from that, I don't know, like Ling, yeah, without blue buff, it's struggle. You saw how Forza struggle as well, but Jason with a Meteor Shower just tickling his way through. The chop comes in from Sing. Divinity Esports, they fall, they lose 3, and Resurgence, they will close out the tier 3 as well. Adamir with the Tempest Blade, not gonna do much here as Resurgence, they're pretty healthy in this fight.
Dude, and I love the fact that Jason showered them with stars and instantly fall out with a little counter, but looks like they're not going to be dragging the game any more longer as they hit the crystal, and Resurgence will be taking game number 3 with such ease and early game domination.
Yeah, so...
Oh, they're going crazy! They're going wild! Resurgence! But look at KZP, he's just like... Normally, you only see this kind of excitement coming out from KZP, but Fenrir, Sing, Sana, Forza going absolutely crazy, and KZP is just like... Literally, his face was like, why is everyone so excited? it was a game in the bag. Why? He's smiling and he's like, what's going on? Why is everyone going crazy? Absolutely insane. But either way, well played by Resurgence, knowing the kid that brings out to the potential of this early game. Constantly pressure, constantly
Yeah, no,
aggressiveness.
actually, I'm a little bit curious to see who's the MVP here, because if you think about it, KZP was snowballing his way through.
KZP.
It was. I can argue it's either KZP or Jason.
No.
But at the same time, I think it's tough, because at the same time, like, Adamir was just getting choked all the way, and the first thing that strikes my mind is KZP.
Yes.
To open the tempo of the game, but Jason was doing so much damage with the meteor shower, just zoning off all of them back.
Terrence.
Where I don't know who's the MVP, man. Like,
Terrence.
it's
Chant with me.
What?
Chant with me.
What?
KZP. 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 But either way, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the highlights brought to you by YouTube, powered by Cellcom, where we're going to be seeing all the amazing plays coming out from both of this team. But more likely, going to be seeing how KZP currently, his positioning, his zoning, and his aggressiveness constantly really set up the team and allow Jason to
actually,
pull up a lot
on
of skills.
second thought, after seeing these highlights, I think Jason is the MVP. Just because of how nimble. He got the first blood, he was able to catch them out of position and get those kills. But at the same time, this play here from KZP was nice, but he still died.
No.
So, I think Jason is MVP.
It's arguable, but I still feel KZP still does it because like
Look at Jason. He's doing so much work here. Even his highlights. Come on.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure Jason is the MVP.
Come on, that highlight is only showing the amount of damage bringing inside this other game. If you saw it directly behind the scenes, KZP was constantly zoning and setting up for the team. But anyway, that's going to be all from the highlights here. And now we're going to be checking out the itemization coming out from both of these teams here. And just
Yeah.
WQ extra.
I don't know, man.
Whoa.
What items, man?
Look at the amount of damage.
No. What items, bro?
Dude, I mean,
This is gotta be the shortest game in history of MPL, man.
Look at the amount of swords coming on WQXD.
Dude. This is gotta be the shortest game in history of MPL. Like, I don't know, man. Like, this was so smooth that Resurgence just stomped their way through. But MVP is none other than Forza. Yes, he had the most farm, but I don't know. The mountain.
Let's call it out. Who do you want? I want KZP. What about you?
I think Jason.
Alright.
Like Forza was doing the right thing. He was doing farm. He's opening a lot of vision. But Jason was the one to just push them all the way back. Like, they didn't even need Forza as a backup plan. So I think Jason is the one to be the MVP. I'm not sure what production thinks though.
Let's see what Igato and the production thinks, right, when it slowly popped up. But anyway, yes, itemization wise, definitely is like nothing to be.
There's nothing to say about it. It's just pure outplay and outdraft. And the reason why, like, I'm still surprised people just still banning me off the Atlas as well, just because of how much he's nerfed. Yes, he brings a lot of wombo combo, but now it comes to the meta where teams have prioritized on split push, prioritized on wave clear, and Atlas can't exactly wave clear. That's one. Rotating is not his strong suit as well, because he's more of like closing this in a short period of time. But rotating between lanes, not the greatest. Khalid, okay. Creep clear, 50-50. Kagura's creep clear is okay, but the cooldown is relatively long. Link's creep clear is okay, still needs blue buff. Gado Kacha's creep clear doesn't come online a little bit later stage of game. Whereas compared, you see Balmont creep clears quickly, Hilda does a lot. Even Dirov creep clears pretty quickly as well. Chang'e, without a doubt, with the meteor shower. So it's all about the creep clears, and I think the Kagura just doesn't, like, you can see the idea coming from Dinivity Esports. It's like, hey, we're going to go for the team fight potential, the crowd control, thing. So this is just Resurgence outplaying them in the laning phase.
I mean, that's exactly the point, because their entire lineup composition is meant for mid game, literally when they hit that level force and go straight for a lot of these team fights. But Resurgence, on the other hand, they have this mindset where, like, we don't want to fight you in a team fight. We don't want to fight you full head-on 5v5. We just want to keep dominating you early game, especially since with this first pick Hilda, they already sort of set up for themselves. But anyway,
look. The rich guy, Forza. The carry,
Forza.
The forgotten one, Forza.
He takes all the
Okay,
roles.
considering that he's the forgotten one, I think the MVP is Jason, man. Like, I don't know, man. I think it's Jason.
Nah, I'm calling out is KZP. There's only so much Jason can really do. It's just in this case where KZP just has such a presence in this entire game, zoning out, controlling the blue, controlling the red, constantly zoning them back. Then it's pretty much easier for the game. I know, everyone, seriously, everyone back in the comment, all our viewers, comment down in the comment section below. Who is the MVP for game number 3? I say KZP. Terrence says Jason. But while you guys are typing, let's just talk a little bit about this lineup before we lose this post-game strats, okay?
Yeah.
So look at the.
Okay, let's take a look at the drafts. Very simple, straightforward. They ban off all of Admiral's heroes. Pretty straight cut coming from Resurgence. Yu Zhong's down, Rogers down. They even respected Swoop's heroes with the Selena. Harif is an Adamir hero as well. Carry is an Adamir hero for sure. And all this out, and they got the Yishun Seed. What can he play? What else? Bruno is there, but is Bruno that great? And considering how they needed more creep clear, Bruno doesn't creep clear.
Correct.
And it was alternatively, like they were forced. Do you go like how Geek played it, the Helker, or do you go with how Red Reborn, Todak played it with the Freya as well?
The thing is this, right, Terrence? Like, when I'm seeing these bands, the band lineup, how it's coming down all the way to the last one as well, right? I believe this Selena was actually pre-planned because, like, if they were to prioritize Selena, they could have just first picked Selena any time of the week, right? They could have just waited for a bit, right? So they went with the Yutong. Then after they thought about it, all right, let's start banning out this Roger because Anime is really good on it. But finally, they decided what picks they want to go for because they noticed that Divinity last ban was actually a Forza. And when they saw a Forza being banned out, they told us, okay, they are not banning the healer. We can pick a Hilda for ourselves. And with that, we can ban this Selena because we do not want to have this early game versus early game. We want to ensure only we have this early game. We will create this tempo for ourselves. And in this game, like you said, they outplay them so much. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the moment is here. Let's check out our MVP. It's Jason!
Well, like I said, it's going to be the MVP. It's none other than Jason. He was doing the right things. He's got the first blood. He got the kills. And even the second fight where we thought it was KZP making the play, it was Jason actually setting up during the highlights as well for the team to go in for the fight. So Jason has made a lot of great clutches throughout this game number 3 as well. It was a very short one, and it was good enough to actually just force everyone from Dinivity Esports to commit in this fight. So first item, Ice Cream 1 and the glowing one as well. When you saw the meteor shower came in, he just doing so much damage. So it's no surprise that he's the MVP. But it was a debate between KZP and Jason, but undeniably, it is him after all.
Oh man, I just like, I guess based on the MVP, based on definitely when it comes out to the crucial moment on ending this game, because when it slowly towards when they started sieging, we started seeing Jason started zoning out with meteor shower, started applying pressure, constantly nuking them. Although really great that he got a kill for himself, I believe he wasn't really trying to offer it. It's more like an opportunity. He's just like, you know what, if I got a kill, it's big. If I don't, I zone you back. I force you back, so at least my minion waves, you cannot hit it too much. And if you try to go for it, we can engage you for it. So I guess MVPs is when it comes down to who really made the play towards the ending part of the game, then Jason really tops it off because KZP cannot dive in towers for sure.
Yeah,
hands down.
When it comes to jungle, like it's all about creep clears. When it comes to mages as well, you have to fare well with each other as well. Like Kagura's creep clear with Chang'e, Chang'e's creep clear is gonna beat him without a doubt. And when it comes to mage as well, like it was a situation where did they get the Sicilian for swoop? They couldn't. The draft is so late game, mid game oriented. Having another mid game hero is not gonna help them. Like they needed Selena, but like I said, it was banned. It's just the amount of heroes as well. So it's a bit tough. But as of now, let's take a look at what Resurgence, as we're gonna be having an interview with them with Ikuto. So Ikuto, let's take it away.
Hi Fosa, how are you?
Hello, I'm good.
All right. Okay. So I just want to ask you. So finally, you managed to replace LY4. So how's that make you feel?
I don't feel anything.
You don't feel anything? All right. Okay. But I just want to ask you. So on the second game, you managed to stall the game for a very long time. So I just want to know, what's going through your mind when you was killed by Adamir during the, during the lot steal?
Yeah, because I think in the second game, I can't join team fight as much anymore. So the best I can do is to cut the wave and do an exchange in the buff. So I think they played well. They anticipated that I'm going to steal their blue because they take my blue. So Adamir, he can fight me in a 1v1 situation. So it's a good play to them. Although we tried to fight back, but we made a mistake a lot, so it's good play to Divinity. It's bad play from us.
So currently, basically, your team has the longest game match and the shortest game match. So, how can you guys win the game super fast compared to the second game?
I believe maybe Divinity they punctuate no stamina after second
I
game.
see.
So maybe third game they got drained out by the second game. So maybe that's why the game ended way faster. Yeah, they don't have the resilience. Maybe I don't know.
I see. So, my last question to you: why Veil on the second game? Do you guys like have practice with Veil? And I know Veil has been buffed, but why Veil in that game?
I believe Veil actually is a very strong CC and damage hero when he scales up to late. As you can see, actually the carry cannot really tahan the Veil in a sense. It's just that it scaled up to a point where I can't do much without my blue. And I made a few mechanical errors also. My max got some error on my link. So I think Veil was a very good pick there. He hold the game for us quite long also.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So my last question to you: do you have anything to say to your fans, to your family, to your parents, or to any supporter for the Resurgence team?
Thank you for your support for Resurgence and also for me if you all have.
Do you have a page?
Yes, I have.
You have a
Facebook page.
Forza page, isn't it? All right,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
So remember to go to Forza page and remember to leave a like. All right. Okay. Thank you so much,
Thank
Forza,
you.
for the awesome interview. All right. Thank you so much. And there we go. Very good interview between me and Forza. And kita kembali ke dalam bahasa Melayu dan tahniah diucapkan kepada pasukan Resurgence. Jadi kita serahkan semula kepada pengulas kita, Lafel Karakuri dan juga Leonard dan juga Terence.
Thank you so much, Iketo, for such an amazing interview with Forza, and of course, Iketo, to you guys and the viewers as well. Love you all, and you guys are 10 out of 10 for joining us for the entire day. Last day of week number 3. Of course, such an intense game. First BO3 was absolutely mind-blowing. Second game, 2-1, even more crazier. And finally, we still got
the
one
longest game in MPL and the shortest game in MPL. I like how
the difference of ratio,
Forza
right?
was just saying, punch it. It's like it means like well, they don't have the stamina. I don't even know how to explain it itself.
The Forza was so done with it. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up the standings to see where does our fellow teams currently stand. So still, just pretty much no changes at all. Just pretty much just like an update on the points on what they're going to be doing, including the team scores. But still, Resurgence is still going to be holding their place in 3rd place, and Dinivity as well in 6th. There possibly might be a change should Fskn win against EVOS SG, but that is going to be a talk later on. We should be discussing later after this. So, any ideas about this, Terence?
Well, so far today's games, we were expecting one-sided matches all the way from the predictions as well. But so far it's been a close one, especially for the first series, second series as well. Yeah, the game 3 was a little bit quick, fastest match in MPL for us. But coming in towards game 3rd series here, so far the trend has been really, well, wow factor. Like it surprised us all the way through from all 2 series here. Hopefully in the final game with EVOS and also Fskn, it would not be that one-sided as well, I guess.
Hopefully not. And seriously, all this expectation, all these surprises costed me my hair to be pink, costed you to have ripped arms next week.
Hey, that's a good thing for me, It's not, pink hair looks good on you. You can be an oppa, man, from Korea, man.
No, I'm already a half Korean. I don't want people.
Exactly. You need people to know you're actually half Korean.
Yeah, but I don't want like people to constantly look at me. Oppa, it's like, wait, calm down, boys. That kind of thing. I want to relax too. I'm a Malaysian, loving it. Come on, don't look at me like that. I am a proud Malaysian. Yeah.
All right.
But either way, currently the standings. This is literally. I mean, of course, we can talk a little bit more like after the Fskn game against Resurgence, but we can just have a rough discussion where we're already 3 weeks in, and so much changes. Previously, it was more like a meh here and there, because some points people say like, okay, they only played 2 games, that's why it's the score, the win rate is so high. Or some teams are like, hey, you know what, they may have lost, but that doesn't mean they're a bad team. Finally, halfway through most of the majority of of our teams here inside the MPL, and us casters and viewers as well, we sort of have a rough idea where most of the majority of this team is currently standing and what kind of playstyle they're going for. And even though we all want to assume that in week number 3, we still are being surprised. Literally by today, surprised by personalized play and upgrade, and even Dinivity coming out stronger in this game for game number 2 here.
Yeah, for those of you watching as well, for those of you who just watch here and here in MPL, this is pretty much the schedule for today in week day 3. Early on, we did watch Geek fam go up against Bosskurr, with Bosskurr taking 2-0, which is pretty much wowed the fans and us on the casters as well, taking it 2-0 against Geek fam. And second game you just watched as well, Dinivity going up against Resurgence, game 3 secured by Resurgence, taking the win here. The next match for you guys, we're going to be having installed for you guys is none other than Fskn going up against EVOS Esports. Ooh, this one,
EVOS
another
SG.
Singapore team rivalry, but I don't know, like it feels like will Fskn be able to put up a fight here? Because this is going to be a battle for the veterans with the rookies.
Well, technically, Dinivity said they were number 1. They were number 1 and EVOS was number 2. And also after witnessing a game between both Dinivity and this team, it's also very hard to tell who's going to be taking the win. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick short break. Don't forget to drink water. That's going to be it from us. So see you guys later.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Spirits of Northern Vale, guide me! People of Northern Vale may be defeated. We never Spirits of Northern
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Killing spree. The higher legendary. Ally has legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Mpl-Mysg will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this to make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Boy! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. And of course, all of these amazing events and games is all thanks to our amazing sponsor, Udo, the official digital telco here in Malaysia. And all these amazing graphics and us is currently presented to you by Moontun. And of course, your cast is going to be me, Leonard Lee, also known as Yoli, and Terrence, ICBB12.
Yeah, seeing how today's performance so far, I hope you guys have had a great day, you know, and had your dinner yet here, because
Yes.
grab your popcorn, because we are going to be
Drink your
watching
water.
our final
Important.
series for today. And we are going to be watching. Who are we watching? Let's take a look at the schedule as of now, because we're going to be showing up very shortly, and we will tell you who we're going to be playing here. Dun, dun, dun. It's pretty obvious. Everybody knows.
Yeah,
right?
everyone
Pretty obvious.
knows.
We're going to be watching, of course, EVOS Esports going, EVOS SG going up against Fskn. So,
yes.
so far we've seen Fskn played a couple interesting matches against Dinivity
Correct.
Esports yesterday, and Dinivity Esports were really victorious, and they've proven themselves against Resurgence that they are a force to be reckoned.
Correct.
Despite, you know, ranking Resurgence on the bottom side here, but that's the thing, in the standings currently, Resurgence is in the top from all of Singapore.
Yep, definitely for sure. And like I said from the previous game as well, it is an amazing opportunity for teams to literally stand a chance to not only be in such a league like this, but also at the same time get to fight against other amazing teams to not only experience firsthand what's it like to be a professional esports player, but also get that, literally hammer that experience into themselves on what's it like to be playing for such an amazing event like this. But still, last game of tonight, EVOS SG versus Fskn. A lot of expectations on the high. Audience prediction is going to be shown later. I wouldn't be surprised to see a very huge margin. But anyway, here is today's schedule for any new viewers who have just joined us right now. Thank you guys for joining, of course, and welcome. Geek Fam, we had our first game, first BO3, which was between Team Geek Fam against Team Bosskurr, where Team Bosskurr took the game here 2-0. And the previous second game was between Dinivity Esports versus Resurgence, where Resurgence came out on top, but not a 2-0, but an actual 2-1. And our last game of tonight, it is going to be between Fskn and versus EVOS SG. Both the last Singaporean teams to fight in this last day of week number 3.
Yeah, seeing how this is going to be final games for week 3, right? We are going to be seeing potentially a shift in the standings once again, where Fskn is going to be here to prove their mark, whether are they in the middle pack or in the bottom here.
Correct.
Just because Dinivity Esports, they were, well, yesterday's game, they've proven from the Singapore qualifiers, they are actually on top here. So seeing how the standings is going to shift here, we can see based on the screen for you guys. For your preference as well, Fskn is currently on the 7th place with -3, EVOS SG on the 4th place with 3. So if EVOS loses this game, not much is going to be changed for them. Fskn will be tying it with Orange Love Esports and Team Bosskurr. However, if Fskn makes a win right here, they will push up their ranks, tying it with Dinivity Esports on 6th place. So they are kind of in a sweet spot for the top 8 to actually make it to the playoffs, but anything can happen here in the regular seasons. And seeing how they are here to solidify their spots, they have to win the game.
Definitely anything can happen for sure, because just like the hashtag, all or nothing for any of these teams, especially inside this regular season, because only 8 teams, the top 8 teams, will be pushing forward towards that playoff. And I'm pretty sure all these teams are trying to solidify as many of these 8 spots as much as possible, because only 2 teams will walk away.
Yeah, seeing how they are going to be playing today, there is a lot on the line, especially for Fskn as well, for them to actually push themselves higher. EVOS is kind of in a sweet spot now. Like, they're on the top 4, but do they want to win? They need this game as well, just to make sure that they're always in the top 4. But at the same time, it's okay even if they lose. But that's the thing, who likes losing anyway? So it's hard to say, but let's take a look at what they both think instead about this game, because we have a short introduction video for both of you guys between EVOS Esports and Fskn.
I do know that Fskn very high ranked players, but they do not have any competitive experience.
We have never fought EVOS SG before, so it will be quite a challenge for us to face against them, but we will definitely try our best.
From a scale of 1 to 10, I would say my team is at 8 in terms of mental preparedness.
Honestly, definitely it will be harder because we are lack of experience, but we will give it our best lah.
If we are against a weaker team, we don't need to bring out any special strategies. However, if we are up against a team that's stronger on paper, then I think we should plan carefully and play against them.
The current meta is like 1-3-1. We might try to go for 1-2-2 to try a different place. Instead of going like everyone is playing 1-3-1, maybe we go for something different.
I would say our confidence level is a lot higher than last season. So maybe on a scale of 1 to 10, I'll put it at 9.
I will predict our game against EVOS SG will be us getting a 2 and them getting a 1.
To Team Fskn, I think you guys need 1 or 2 more seasons of experience before you guys can match our level.
Big calls and big expectations as well, especially the last line said by Soul in that introduction video that Fskn is lacking 1 or 2 seasons to really match with their experience. But at the same time, it just tells me that they are also prepared to have them to compete with them in the future. By the way, here is a beautiful graphics within both of your teams and their lineups. We're going to be starting on the right side, and it's going to be Team EVOS SG. You have Soul, JPL, Potato, Pokemon, Aeon, and of course the man himself, Toxic CEO.
Yeah, seeing how EVOS Esports is going to be playing as well, and seeing how they've mentally prepared themselves.
Yeah.
A scale of 8 out of 10. And due to the recent events of COVID-19, I'm pretty sure a lot of us has gone through a lot of mental breakdowns as well. And hopefully everything is for the better. Okay, things will get better eventually. As you can see, you know, in Malaysia, we know things are getting better. Singapore as well, we've heard is getting better as well. As time goes by, things will be better. So we have to have hope and faith. And in this regards here, EVOS Esports, hopefully they'll be able to secure themselves to fight against Fskn here, because Fskn, they're calling out. They're going to beat them 2-1. And he's respected them in a sense where, hey, Fskn, they have a bunch of high-ranked players here, but at the same time, they need more experience. Soul being one of the most very veterans coming into MPL as well, as one of the most stable off-lane in MPL history. So now, for your rosters here, for your fans who wants to know who the rookies are, from Team Fskn, we have OPS, Dara, Gorpiang, QO, EVOC, and Bosskurr on the sub.
Definitely for sure. And like it's really hard to tell. Like, even though there are some times where we thought like, okay, maybe this is where Fskn is standing, maybe this is where they're gonna be at. Who knows? Where until today we haven't really finalized it at all. But either way, here is Team Fskn with their most picked hero stats. And of course, the total KDA with that hero. So come down to the ways, we saw Dara, Export, 2-2-11. Now coming down to this Yi Sun Shin, Bucks here, Chang'e, and Gado Kacha on OPS. Seriously, that one game, even though sure Fskn was not able to take the win off of Dinivity Esports, but he still played a really great Gado Kacha game.
Yeah, let's talk about Fskn here, because when it comes to their Boxia pickup here, so far they have not had a lot of huge success with the Boxer himself. However, when it comes to the players here, let's talk about Dara. Let's talk about QO as a mage as well. And because Dara on the offlane here, he's been very flexible in his drafts. He's been very consistent in almost every single game, being one of the playmakers coming in the team here. Because if you think about it, last week Dara was just performing out of his mind. He was just stepping up for the team. He played, I believe he played one game of Yuzhong, and his Khalid was on point as well. And this is something that people might need to respect more about his playstyles here. But of course, that's enough for Fskn. Here is going to be our players here, looking very good here from side EVOS Esports. This is going to be their most picked heroes: Esmeralda, Hilda, Farsa, Ishin, and Khalid, with a total KDA out of all the heroes played by themselves. This is going to be stats for you. Esmeralda 103. Unfortunately, say we will not be seeing Esmeralda at all this week, as it has been banned by the organizers.
Definitely for sure. But most importantly, I just really want to point out on Aeon here with his Hilda. Seriously, his Hilda, that one game, especially with a great drafting as well, forcing the opposing team to actually pick the Hayabusa, which does not really pair well against a Hilda. Aeon constantly zoning him out, applying aggression, constantly forcing them back. And I can't even say the same for JPL, whether is he playing the Farsa or even the Valir. I can tell you this, me and Gideon can agree that he still got it. Seriously, he still got it. It's really amazing. But anyway, we'll bring up, once again, amazing graphics for the head-to-head for both the teams on what kind of stats and what kind of gameplay they have been going for.
Yeah, speaking of the stats here, we can see EVOS SG as well as Fskn. They have very, very similar team damage outputs as well. But when it comes to games played, Fskn and EVOS SG, they've played similar amount of games. We have not seen too much coming from EVOS SG.
Correct.
But at the same time, we've known they've been there. They've had the experience, they've been preparing themselves as well. 8 out of 10 preparation is not good enough. But at the same time, over the weeks, this is where people discover, people study, people analyze. That's the whole point of playing the regular season. Make it to the top 8, then work your way from the playoffs. But in this case, who does not want to play from the upper brackets? Because when it comes to this kind of stage, in the playoffs, it's all about the key strategy. It's all about taking the win to take the crown and the trophy of being the champion. So, but that's going to be in the playoffs. But for the regular seasons, EVOS SG, they have not shown much strats. They've also said in the interview as well that they're not going to show a lot of these strats against a team that is not that strong. But if it's a team strong on paper, like teams like on the top dogs right now, which is Red Reborn and Todak, they might go all out. But so far for Fskn, it's on the bottom pack. I'm not sure if EVOS SG will be fully committing their meta, or are they going to be playing as usual? Because they've mentioned it as well from Seoul. Whereas for Fskn, they have a lot to prove. They think, like, even Dinivity Esports, they mentioned Fskn is one of the best teams, but Dinivity Esports beat them. And now, I don't know, will Fskn be able to take down our veterans? The Tigers, man.
But then again, we're talking about a fight between both APAC Predators here, between both Wolf and Tigers. Because for Fskn, for their logo, it is the Wolf hangover for themselves. But just looking from the graph, even though yes, it's just only 5 games, you can definitely have a clear cut where EVOS SG, although we saw a huge amount in kill participation and kill getting, we still see them getting a lot of first tower picks. That means they're still very objective while even looking for kills. But anyway, here's your head-to-head between both of your side laners here, between Dara and Soul here. Now, we know Soul to be one of the kind of off-laner or side laner where he just loves and knows how to really hurt you, and at the same time benefit his team composition and team fight as much as possible, because Soul is just that kind of player.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that regards as well. But when it comes to Soul, right, in history of MPL, he's one of the most experienced, most consistent off-laners in the history of MPL. Every time he's played, he's not built to shine as well. But now, as a veteran, okay, the rookie, the up-and-coming talent here, Dara, has proven to us that he can play as well. So this head-to-head is no surprise. Can Dara prove himself that to be a formidable off-laner here? And seeing how Fskn has not been able to win some games, I would say. And now they're going up against EVOS SG. This is going to be a tough battle because you can see the weights, especially the fans as well. Everybody's going to be supporting EVOS Esports, which is no surprise. We know EVOS Esports is one of the strongest teams. They will make it eventually, but it's up to Fskn now. Do they want to take the win to solidify the 8th spot, the top 8, or do they want to destroy EVOS' hope of maintaining, not destroying all of their hopes, more like giving other teams a chance to contest them for the top 4 spot?
That is very true as well, but it's a little bit different. Like if you were to compare like all the teams with Seoul, literally with EVOS SG, not just Seoul, EVOS SG in particular, they're a team where even if they want to try something, they will try it out, but not in an actual main stage, unless they're so sure they have that confidence. They'll test it out somewhere else. They'll test it out in scrims until the point where they perfected it. Then only are they willing to bring out to the tournament and dare to say that we're going to be using a special strategy. Exactly like what he said inside the intro video. The reason why he brought the word special strategy is because they have full confidence that they really test it out and make it foolproof for them. But anyway, here is the map prediction between both of these teams. I say it's just about right as well. But then again, we saw OPS also stated that they might not stick with this 1-3-1. They might actually try to adapt back to an old strat, which is this 1-2-2. having two carries instead of having one single hyper carry.
Yeah, seeing how the lane's gonna go as well. OPS is gonna be on the bottom side here, and Dara on the top side. So Tara is gonna be preparing themselves potentially with Soul. So this 1v1 is gonna be an interesting one because are they gonna be able to fare well? We've seen glimpses and moments from previous games. Not too much on the offlane department here. It's all about fulfilling the role. But for the games in Fskn, we've seen Dara shine a lot. We've seen Gopiang occasionally as well. But most of the time, QO would, as the carry, is gonna pull his weight here because so far he has not had a lot of succession. And whereas EVOS, you don't. There's not. What is there to say? Like JPL is a god. Like he's a god in Cho. He's on par with Zorn. And in his interview, we had a couple of questions as well. The only player that he thinks is above him is none other than Zorn. And so far, I don't know, man. Like I feel like JPL is also very solid here. It's not just about Soul from EVOS. It's all about the whole team as well because every single one from EVOS has the experience. You have JPL, you have Potato, you have Kmon, you have Aeon, who's played so much here. But the audience prediction, oh my god.
No, I'm just gonna call it out like, oh my lord, dude. It's the exact same percentage compared to the last game between Resurgence and Dinivity Esports. 97% on, of course, in favor of Resurgence. Same case for EVOS here. But the only difference was that first game was 2-1. But I think it's gonna be a little bit different for this game because EVOS SG, like I said, they play by the book, very objective. They are not willing to try something special unless the situation really calls for it. And since they're going up against Fskn and like in the intro video, EVOS SG may not pull out any special strategies, but they are going to end this very quickly as well with a certain strategy, with a certain composition which they have in mind. They're going to stick with it and they're going to dominate all the way.
Yeah, seeing how they're going to be playing in this game, I'm not sure how EVOS is going to be playing this strategy, but so far we've seen Fskn strats and it's not worked out entirely. And Fskn is, they have to work with the heroes because when it comes to hero pools, I feel like their tanks are very limited compared to other teams here. And when it comes to picking the Gado Kacha, they have the priority, but I'm not sure if EVOS is going to take the same page of Resurgence and just play the Gacha against Fskn. I don't know. But because now we are going to be heading in towards the games here because game number 1 is on its way as Fskn.
I'm excited.
EVOS is going to be starting right now. Let's take a look at the draft in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
And ladies and gentlemen, currently we are in the drafting for the last BO3 of the night, and of course it's the first game as well between Fskn and EVOS SG. I love it. I was about to mention it as well. Fskn instantly will prioritize banning out this Hilda because not only after experiencing WJs yesterday with this place with this Hilda, but I'm pretty sure they researched and saw a game where Aeon was stomping and dominating this early game. Now I think this is going to be holding back EVOS SG as well because I'm pretty sure they have this mindset where they wanted to end this game as fast as possible, set this tempo, but with the Hilda being gone, they might have to revert back towards the Selena if Selena does not get banned out by Fskn. And EVOS SG being on the red side, they're still going to ban out all the S-tier offlaners.
Yeah, so obviously it's going to be standard bans coming in from both these teams here. Yujong being banned, no surprise. Hilda as well.
Okay.
What are we gonna see? Uranus, pretty standard one as well. We've seen Soul play Uranus occasionally.
Yep.
Cho is still up for grabs. I'm pretty sure EVOS SG, they will be contesting Farsa and Cho a lot. Coming from EVOS SG. Aeon does play the Digi as well. I've not seen EVOS SG play the Digi strat. We've seen Resurgence showed it off. We've seen Geek show it off with Rumpel. But from EVOS SG, what are they gonna do? Because Fskn, they have QO. Sorry, they have the third ban now. Like Chang'e immediately second phase ban, so Selena is gonna be up for grabs. Likewise for the Farsa. So EVOS SG is gonna be denying the mages away from QO. Considering that Fskn, QO does play Farsa as well. And he does play Sicilian. So that's something that they might be worried about coming from EVOS SG.
I feel it's still going to be a decision coming out here, but I'm pretty sure they ban out this Chang'e because her ability to just instantly clear that waves and do so much damage to heroes at the same time is absolutely significant. It looks like EVOS SG, they still want to try to opt to end this game as early as possible. But remember, Selena is still in the pool, but if EVOS SG has this idea where Selena might be taken away from them by Fskn, they can just ban Selena right now and try to set this game tempo back towards this mid-game ending.
Oh, Roger will be denied here, so it's going to be contest for the marksman department. So Fskn, do they prioritize just take the Yushin scene right off the bat? But knowing EVOS SG, they have a lot of hero pool here because it's going to be up to Potato, or maybe even Pokemon to play this because this is tough because Potato has a wide hero pool as well. He does play Hayabusa,
yes.
So it doesn't matter if they take the Yushin scene, he's going to be picking something else. But they are going to be prioritizing the Khalid for Dara. So there's going to be a Khalid pickup for Fskn, EVOS SG, Yushin scene, I guess.
They are still deciding not just
Farsa as well.
but you see instantly Selena and Yi Sun-shin. They are trying to opt to try to get this early game tempo for themselves, and with the Vision Warfare, with the Mountain Shocker, they're going to be trying to end it and close it out as fast as possible. But for a second, I believe after seeing both Yi Sun-shin and Selena, that's pretty much why they instant hovered this Kufra, because they have this idea like, alright, so we can try to engage and then try to initiate, try to control them as much as possible. But they didn't really lock it down just yet because they really want to confirm what kind of line that they want to go for. But in the end, it will be both the Kufra and the Garukacha. That means Fskn has already dictated their initiators and their side laners here.
Yeah, we have Pokemon Selena being played by EVOS SG. We have the Kufra being picked up and Garukacha. So lucky for EVOS SG, they did not pick the Farsa, which is something that I think they preemptively knew as well, knowing that Fskn has a habit of picking the Garukacha.
Of course.
So not dealing with it is definitely easier as well. Selena is going to be diving up their face, but at the same time, they have to worry. Are they going to be walking into a trap? Because having so much control coming from Fskn as sustainability, this might be a threat here. But EVOS SG, sticking with the Cho. So is this going to be a Seoul Cho or is it going to be a JPL Cho?
The thing is, I think they'll definitely give JPL this Selena for sure, because he plays a mad mid support for sure. But instantly, like you said, Farsa ban out instantly because they do not want to allow Fskn to have any wave clear in particular. There is still other mid supports in this pool, but EVOS SG only has to prioritize mid supports. They don't need to worry about anyone else. And if they still have this worry about this carry pick, I don't think they had to worry at all, because they are so confident that with this Cho, they will be able to get on top of this carry, lock it down, control, and be able to pick off. But most importantly, I don't think they're looking too much towards this mid game. It's more towards how they're going to be setting out this early game tempo for themselves.
Yeah, off-laners wise, EVOS SG, they pretty much show their cards, right? If are they going to go for Cho off-lane or something else? But in this case, they will ban Sicilian, banning in all of QO's heroes here. So
this mainly mid supports in particular, you know.
And now with the offlaner department, they have the Garukacha, they have the Khalid, so they're going to be denying it all. So Ruby's being taken out as well. So
that's a good one.
Offlaners, what is there? Okay, there is the export. There is the.
If I was them right now, if I really want,
they have the Tamus still, so Soul can still play the Tamus.
Yes,
so
of course.
I think it's gonna be it should be a Tamus pickup, and it's great for lane control as well.
The thing is this, right? Like, I'm trying to think of this way. Okay, fine. You can go and opt for the Tamus. It hasn't always been a very safe play. It will be a lockdown as well. Now, Fskn has to come to a decision. Okay, they're going to be fighting with themselves here. Kagura will be a great one because it's going to be able to disengage. But he has to be really careful because Yin Yang Overturn only works in a certain area only.
Yeah, crowd control is going to be the objective here for Fskn. They're just going to go all in. Like Tyrant's Rage, the Avatar of the Guardian all the way through with the Umbrella and also the Raging Sandstorm. This is going to be a one-shot combo. And that's the thing, right? Like EVOS SG, if they can sustain everything, it's going to be fight. But the objective here from EVOS SG is just split up the fight and go for pickoffs. And we've seen that happen in the earlier games today with Bosskurr versus Geek Fam, where Bosskurr split up the entirety of the fight and just shut them all down separately here. And in this case, the Natalia is going to be up for grabs potentially as well, which obviously not many teams pick off. But this game, EVOS SG, they have not shown their cards yet, and seems to
I
be
knew
they
it.
will take
Okay.
the Boxkurr maybe, or the Arkai is kind of nice as well.
Either Boxkurr or Akai, because they need really a great playmaker and initiator as well. Not just only a great initiator, not only is Akai a great initiator, but it's also a really great counter initiator as well with that Hurricane Dance. You can literally use it two ways possible, defensively or offensively, and it suits their lineup as well because they really want to try to make as many plays as possible, set the tempo, and try to avoid any team fight as much as possible because there is a lot of CC coming from the side here of Team Fskn.
Yeah, seems to me.
It seems to us as well, not just to you, it seems to us that it's going to be a really tough game for Fskn because now Fskn needs to prepare mentally about the oncoming aggression that's going to be coming from EVOS SG, especially with the existence of the Selena. You can be super sure, and with the Akai as well, and the Cho, they're going to be doing a lot of jungle invasion, and that's going to be putting a huge dent into Fskn's plans if they're not really careful about it.
Yeah, the Akai crowd control with the Hurricane Dance is going to be the ideal here. Pretty standard. It's not the most favorable pickup with the Akai, but it gets the job done. Okay, we saw Bosskurr do it with Scott as well, but this time EVOS actually going to play it as well. So let's take a look at whether or not they will be able to perform for us. Because, ladies and gentlemen, for the final game series for this week here is going to be Fskn going up against EVOS. Game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy.
Definitely for sure. As we see a beautiful graphics of the Land of the Dawn. This is your last BO3 of tonight between the Alpha Wolves and the Soul Raging Tigers. Who will take this win? The Wolves or the Tigers? Who will be the hunter and who will be the hunted?
Well, in this case here, the veteran versus the rookies, I guess. But at the same time, Fskn, they're going to be sticking to 1-3-1 again, so no 1-2-2 whatsoever. EVOS, however, does have the Selena, will be prioritizing on securing the blue buffs first here. So Potato going to be hypering his way. And meanwhile, middle lane here, Fskn, they are going to be rotating towards the turtle contestants here. So Little Wonder is going to be out for grabs, and you can see a little bit of greed coming for Fskn as well. They tried to split up with the turtle, but fortunately, Potato will secure the Little Wonder for themselves. Meanwhile, Aeon, he's already set up, trying going for the punish. EVOC dropping pretty low. He has the Little Wonder, but Aeon is out of position. Dara will go in for the poke. Will Aeon be able to survive this here? He's running merry-go-round. He needs the assist. He goes for the jump, but can he survive? Aeon out of position, gets punished for it, and Fskn will take first blood, and EVOC will take the blue buff as well.
Really great rotation and clean call-outs coming from the team here from Dara. Seriously, like instantly rotated, knowing that, alright, since there is Aeon overextending as well, they need to try to punish him as well since he doesn't really have a lot of great disengagement spells. That being only the 1000 pounder. But coming to this top lane, 1v1 between Dara and Potato, between Pokemon as well. But look at the amount of damage. But it's not going to be doing them any good because this is Khalid. He has quick send guard. He's going to be able to regenerate back up.
Well, he has to back out as of now here. Speaking of which, it is not going to be a JPL Cho, so it's going to be a Soul Cho and Pokemon playing on the Tamus. So it's going to be a little bit switch up, and EVOS SG, they are losing in terms of a little bit of economy, but they are winning the lanes up top. Meanwhile, Potato is already up its objectives here, farming his way through. Very efficient lanes so far, level 4. Likewise for EVOC, Arrow does not connect by JPL.
I mean, I literally said just now as well, like JPL plays a mad Selena, like trust me. When the game starts going later on, like 2 or 3 minutes later into this game, by the way, here comes the 1000 pounder. Ooh, beautiful try, but sadly, Gorpion, with despite of all his effort and even the flicker, he will still fall to Potato.
EVOS SG, they have to back up eventually here. And
Mountain
now the ultimate
Shocker
has been popped as well. The Mountain Shocker
for the bot lane.
For the vision. Bottom side as well. Wave of the Dragon has been expanded. And they go in for the pickoff as they will fall. 1-for-1 trade. OPS and also Soul will bow out.
Really great as well. Like seriously, the team was communicating saying like pop the Potato, pop the Mountain Shocker, we want to gank this bottom lane. But sadly, before OPS fell, he told us, you know what, you die my tower, I'm going to try to punch you. But here comes the Abyssal Arrow, connects on Gorpion. He tries to run away, but he gets ever so low. Potato trying his best, flickers in, he gets the kill, but now he's going to be punished for that overextension. But he's still alive, but eventually will fall to EVOC. And same goes for Aeon, as OPS follows up with the Avatar of the Guardian.
Oh, that was so aggressive there, Potato, but Pokemon winning the 1v1 against Dara here. Meanwhile, on the bottom side as well, we see Fskn going to go up against OPS as they got picked off here, but Soul is all by himself. The Tyrant Rage come in, the Mountain Shocker is there, but Soul, can he escape this here? He's taking a lot of damage. The tower dropping him low, but fortunately for him, he will survive the great escape by Soul.
Dude, I love it. He forced out so many big team fight spells. Although, of course, it's going to be coming back off cooldown. But he still managed to get out of it. He bought enough time, zoned them out. And now, literally, you can just see Potatoes. Even though he died once because of that overextension, but he still is back in the game, still going back towards his farm. And most importantly, he's literally one level higher than EVOS.
Meanwhile, EVOS JPL, he's gonna get an arrow on OPS. He does not have the mana. We'll force him back, but the Turtle is gonna be the focus right now. As you can see, EVOS SG, Aeon is going to be zoning his way through. Golpyang wants to go for the push, but EVOS has the double buffs here. He's gonna be up for starting to take the Turtle here. As Fskn is starting it off, Pokemon will try to go for the zoning off here as Golpyang goes in for the push as well. Tyrant Rage catches him here. The Vengeance is there. Can he survive? But the Raging Sandstorm is there to fight as well. As Fskn will go in for the push, but the double kill coming in from Potato as EVOS SG will secure the Turtle and take 2 kills in the bag.
Really great decision coming out from Potato as well, knowing and saw that the fact that Pokemon got gone out with Tyrant's Rage and even Raging Sandstorm, he instantly got into a position where it was so ideal for him that he was able to pick up 2 kills on himself, elevating his level even further. Now EVOS is 2 levels behind, and Soul finds OPS, and beautiful Duke from the Blast Iron Fist into the way of the Dragon. Sadly, was not able to connect with the Abyssal Arrow, but OPS will eventually fall, but he's still sustaining. He's doing quite a amount of damage, but will die in the hands of Soul.
Oh, great pick off there coming from EVOS SG. They will be able to pressure the bottom lane here with Soul as the damage shows. So going to be doing a little bit more damage to split push potential. But now EVOS SG, they are going to be controlling the tempo here with Potato in the back. Meanwhile, Fskn, they have to buy a little bit more time. Dara's up top all by himself and they know exactly where they are. You can see EVOS SG, they want to go for the push. They will catch onto the Golpyang as well. Nice Hurricane Dance, and EVOS SG immediately capitalizing on the misposition of Fskn.
Dude, do you see that? Instantly Molten Sides, already knowing that he might be coming, he pulls it back, pulls it right into the Hurricane Dance and forces him back. But sadly JPL, a little overextension, but then again, he just wanted to go forward to give a little bit of vision, but gets punished for it.
Yeah, the middle tower here going to be taking a lot of damage here for Fskn as EVOS SG, they will continue to pressure the lanes. Meanwhile, Dara, he's having not the best, most ideal time between rotations here, but he's set up a lot of ganks thus far. As you can see, QO going to be in some trouble here. The tower will connect, and then Fskn, they will need to contest this blue buffs here as Potato is making work here. Looks like they will try and disengage, but meanwhile, on the sides here, Dara getting pressure for Pokemon is out of position. Fskn, they're gonna try and punish the Pokemon here. Vengeance has been popped, but eventually the Mountain Shocker will get the kill, but eventually also Pokemon will fall. But a huge King's Avatar will come in, but not gonna be enough as EVOS, they prevail, they're strong, they take them all. OPS is next. Can he out-tank all this here? He's getting kited and juked and slammed around like a meat shield.
He slices and he dices, and in the game, literally 4 members of Fskn will fall. And the best part about it, no one was really getting their target on Potato at all, and Fskn was a little bit in a disarray as they were trying to disengage. But still, in the end, well played coming from the side of the team here, especially Pokemon literally tanking so much thing. And the best part about it, he went with the Emblem Festival of Blood and picked up the Cursed Helmet because he knows inside in this entire game, he doesn't want to be doing a lot of damage. He wants to be able to sustain, able to tank out, and really try to set up for the majority of this fight here because Aeon and Soul still needs also a great positioning to really set up a beautiful pickoff.
Yep, as of now, bottom side, QO will try and make some kind of plays with this Kagura, but EVOS SG, they're so strong. They've won the team fight, they're leading away again, and this is going to be another turtle away. Aeon is pushing them back here. Is EVOS SG, they do not want to let this off the hook, but Fskn will forsake this fight for another day.
For sure. Definitely for another day. But Aeon still trying to see if he can try to make a play. An umbrella open coming from Q. Ooh, 1,000-pounder. Able waiting, timing with the Hurricane Dance and instantly forcing him back. But thankfully, Aeon was able to cancel out and just try to run away because he was a little bit of in a wrong position and his health was not looking that healthy.
Yeah, seeing how he's going to be pressuring as well. Potato Gonna go for the push. They want to contest the red buff here. EVOS SG, they're debating, but Fskn, they've got everyone here securing the red buff for EVOC. But unfortunately to say, it was not secure. Who took it?
No idea. We're going to be checking out all the remaining players later on, but we see Pokemon applying a lot of pressure towards the soft side. But another beautiful Abyssal Arrow coming up for JPL. That's going to be locking out Gorpeong and an easy pickup kill for Potato. And now with Endless Battle, it's going to be doing absolutely insane amount of damage. But once again, Abyssal Arrow connected again with the Hurricane Death, but so much damage coming from the mix from the way of the world. Bouncing back and forth between the members, and AL will eventually fall. But Dara falls up with the Raging Sandstorm, trying to catch up the Soul, but sadly the Desert Tornado was not able to connect. JPL is still alive, is still inside the game, and the rest of the team of EVOS SG will fall back.
Oh, great stuff here coming from EVOS SG. They lost Aeon, but at the same time, great disengagement as well. They know they lost Aeon, there's no point contesting the fight, and they have the upper hand. So despite that, EVOS SG, they won't live to fight this for now, because the next objective here is going to be setting up for the Lord, which is going to be up in 25 seconds. Meanwhile, JPL, he has the information. He's going to force Fskn out of position here. But meanwhile, the Traps is going to give the info. But EVOS SG, like I said, they've already set up here pre-15 seconds before the Lord comes in. Meanwhile, Fskn, they have to push out the lane. So as you can see, they know OPS knows they're there. And EVOS SG, they are going to be trying to take this objective here. As you can see, Potato is 9, 1, and 2. That's the damage. Will he go for the commitment? Aeon tries to go for Hurricane Dance, doesn't connect, but OPS is going to be the one that connects as well. Commits the Way of the Dragon. Will he survive this? Nope. The Avatar's Guardian not going to be able to disengage, but Gorkan comes in. Tyrant's Rage available. Here comes the Raging Sandstorm. Solo bow out, but EVOS SG, they have to retreat here, but Potato says it's okay. They're coming in. We're going to shut them all.
Maniac.
Triple kill for him. Maniac for him. He's looking for the Savage, but not going to be enough. But that's going to be a quick kill coming in from Potato.
Okay, I can tell you this what exactly happens, ladies and gentlemen. First things first, beautiful follow-up with Aeon with the Hurricane Dance. But instantly, the minute it ended, he followed up with the Way of the Dragon, controlling OPS even more, denying him even an opportunity to fall back. But here comes the Avatar of the Guardian, be able to connect. But will it be enough? I don't think so. Because right now, Potato, he doesn't want to look for a kill. He wants objectives. He wants to end this game as fast as possible. And with that, there goes the and bottom inhibitor. But of course, coming back to what we saw in that bottom lane fight, right? So beautiful engagement coming from both Aeon and Soul, stacking upon stacking with their ultimates and control skills. And literally, Potato, knowing after witnessing there is no Raging Sandstorm, there is no Avatar of the Guardians, he was so confident he could just go in and literally flicker right in front of it, because he wants to ensure that he's making full use of his passive, where he can also crit in his melee form.
Yeah, as of now, EVOS SG taking objectives up to objectives here with the Maniac on Potato, 13, 1, and 2. Pretty standard stuff. They set up the bait, and Potato is pretty happy about this here. Now they know Fskn is in no position to contest this, and EVOS SG, they will continue to punish this, as they have almost full slaughtered potentially up on Potato. Like with that Maniac in that fake fight, 13k economy all the way through here. Athena shield being picked up as well. One last item, and you can see Potato is going to be full slaughter. This is where he is going to hit hard. In this case, Potato is looking for a fight. The Lord is going to be pushing in the middle lane. Middle tower here is not going to be forcing the lane for now, as the top lane and the bottom lane is pushing in.
We're looking at 8 EVOS SG having full towers. They were able to take out 8 towers away from Fskn, and they are 12k gold in the lead. But anyway, here comes the Lord pushing towards his Mayo. Aeon literally jumps right towards the crystal. They're going to be taking a little bit more damage, but it doesn't matter. Mountain Shocker popped as well. They try to zone him out because they want to not only hit the crystal, but they also want to try to see if they can take the top and hit it. But Avatar of the Guardian, they're trying their best to melt down the Lord. The crystal is already half HP. Beautiful Tyrant Ray is going to be catching Aeon and allowing EVOC to pick up one kill for himself. Potato out of position, has to flicker out, but he can go back in because a beautiful Way of the Dragon coming from Soul gonna be locking him down, but it doesn't matter because the minions are already hitting the crystal, and that's gonna be first game for EVOS SG.
Yeah, look at them, pretty relaxed here. It's EVOS SG will convincingly take the game. A pretty nice win there coming from EVOS SG. They capitalize on that, and despite getting the Maniac from Potato, it's easy.
Yeah. No, and the best part about it as well, like, into the entire fight, we saw a majority of many times, especially the last fight at Crystal, they didn't use Way of the Dragon just yet. They didn't use Hurricane Dash to initiate because their main goal is wait for these minions to push in. Then finally when they started prioritizing on Potato, we saw Soul coming with the Dragon because he knows that that person wanted to clear this waves. But by the time he tried, he couldn't, he gets control, he gets locked down. And by the time the team wants to go clear, it's already too late. The minions was hitting the Crystal and that was pretty much the game.
Yeah, when it comes to this situation here, it was just objective, right? Like when it comes to the pickoffs with potential, we knew that EVOS SG was super strong. They took objectives very smartly. Whereas Fskn, they got a couple really nice plays here and there, but EVOS was just so far behind. Bruno just doesn't come online as quickly as you would. Whereas Yushin Sin is going to be able to outfar him eventually throughout the stage of the game, and that's why they had the Selena on top of that. They had so much vision control. They had the as well to just constantly punish the pickoffs here as well. So I feel like the MVP undeniably it should be Potato in that regards. But yeah, seeing how the game went, it's just tough. Like they had a little bit small misplays there coming for Aeon, but other than that, they forced so much coming from Fskn to commit that fight. Like there was so much aggression away from Potato, making sure that he's able to get some kind of bounce. But yeah, even though he got caught out once, but they somehow managed to found the proper pickoffs because this turtle fight here was a little bit messy and sloppy. But remember the fight where they committed everything on Pokemon, and with the Vengeance they just swarmed up so much spells, and this is where Fskn was out of position. They know they have not enough spells, they committed just for one Tamos. It allows EVOS SG to punish this, and it was really nicely done to him, but time and time again he was just doing so much damage. And look at this. This was a play that we want to talk about as well. The fight up top, they were spread out from side Fskn, okay? They've already lost Dara, they've already lost EVOS SG. Despite going in with a beautiful Avatar's Garden, it's a little bit too late. Just because the members from side EVOS SG are already set up for this fight, and everybody was kind of split out as well. They know they do not want to clump up because of this Avatar's Guardian, and because of that, they were just able to just do so much damage.
Definitely for sure. And the best part about it is, well, like really late in engagement and also really slow follow-up as well. And we just see Potato, he doesn't mind getting caught inside this Avatar Guardian because even though it was initiated upon him, it still works in his favor, where because he is only just one person, and it still works and it still procs his passive. Now this is the fight which I was talking about, right? They follow up skills, control skills upon control skills. And then noticing Gorpyeong initiate with Tyrant Rage, Raging Sandstorm, and remember, no Avatar or Guardians, Potato was so willing to dive back into the fight because he knows there is no other control skills that can stop and or even lock down Potato at all. And look at that, even with double boss as well, he's going to be having increased amount of attack speed. There is no way Gorpyeong was able to escape from him as well. And don't forget, Potato still has his gap closing skill, which also does a lot of damage and debuffs. So it's going to be really great, and it's such a simple cleanup as he catches up to Gorpyeong.
Yeah, and because of this, you can see the positions coming from EVOS. They were prepared to fight this fight as well. And Potato, you know, he wanted to go for the Maniac as well, but Aeon was already preemptively in towards the bush in case of any kind of comeback mechanics. But like I said, they committed so much towards creating Soul. Look at this. It was an all-in or nothing situation for Fskn. We know from the get-go, they had this kind of ultimates coming in. And EVOS SG, they understood that, hey, if they come in, let's pull them in. That's why we have the Tamos. That's why we have the Cho. We throw them. The moment they don't have their spells, this is where Pokemon will come in for the... Potato will come in for the cleanup. And that was just pretty standard execution coming from EVOS SG.
Yeah, definitely very standard, all straightforward as well. Like I told you before in the early game, before this game ever started, EVOS has always been a very objective mechanical team where they literally are not willing to try anything new unless the situation calls for it. They have a lineup, they have a goal. If they want to end this game early, then they'll go for early game potential here. I'm pretty sure if there was a Hilda in this game, they will also would have opted for it. But in this case, seeing the Hilda being banned now, they instantly reacted like, okay, you know, Hilda banned out, we still get the Selena. You don't want to ban the Selena, then we're going to be taking the Selena. Now, itemization wise, all very standard. Nothing special here, nothing crazy about it.
Yeah, when it comes to itemization, this is something I really like coming from Pokemon and Tamos. Like, usually on offlaners here, we would prioritize on those kind of Bloodless Axe or even something that's more sustainability. But instead, Pokemon opted to go for the Sea Halberd here, just to reduce the regeneration gain. We know OPS is going to go for the concentrated energy. That's going to help out in this kind of team fight. So It's really rare we see it in pub games, but this is a great pickup here just to make sure that he's able to reduce the potential outcome of OPS going to be bringing in the fight. We've seen even in the game early on, between Resurgence as well as Dinivity Esports, the power of Garukacha to able to soak up so much damage and sustain because of this concentrated energy.
I mean, that's why I was also mentioning in the game where like Pokemon with his emblem and also with his itemization as well, he's so gold. The discipline on all of these players here is really, he told himself like, I know my teammates has enough damage. I'm so confident about it. And since Soul is also going with pure damage, I didn't need to be a third damage dealer. I just need to be tank enough to sustain and also just be quite a nuisance. By the way, here is the post-game strat here, and Potato getting a going to be the rich guy here with 960 GPM, followed by the carry who is still going to be Potato who did the most damage. Sandbag's going to be OPS who tanked the most, but then again you also must take into account where EVOS SG constantly doing a lot of rotation, prioritizing and getting rid of OPS as well. And the forgotten one will be JPL with 11 assists because of the amount of Abyssal Arrow that was connected by him and delivered. I told you before, like even the drafting when you were trying to picture, when we were all trying to decide who's going to go where, but I already instantly knew that JPL is going to be Selena. He plays a mad Selena, really mad. Like it's so good until the point where I'm just having, it gives you chills, you know, when you see such an amazing skill shot hero.
I think when it comes to the playstyles here, it was just pretty standard here. They have so much mobility coming with EVOS. They have the Selena,
Correct.
they have the Cho, they have the Akai as well, just soak damage here. And in this case, there's so much mobility. Fskn, they're banging on a one-hit pickoff.
Yep.
Which obviously is going to be set up by the Kufra, set up by the Tyrant's Rage, set up by Garukacha. And so far, EVOS SG has not given them any kind of inch. Every time they're pretty spread out, but as soon as they commit, you know time and time again, Fskn is going to get pulled in. They set out for kill. They are willing to sack Pokemon in the fight. They are willing to sack Soul in the fight, and it just allowed them to just stay more their way through here. Because of that, Potato was able to dish out so much damage and farm as well objectively. And undeniably, I think it's hands down. He got that Mania very easily here. In that bottom fight where he got a Mania was pretty much demonstration of how they understood the drafts coming in for Fskn.
Yeah, it's just really amazing coming from the team. But anyway, the MVP is gonna be Potato with the Yisu Shade who did 7,000 damage. And the game wasn't like super long either. 7,187 per minute. He had a KD of 13-1 and he only got caught once, you know, just once, you know. And then after that, itemization, he was almost fully stacked as well.
Yeah, seeing how quickly he was able to farm, like, and that one death was a very early one death compared to the later stage of the game. And that one death, somehow he was still able to get kind of farms here. So this is a team effort. But with that one death, he was able to get those kind of farms. He was able to objectify by flash farming with the Yishun Sin, which we know the hero is kind of the meta. It's in the meta for a reason. Objective-wise, taking it is going to be quicker compared to the Bruno, which obviously we can see like it's hard. Like you can see it was just an all-out wombo combo gamble coming in from Fskn. It just didn't pay off.
Just absolutely insane. Now I'm just a little bit concerned in game number 2 where the thing is this. How is the drafting going to be like for Fskn? Because now they realize that, okay, so which one do we fear more? Aeon's Hilda or do we fear this JPL Selena? And remember, this is just only for the early game. This is only the most 2 common picks, right, from what you can research and see from games. There are other heroes that has a kit that still also can elevate early game and even early game aggression. So, like you said, EVOS actually huge amount of a very big hero pool here. And now, in this case, Fskn needs to decide, do we want to just dedicate bans based on what we see in the game, or do we want to try to predict what kind of competition they want to go for?
Yeah, I think it's more on the, when it comes down to the hero pools coming from Fskn, right? We have always talked about hero pool. We have not seen a lot of offlaner heroes, and they have been prioritized as Garukacha. Yeah, it's great for engaging against Farsa, and I like how EVOS SG was very smart in the drafts as well. Just because, like, yeah, we're not going to pick a Farsa because we know you're going to pick a Garukacha to kind of deal with us here. Why not we pick Selena? Pretty standard one as well. Very hot pick, even though it's not really bad in pubs, just because of how difficult to play Selena as well. It's very crucial on the timings. And For a pro, it's not an issue. So for them, it's always going to be a ban. And for them, if they not take it, sure, they're going to steamroll their way through. Yes, the arrows were a little bit, JPL was a little bit annoying, but I think when it came down to the actual MVP, you have to give credit to his Potato, because the whole team played around making sure that Potato is going to be able to carry the team. They didn't exactly need to make any kind of flashy plays. It was pretty standard textbook coming from EVOS SG. It just shows that how much experience they have, and it's very important you need, especially when you survive in MPL.
Yeah, of course, experience comes a long way, but this is just one, like what I said just now, it's just one of the ways where the best experience is not just by watching, the best experience is to actually witness it and face it head on. So in this
hands-on playing.
Yeah, hands-on playing, and hands-on playing not against Divinity, but against a team like EVOS SG. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly jump into the second drafting, or possibly the last drafting of tonight here. It's going to be between EVOS SG and Fskn. So EVOS SG going to be starting, this time they're going to be starting on the blue side, so they're going to be having first pick and first ban, and instantly getting rid of this Rogers, trying to send a message to Fskn, like, we're not going to allow you to pick any of your most casual and comfortable picks for the marksman.
Yeah, Roger is pretty standard here. They just don't want to get rushed in. Hilda being banned from Fskn here, respecting EVOS SG once again. Pretty standard once again. Yishun Sin is still in the pool, and I think Fskn needs to understand that when it comes to this marksman, Roger and Yishun Sin is two of the ones that you kind of want to take away from the pool, considering it's in the S tier department. Whereas Freya is kind of like a pocket threat, which last minute improvisation by Tora was able to win it. But that's the thing, right? When it comes to marksman, it's always been banning throughout the seasons as well. We always see it's either banning mages or banning marksman. It's rarely on the tank department. And so far in this meta itself, it's more on the fighter base. And there's just too many fighters to prioritize. And it seems to me that in the offlane department, EVOS SG has a bigger hero pool in the offlane department compared to Fskn.
You know, funny thing enough, right?
Oh, wow.
Funny thing now is that EVOS SG, since they are starting first, they know that Fskn will be able to prioritize 2 pick instantly here. They do not want to give away any of this marksman. Now this is what I'm thinking, right?
Okay.
So this is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking, right? So we have seen EVOS SG back in MPLI, Pokemon playing the Link, and he plays a crazy Link as well. Not to say that Potato isn't just a dedicated hyper carry. He is able to play other roles as well. So seeing the usage and Roger ban, not to say that there won't be a potential hyper carry marksman or assassin on the side of Potato. I'm just saying a potential role switch might have been made inside EVOS SG inside this second game.
Chang'e ban once again here. So Selena is going to be in the pool. Likewise for the Farsa. There's a lot of heroes actually slid in this game here. Uranus is going to be another hero they're going to be focusing on as well. I'm not sure if Fskn knows this, but they do hate the Uranus. And when it comes to lane control and split push wise, EVOS SG has the better experience in that regards. And Fskn with the God of Kaja is not going to be able to split push as efficiently here if they're going to be sticking in it. But if they do not ban the Uranus, I'm pretty sure EVOS SG is going to first pick it.
Definitely for sure, but either way, either Uranus or Selena, I still believe will fall to the hands of EVOS SG if they ban Khalid, and they did. Now EVOS SG has a choice here. Do they want to drag this game? And instantly they will lock in this Uranus. And I don't think Fskn, they will not. I don't think they will be playing Selena, because I don't think they are experienced enough to really fully utilize this hero against EVOS SG.
Seeing how the game is progressing now it's tough, because
actually we might
like the Uranus pickup is great. Okay, they will first pick it, and for Fskn to actually split push against Uranus, they need an offlaner or some kind of split push potential, because the God of Kacha is horrible for split push and sieging towers as well. The Khalid is out of the pool as well. They're going to be taking the Kufra and the Farsa as well. It's okay. But when it comes to offlanes, this is what I'm talking about. Fskn really lacks the offlane department. We saw the Baxia, we saw the Garo Kacha. But besides these two, what can they do? And EVOS SG, I don't think they're worried about this Farsa pickup here. They've played against Farsa time and time again.
Yes.
They will definitely pick the Cho again. And I don't think they will pick the Garo Kacha, but they will definitely pick the Cho again just to deal with it. Like, JPL can play it. Potato can play it as well. Sorry,
I mean, technically
Pokemon can play it.
I knew it.
JPL can play. Wait, did they swap? No, they didn't swap the players.
No, that's the thing. You know, I have this feeling. Okay, no, they're gonna lock in this Atlas and Selena, giving away the
Okay.
early game, and now even EVOS SG is prepared for even a team fight composition as well.
Yeah, Soul can play the Cho, but they need Soul to play the Uranus, my bad. So, seems to me it is Uranus, Selena, and the Atlas as well. So, lane control, I'm not a big fan of it because, like I said, like Atlas is horrible lane control, honestly speaking. But at the same time, in the hands of EVOS SG, it's a different story here. Especially now with the Selena, you're looking to pick fights rather early on.
Yeah, of
Who
course.
needs creep clear? Just go for the kills. And Uranus is
Exactly.
able to sustain himself all by himself. Whereas Fskn, yes, now they have a better creep clear. They have the Balmond, which is better. And this is where Balmond is able to do much more compared to a Garokacha.
You know, funny enough, right? I was thinking like EVOS SG, if they didn't swap roles, they might have went for this carry because it's really great at multi-ball with these two tankier heroes here. But either way, really great call coming from Fskn, banning out the carry for a little bit of good measure because they know they have quite a lot of beefy front lines and carry can really make a mess out of them. EVOS SG, their main priorities is getting rid of any potential fighters that's going to be picked out here for Team Fskn, and possibly they might follow up with a hyper. No, actually, no, they won't follow up with a hyper
Actually,
carry.
the
It's all gonna be
carry,
pure
the
fighters.
carry would be really nice for Fskn, but at the same time here, it feels like EVOS SG. Oh, I'm happy about this here. No carry whatsoever, no Xbox available for creep clear, which you know Fskn is great when it comes to creep clear potential. But with this lineup that EVOS is trying to play, they want to deny as much creep clearing heroes as possible. In this case, seeing how the game's progressing here, you can see that they just don't want them to creep clear, and now they might be forcing Fskn to pick the Boxer pickup. They have to just to do with this regeneration up on Soul. And it's tough. It's very, very risky. But at the same time, EVOS SG seems like they need some kind of fighting or marksman department. And we might see a double assassin again from EVOS SG, but they are banning the Garokacha.
No, seriously,
I'm surprised they banned the Garokacha, but
no, they're forcing them.
They're forcing them to go for the Boxer, isn't it?
They are forcing them out. They are literally forcing them out to go for this Boxer here, because even if Boxer is in the game, it will not be able to interrupt any of them when the Fatality is actually coming out, because when the Fatality
there's
pop up,
nothing much a Boxer can do in this game.
definitely
They're really forcing their hero pools here for Fskn. They have to play something else. It's all or nothing right now.
I mean, first pick, man, I'm trying to think here. This is going to be a Balmond. Kufra going to be support.
Yeah, they need the marksman. They need the off lane right now.
There
and
is-
the two side lanes. So
The
in
thing
this
is
case,
this.
they have the Balmond. So their mid is, okay, their carry is going to be Hayabusa. So
they're setting it up.
they're definitely setting up for something. Hilda is bad, and they need something to catch this Hayabusa. I wouldn't be surprised they take the Cho again.
Cho.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised they take the Cho again. But their marksman here is going to be something that deals well against this Hayabusa. And there is a lot to deal with. There's the Lancelot, there's the Helker, there's the Ling as well, which I don't think we've seen too much coming from Pokemon playing in the Ling. And
I mean, the thing is this, definitely in this season, we have not seen Pokemon touch because the entire time, Potato has been the dedicated hyper carry.
Yeah.
But from Mpl-Mysg...
Oh wait, he does play the Ling. He does play the Ling.
Yeah, he does play the Ling. So it's like more a decision here. But either way, bring in double mages, but not sure about this. But instantly, they are so confident about it. With this Atlas failing, with the amount of control they have, they're going to be playing around this Zaman Force and this Chrono Dash and just constantly hammer them as fast as possible.
Wow, they want to close up this game extremely quickly here because this is very early aggression coming from EVOS SG with the Selena, with the Harif. They want to close this game as quickly as they can. And Fskn, how do they reply against the Harif here? They have the Kufra as well, and I'm surprised they picked the Harif over the Kufra. So this is where Gorpiang needs to kind of like control here. Who does he control? The Selena or the Harif? And this is pretty ballsy here coming from EVOS SG.
The thing is, I believe they have the competence and skills to really back them up with this current lineup for themselves. But final pick coming from Fskn, it's just really hard to tell what they really want to play and trying to opt for her, because we can try to decide what they want to go for. But in the end, they will lock down the Badang as their final fighter inside this lane. And so, gonna be having a dedicated. So it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be a Kufra fighting. It's gonna be confirmed a Kufra tank support, followed by a Badang and a Balmond in the side lanes here. Whereas our dear friend EVOS SG, gonna be Atlas, Selena, and Harif in this mid lane.
Okay, there's gonna be a lot of damage being dished out from Fskn, but split push potential, the Badang does do a lot. So I'm looking forward to see how Badang is gonna be able to carry the team here. And we talked about how there's no marksman. The Badang to compensate more damage for the Hayabusa. It's great. I think it's workable, but to fight against the Uranus is going to be the biggest threat here, because now how will they deal with this Uranus being controlled by EVOS SG? That's in the name of Soul.
In the name of Soul.
Yeah, in the name of Soul, we know he is going to run around and being crazy. And ladies and gentlemen here, game number 2, EVOS SG going up against Fskn, with EVOS SG taking game number 1. Let's take a look at what they are going to be playing for this game here, because as of now, in the middle lane here, we will see a lot of heroes being played from EVOS SG, because they are picking the Harif pickup to actually play in the middle lane. So they are looking to close up the games pretty quickly here. Soul will be playing the Cho again.
Oh, gotta be careful too, because now everyone currently in the middle lane. But Soul gonna be walking right into the bush between 3 members. Aeon was able to re-assist with his perfect match, and thankfully enough, none of them will be falling here, and no first blood will be drawn this early into the game here.
Well, I was expecting Soul to play the Uranus. Seems to me they are going to be playing it on the Cho here. Meanwhile, EVOS SG, they are going to be taking the objectives as of now. You can see Potato has the blue buff. Pokemon going up against Dara here. EVOS SG staking the red buff away.
Taking away for sure, but instantly coming back into this game as well. Aeon trying to find an opportunity, trying to be as being aggressive as possible. But EVOS being very smooth about it, playing around with this quad shadow. He knows before it runs out, you want to try to force them and do a little bit more damage and harassment. But Dara rotates on this bottom lane, because it's definitely an annoying lane against this Uranus, and a beautiful pickup and steal coming from the side of EVOS SG as they were able to secure the Little Wanderer. But Dara Cyclone Sweep, but Potato will be able to dash away with the Chrono Dash, and the Flicker is going to be coming on Aeon. Pokemon on the other hand, with his own rotation, was able to get a haul towards his back line, but gets zoned out instead.
Oh, this is pretty scary here coming from EVOS SG, knowing that they have the damage, but JPL, he does have the arrow. He's going to pick a fight against OPS, dropping a lot of damage in that engagement here. Arrow doesn't seem to connect OPS, might need to back out with the Badang. So EVOS SG, they are putting up Fskn is definitely putting up a fight against EVOS SG, but EVOS SG is not taking the bait. So they understand the power of the Badang, and they will respect this here. EVOS will continue to farm this here, and Shadow kills away EVOS. Ooh, fortunately for them, EVOS SG is not in the vicinity.
Definitely for sure. But look at this rotation. Right now, JPL is getting ready and trying to set up for potential Abyssal Arrow connection towards either this red buff or towards this top side, because we can see Soul diving in and falls out with the Wader Dragon. Going to be able to secure first blood for the team, and Soul will be getting away out of that situation alive.
Yep, EVOS tries to come in for that fight here. Unfortunately, the Shadow Kill has been expended here, so EVOS SG is going to get that for a freebie. So taking the lead, they are going to be trying to push the middle tower here, as the turtle up top is going to be the objective here. JPL tries to go for a dive, but it is a Gufra, so Korpiang will drop half HP. Tyrant's Rage not available yet as he's hit his level 3. Meanwhile, JPL also close to level 3. He sees the arrow, he gets the job done. EVOS taking a significant amount of damage here. Can they go for the follow-up here? But unfortunately, he has to back off. Turtle is going to be the eyes of prize. Aeon needs to back off as well. He's very close to the fall, and EVOS SG, they want to engage this once he has the ultimate here. Tries to flicker, but gets blocked from the Kufra. JPL will get shut down. Aeon just hits his 4. Can he go for the Fatal Link? Doesn't connect. Catches the dunk, but not going to be enough. The Farstar from KO will shut him down, as Fskn will take that fight here. Meanwhile, Potato going to be taking the blue buffs here, as Potato will be in some trouble, as Pokemon as well is still trying to push them all back. He's going to take so much damage as Fskn comes back with this team fight.
Early game looking really great for Fskn as well, as they were able to take 3 more kills towards the spell here, and also eventually try to secure it. But Soul coming in to try to steal the turtle, but the turtle will be taken away by Fskn themselves. But Soul coming back towards his top side, find EVOS, but with a quad shadow, EVOS will be able to evade, but sadly for not for long, as JPL was camping one of the quad shadows all the way from the back.
Oh, nicely done there. Like, coming from EVOS SG, despite his mispositioning, they were able to capitalize that and force him out of position. Nice pick off there, but at the same time, Potato is 1-0-1. They need more up on Harif here. Unfortunately, they do not have enough damage yet, but still, they are trying to gain control of the momentum. Fskn, they got the turtle, but with the Farstar, this is something they have to worry about here. And the trap here, a little bit annoying though. You can see it's super annoying, disrupting the bird form all the time. As EVOS SG, Potato has the double buff, they're looking for a pickoff. They want to be as aggressive as they can. EVOS SG, they need to be as aggressive now.
As aggressive as possible as well. And the funny thing is that it's going to be a really hard game for the Harry as well, because the bouncing ball from the Kufra literally just makes it so hard for him to connect, especially when they're on top of this Zaman Force, as this bouncing ball will not only deny all dash kills but even flickers as well. Still coming back towards this game. Aeon, Pokemon still doing a really great job at this bottom lane, but coming back towards this top side. Beautiful engagement coming for the Soul with the Way of the Dragon, with the Jinkado. He's still going to be alive. With the Fatal Lane, going to be bringing OPS all the way back. And that will be the end for him as well. EVOS, he wanted to try to get the kill, but he knows even with Shadow Kill, there's still too many minions and units around, so this RNG may not be that confident.
Yep, now the creeps are pushing in. Fatal Link's coming in. Aeon, he's thinking about what's going to set up as well. It takes up a lot of damage here, but here comes the Fatal Link. Doesn't connect. The Tyrant Stage is there, but QO is going to be providing assist, and Soul is going to bow out as well. EVOS SG greeting their way in the team fight here, thinking to take the 2v2 fight here. Unfortunately, say nice backup coming from QO, and Fskn will take 2 down.
The aggression is correct coming from the side of Fskn, as they really want to try to get as much fast tempo as possible, especially knowing the fact it is a Harem and it's going to be having a really hard time against Kufra inside the team fight. They are trying to make it fast and get as much dominance inside this early game as much as possible. Pushing back. We see everyone get Aeon, perfect match. Finds 2, gets to the beautiful Fatal Lane, catches 2 as well. But look at EVOS holding down the line. But JPL will be able to secure one of the kill for the team. 1 will fall. They try to go for the hunt. Gorpiang ever so low, but he's still a tank, and they're not big enough to really tank this tier 1 tower.
Great catch there coming from Aeon, immediately diving towards QO. Unfortunately, say does not be able to force him out. The Purify was expended, but at the same time, there was a great pickup. They got one, and Fskn, they need to take a chill pill. The turret's going to be up for top here, but EVOS SG, they do not want to contest this here, as they are looking for kills, hunting for him all. As Dara, he tries to make a run for it. He's so low. Pokemon, can he finish him off? Yes, he will. And the blue buff almost gets stolen here, but EVOS will secure it. Gorpiang trying to pick him off, but this is Pokemon. Uranus, one of the most annoying heroes to begin with here. Meanwhile, Potato will try to pick a fight against Badang here, as Aeon goes in for a push, but nice disengagement. OPS flickers as well, and Aeon will single-handedly finish him off, and he needs to back out, because why? The rest of members for Fskn are coming, and will he be able to survive this here? Aeon tries to make a run. Yes, he will. He's going to be A-okay, and it's Pokemon provide the assist, and they will disengage this fight.
Really beautiful engagement as well, because like in this case, Aeon knows that there's not going to be any major team fights at all, so he was willing to get this pop up this flicker just to get this kill on OPS. They really want to try to set the pace, try to get even 1 kill for the side of the team here, because every 1 kill they can get will be an additional advantage, as EVOS actually constantly looking for even more. Pokemon 2 levels behind EVOS, trying to zone it back, but beautiful engagement and Feather Ash, but the Abyssal Arrow will be able to connect on Q. That's going to be preventing and halting the Feather Airstrike by halfway.
Well, meanwhile, blue buff's gonna be objectives here. Potato is gonna go for the fight here. Soul going for the damage show by Gorpiang. They want to contest this here. Tyrant Stage not gonna be available, but he can't spoil Fatal Link. Tower's gonna do a little bit of damage here. OPS with the face crack coming in as well, and he's gonna go for the pop here. Potato guiding his way with the shield. He's tanking the Shadow Kill, and Fskn, they do not have the damage, and they will bow out.
Oh, dude, a beautiful double kill, and even punishing Fskn for a little bit of overcommitment for just to try to steal this blue. And the worst part, the blue was already stolen, and they still went and re-engaged, gets punished by a beautiful Fatal Link, forcing the Kufra all the way back towards the tier 1 tower. Of course, he had to flicker out, but even without that, no more major skills inside that fight at all.
Yeah, Fskn, they overcommit to that fight as well. Potato was just abusing the Salmon Frost with the shield, soaking up all the damage from Shadow Kill as well as the Fist Crack. It was just beautifully done. And 0-5-2 on OPS, and now they're going for the hunt. They try to go for the Dara as well. Nice flicker at this engagement, but he will force Fskn back off as EVOS SG. They're looking for the fight. As you can see, Gorpiang, Fatal Link almost connect, cancels immediately, so they will have to respect this here. Aeon still has the Fatal Links. They're setting up Pokemon, driving for the bait, if you will. EVOS being very cheeky about this. Meanwhile, Soul is going for the 1v1, and Fskn, they set their eyes on the targets here as well. Aeon going to be providing the assist and goes in for Dara. I don't think they want to kill him off, but Gorpiang goes for a dive, doesn't connect onto this Potato. Potato still surviving this here. Fatal Link connects on the 2, and a huge one connects on the 3, but here comes the rest of EVOS SG. They want to go in for the fight. Potato is doing so much work. They've got 1 kill. They split them up, and double kill for him, and Fskn, they lose that fight once again.
Beautiful pickup after getting the 1 advantage advantage, especially punishing Fskn for it. They finally got a second one, and this should be able to elevate Potato up even more higher compared to EVOS. Although EVOS is still going to be able to live to fight another day, he is still 3-2-2, and now both Potato and EVOS are currently at the same level. But when we're talking about objectives, EVOS SG currently has 5 towers, 2 towers more than Fskn, and have a total score of 2k goal lead.
EVOS, he got scouted out. This is in trouble. Way of the Dragon. He's gone. He's dead. And meanwhile, JPL tags up QO. No way for him to provide the assist, and EVOS SG got the important kill. EVOS is down. They are taking to push the tower, and like I said, EVOS SG, they want to close out this game. You can see another Fatal Links pulling in the back. Dara is all by himself. Do they have the damage? Yes, they will. JPL will finish him off, but no, he's so tanky. He got the last kill onto his Aeon. He's going to be able to reset himself, and he survives. What a clutch for Fskn. And now a double kill for Gorpyang. So he's going to focus his damage here, and look at that damage from Soul.
It is a full tank, full damage Soul here on this show as well, so you have to be really careful about when you're playing around Soul, especially when you have no idea where he is currently positioning at. But in the entire game, right, beautiful failing so far by Aeon. Nothing to like literally not unexpected at all. Really knowing Aeon, the amount of aggressive play he's able to bring towards this game, and with his great knowledge and experience, no way he's going to be falling behind when it comes down to experience and knowledge on how to properly position the rest of the team, and finally amplifying them in area of these team fights here.
EVOS, they see Gorpyang. Do they go for it? Yes, they will. Seems to be. They're waiting for the right moment. Aeon connects the stun, but the Feather Airstrike is there to provide the assist. But EVOS SG, they're greeting for kills. They know they want to go for the Lord, and Fskn is trying to contest this, but Aeon trying to find the right moment here despite not having a lot of creep clear potential. EVOS SG, they're just eager for this kind of fights, and they are making control with this Atlas as of now. As you can see, EVOS, they know he's up there top. Will he walk into those bushes here? EVOS is going for it here. EVOS gets stunned off. Will he make a run for it as well? Shadows away, but here comes EVOS. He tries to go for the bait. Shadow kill is available, but a huge big cracks for OPS. Connects the dot, takes down JPL. Aeon forced to disengage, and EVOS, meanwhile, on the bottom side, will pick Dara off.
And you can instantly see the instant rotation coming for the rest of the team, because they know, like, despite them getting a beautiful kill on JPL, they have to fall back because they saw both Soul and Pokemon constantly split pushing this bottom lane, and they do not want to be sieged or backdoor if they were trying to contest for this Lord pit here. Gorpyang still positioning himself in this bush, and finally 12 minutes into the game, and this is your Luminous Lord. It's going to be enhanced, and a Lord which everybody wants to take for themselves here. Aeon holding on the line in this bush, getting ready to re-engage back to the mix here. But Pokemon trying to zone them out, this time no longer split pushing. He decided to stick with the team and to really assist them in terms of not just for vision, but also to allow Aeon to be able to connect that Fatal Links even more better. As it is, Aeon has been pulling up beautiful Fatal Links like 2 men, but maybe with the addition of Pokemon coming to the mix here, this might allow him to pull off a beautiful 4-man Fatal Links if the situation really allows it.
Yeah, seeing how the game here is going to be a pause for now, but at the same time, the game ideal plan for now for Fskn is just to drag the game as long as they can for the Harrier to kind of slowly wither away in terms of the damage. We know Selena excels in early stage, but the later stage game, it doesn't do that much damage. Right. But I was proven wrong time and time again. But before now, you can see EVOS SG, they want to close out this game as much as they can. Here comes the Shadow Kill coming in. Pokemon just tanking through all his damage here as EVOS is out in the open, but at the same time, EVOS SG, do they punish this here? Aeon are going to be in the vicinity, going for the backlines. Can he get the Fatal Links? Unfortunately, nice save there coming from QO to slow him down in his tracks, but the Lord is going to be the objective here. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Soul is already taking objectives to push the tower down bottom.
Look at Aeon currently the bush. A beautiful Fatal Links catches 2 men, followed by with a Feather Airstrike. But look at Q, instantly has to pop the disengagement because he finds out that the engagement coming out from Cho. They're coming in. Pokemon trying to zone out Dara. Gorpyang trying to run for his life, but will be denied as Aeon will shut him down. EVOS on the other hand on the run. He has to run as fast as possible. While he's running away, he's ensuring that he's going to be very objective about it and clear this wave and try to secure this tier 2 tower for himself. While happening on the other side, we see Soul building up a beautiful mega kill on OPS here, and a shadow kill once again committed not to try to kill but try to disengage and clear the way by EVOS SG, jumping back and forth with a quad shadow. He's still alive and he out-jukes Pokemon in this game. EVOS SG says, you want to be the Pokemon master but you can't catch me.
Wow, EVOS SG, beautiful jokes coming in for Fskn, taking the tier 2 tower, able to outrun that team fight here. That's going to be a little bit of opening for them. However, EVOS SG, they still have the lead, and Fskn, they have to back out because here comes JPL. They want to go in for the pick fight as well. And here comes the Feather X-Ray. Soul is going to back off as well. Here comes the rest of the members from Fskn. EVOS SG, he's not really healthy to fight this. He does have the Shadow Kill. He's going to go for a pull. Potato comes in, but a big one from OBS with the Fist Crack. Catches onto Aeon, taking a lot of damage, and they take down Potato, and there's no Harif in this pool. So this is going to be a comeback potentially for Fskn. As you can see, Fskn, they are going to be able to have a small break. But meanwhile, the Lord is going to be pushing in the middle side of the tower.
This is really unfortunate as well. I believe we had something similar in the second BO3 of today as well, where they had the Luminous Lord pushing in, but they didn't have enough members because they actually got called off and picked off too. But look at Pokemon, he's trying his best to defend his Lord and try to do a lot of damage to it. But the Abyssal Arrow connects on EVOS SG, but he was still able to pop out of that stun and pull off that Shadow Kill that will not only save his life, but assist his teammate Q to get a kill.
Oh, this is the timing that I was talking about as well. Fskn, they're dragging this long enough, and now Kyo has the item to burst them down from side of EVOS SG. Likewise for EVOS SG, this is EVOS SG's power. This is Fskn's power spike now, and they need to contest this blue buff. Will Potato get it here? But as of now, they will shut him out. They have to be extremely careful here, just because of having the Kufra, and Fskn having a little bit breather room as compared to the earlier stage of the game. As you can see, EVOS SG, they will have Potato get both sides of the buffs.
Definitely both buff is going to be really great in the hands of Potato because he really needs it not just for the buff abilities, but also for that stat, all that stats, man, and money. But look at this, EVOS SG and Oops picking up Blade of Despair, both of them at the same time as well. They're going to be doing significant amount of damage. But Dara, he's currently hiding and chilling this one to see if he can try to steal this blue buff with the lead of counter. But sadly, with the Retribution in the hands of Potato, there's no way going to be able to steal. But Soul, ooh, he was able to get a big pick on Oops, and now without him out of the picture and minions pushing towards his lane, they will be able to see towards not just the bottom, but also at the middle at the same time. The Lord is going to be coming out in 90 seconds, so the next real fight is going to be very crucial.
Oh, they have to capitalize on this here. Without OPS, the main damage dealer here, this is going to be an opportunity for EVOS SG to push into the towers. But Fskn, they're trying their best to defend against this here. They have Dara, they have Gorpiang in the vicinity here. In this case, Dara, he's already had his Brute Force breastplate here, so he's going to be able to tank out most of the damage coming from EVOS SG. Meanwhile, the creeps are coming in. OPS going to be on the sidelines for 10 seconds here. Unfortunately, the key objective here is going to be the one. But a huge Fatal Links here to flicker forward, pulling 3 back, and the Way of the Dragon, they get 2, they get 3 before OPS is even back. And now they're going all in. EVOS SG just diving all the way the far back, but they're taking too much damage. And meanwhile, Soul is going to take the bottom tower here. And Fskn, they want to contest this, and Dara and OPS is going to be the last 2 here. Can he go for the face crack? Nice sidestep with the bait as well, and no face crack available. They will shut him down as Potato cleans them out. And what a setup coming in from Aeon. What a flick.
Really well played, and with this final minion wave and no man to defend their crystal, EVOS SG will be taking game number 2, making the score 2-0.
What a flick from Aeon.
No.
That was insane.
I told you, man. I told you. You kept talking about how this Alice is so weird and everything. I'm like, yo, Alice is so good, and in the right hands, he can be such a threat. And this game, Flicker, 3-man catch, absolutely insane coming from Aeon.
Yeah, you're taking it out of context, aren't you?
What?
Atlas, you know, the reason why I said Atlas was bad is because of the creep
The
clear
wave
potential.
clear, yes.
But you can see it wasn't about the creep clear coming from EVOS. They were prioritizing on early engagements with the
I mean,
Sealer.
that
They
is the
did
goal.
not even take the creep clear potential. They were just picking fights and fights and fights, and because of that, they were able to dominate. So
I mean,
it's a different objective in that sense.
I mean, yeah, he is a team fight hero as well, so him being a wave clear would be a little bit overpowering. Although he has Annihilate, but it's still not enough damage to clear things out. But in this game, no one will want to play him as a wave clear. They want to play him as a team fight potential. So really great play coming out from Aeon and the rest of the team of EVOS SG.
Yeah, I am a little bit curious to see who's going to be the MVP, but I think Aeon deserved that
Yes.
because that was an unexpected flicker out of nowhere, catching not one but 3 members from the side of Fskn, closing up the game. And you can see EVOS SG, they played it perfectly. They were struggling, they were trying desperately to abuse their power side in the early stage of the game. Like you even see, like with JPL and the Selena, they were just constantly being aggressive, going for the fights as well. But there were some moments where Fskn was able to come back because at this stage here, you know that early stage of the game, they needed the Farsa to do a lot of work. But unfortunately, say they did not have enough damage because Hayabusa's online timing doesn't come online. However, their saving grace was the Bada.
I believe after a few clashes as well, Fskn was able to set up a certain amount of tempo for themselves, especially in this fight as well, knowing Fatal Links has already been committed towards EVOS. But look at it, Harif Potato was, even though he is sort of nearby, but he's not really close enough to really follow up with that damage. And even though Aeon was able to pull out a beautiful Fatal Link, he was still so slow in HP to fall. And now coming back towards this outer lane as well, more engagement, and after this will actually lead up to a beautiful kill. 2-man kill and 2-man pickup for the side of Fskn with a beautiful rotation. But this is the part where the fight started going towards the favor of EVOS SG. The punishing, beautiful engagement from the Failing, pulling the Gorban all the way back to his tower, forcing the flicker, and they kept being committed towards this fight because they know they have no other disengagement and they have to force it out.
Yeah, Potato in that fight was just soaking up all the Shattering 2 damage, and Hayabusa's Parasite was not even there. But by this stage of the game, we could see glimpses and moments where Fskn OPS was the biggest threat. It was like a huge face crack comes in and a lot of things just went south. But yes, you have to give credit here. Aeon has been able to punish with all these Fatal Links, which we always get time and time again. He set up for his team, but even that, they were overextending time and time, which allowed them to do so because they were picking fights. They're not interested in going for the creep clears. They want to pick a fight, force them back into the base, and that let nature do its own. But EVOS, this clutch here, this juke was insane. He out-juked Pokemon at his game.
Yeah, it was really well played, but even coming down for his final fight, a beautiful engagement, even catch on Potato. I thought this is the part where Fskn finally found their second burst of motion where they can actually try to push towards this wave, but India gets punished for it because we see our dear friend Aeon making a play with the flicker, catches 3-man in this Fatal Link. Although nice timing from Q with the Purify, so he will be able to not be caught by the Fatal Link, but they're all in position and instant beautiful clean communication coming for the team. Potato already sort of positioning himself where Aeon will be instantly ending this Fatal Links, where he's going to be landing and instantly pop out the Zama Force and the full damage on top of the stacking of this Selena with the Primal Darkness. Gonna be so much damage brought out.
Yeah,
here.
there was so much commitment in this fight, right? If you pay attention to how many people was clumped up in their Fatal Links here, it was an instant catch-off as well. KillAll was in no position to fight that fight because he was actually caught on the Fatal Link. He had to Purify and back off to reset the fight, and that was like a 2-second window for EVOS SG to just clean out. Without the Feather Airstrike being a nuisance, that was pretty much the way they closed out the game. So it was no surprise, but at the same time, OPS was their main damage dealer from Fskn. Ever since the Fist Crack get baited out from EVOS SG, that's it for them. That's pretty much game for EVOS SG. And we saw a couple fights where the Fist Crack just did so much work. Potato was not able to tank through the damage. JPL was not able to tank through the damage, and it was just so hard to fight against.
No, and the best part about it as well, like, this is the one item which I rarely, not to say rarely seen, it's just that we, by far, all the itemization on a Uranus, we have not seen an Ice Queen 1 on a Uranus. And the thing is just like that, because even with that item, even when we saw a few times where EVOS will go 1v1 against Pokemon, right? There were some times where EVOS actually came out on top. But finally, towards the end of the game, EVOS realized, even though before amazing juke, by the way, there was too much damage coming from this Uranus. Too much. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I think the slow setup was great. Just because of how he was so many times he was not able to finish the pickup, right? Like Valmons running capabilities is based on the sidestep, the slides, right? But when it comes to normal base movement speed, Badang is not that great. Everyone is just doesn't very mobile. But I think the main initial idea is just to shut down Gorpyeong because Kufra is really weak against movement speeds.
Yeah.
And if you slow him down, whatever he throws at you, he's not gonna run out. There's no way he's gonna be able to run out. Just using a bouncing ball, it just kind of negates that. So the idea of having Pokemon just doing more damage is really nice. But that's the thing about EVOS SG. They were so far ahead. Why do we want to actually go for the tank? Like, when you're ahead, you want to punish, get items that punish you. Like, it's the same with getting for the marksman to buy items as well. Usually it's like, you'll get the endless battle if you're playing like 50-50. But if you're ahead, just rush the Blade of Despair to continue to press the advantage.
And also, like, just looking at both of these teams here, right? Like, I love the priorities coming from the side of EVOS SG where they like, after a few clashes, especially in the early game, and finally the final punish, they realized, okay, our big issue is still going to be Gorpyeong because it really messes up the tempo and the skill combos on Potato on his Harry and followed by JPL on his Selena. And sure, literally 4 heroes in this case that's literally dependent on dashing skill and to bring out ultimate damage and even for mobility. So once they started getting rid of Gorpyeong in the majority of this fight, or even fighting without Gorpyeong even in this fight, they started dominating. They started stomping, and finally, not only from that one punish from that middle lane, and then follow up with the second wipeout, it really excelled their game as they slowly pushed towards the win.
Yeah, when it came to their pickoff result, it was only that one death. Like they knew that Fskn had made a really nice play to catch up Potato. There was only that one play. But that's the thing, EVOS SG has been pressing the advantage from the start to the end. And when it comes to annoyance here, yes, Balmond, you can say, like, we can see like Dara tried to do what Pokemon was doing, but at the same time, they cannot leave the team fight as well because Kufra is the only single frontliner tank. Is not going to be able to tank out whatever that EVOS SG is going to be taking this fight. So it's just unfortunate that Fskn was not able to fight against that. But still, good play coming from them. But EVOS SG definitely had the better experience.
Of course. Better experience, better idea, lane game mechanics as well. Definitely way better. But then again, Fskn it's just really great for Fskn where they're able to experience it firsthand.
Yeah.
And the thing is this, right? Like what Soul said, there are 1 to 2 seasons behind in experience if they really want to match up with EVOS. But then again, that also shows that Souls has this sort of expectation where we're going to be seeing you a lot more. We're going to be seeing you in the next season as well. So they have expectation between, not just between the veterans and the rookies. I feel like it's more like a mentor and a mentee at this point because pretty much setting up. And of course, they're both from the same nation, from Singapore. So it's really great to see both of them really sort of helping each other. At the same time, also trying to set up a little bit of a rivalry and competition. But this is the post-game stress coming from both of these teams, EVOS SG and Fskn. So of course, our different Potato is going to be the rich guy, followed by being the carry who did the most damage. Sandbag is going to be Pokemon with the Uranus who tanked the most amount of damage. And let's just see, this is the highest we ever see for Uranus, but still has not beat the Khalid with 199,000 over, okay? And the forgotten one is definitely going to be Aeon with 15 assists.
Yeah, and seeing how the game progressed as well, I feel like the Aeon, it should not be the forgotten one because he clutched a lot of those fatal links in that final fight to close out this game. But without doubt here, if we're talking about MVPs, if we were to give it here, it's going to be between Potato as well as Aeon. But when it comes to the crucial moments, it's always about Aeon just snowballing his way through. Like, there was such a the mini plays that they Fskn actually engage against EVOS down towards their own blue buff jungle. When Shadow Kill came in, Tyrant's Rage, everything came in here. He was just popping his MF4, soaking up every single Shadow Kill damage that was being dished out from Fskn. That was just beautifully done. He was just dishing out so much to be able to do so much for the team. So when it comes to tankiness, having the Atlas, having the Uranus as well, the Harif works kind of like a second tank as long as he's not controlled by the Kufra. So in this regards, great engagement to actually dodge out the Kufra.
Now it's just like all it comes down to is really picking the right fights, choosing, because like every other player, it's not just for professionals, it's also for every viewers and us as well. When we're playing, if we're playing like a Harry, we always have to choose a fight where we're going up against a Kufra. But anyway, MVP, it is gonna be your boy Aeon with the Atlas, with such an amazing initiation. and also a crucial moment where he sealed the deal in the game when he pulled off a beautiful 3-man
You know,
battling.
it's funny that he's the forgotten one, considering that he's the MVP. Because I was like,
Yeah.
oh wait, he's the forgotten one. Then who's the MVP? But yeah, yeah, he undeniable. He actually won EVOS that game. His clutch fader links, his timing, his decision making, he's very aggressive as well. And yeah, he's not focused on the creep clears, but most of the time Aeon has been very prioritizing on the map control and engaging against Fskn as well. He's always making sure that they're very uncomfortable farming all by themselves, and because of that, he was just able to just snowball his way through. So that final moments, it felt like EVOS SG was at the spot where, hey, if we lose one more team fight, that's it for us. And Aeon stepped it up. That insane flicker catch with the Phalo links up with 3 man was so unexpected, and he just won the game. So yeah, I was expecting him to be MVP, but for a second I doubted myself, but yeah, he is the MVP.
How dare you doubt yourself, Terrence? Like, that was an amazing game. And the best part about it is that Aeon made full use of his knowledge and experience, and also his great gameplay inside this game. Although sure, there are new patches, new update, but the map rotation, the timing is still the same. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be passing to Igato, the man of MLBB, who's going to be doing an amazing interview with EVOS SG. Igato, from us English classer, take it away.
Wow. Hi. Hello, MVP of the match for today.
Hello.
Okay, how are you today, Aeon?
Feeling good after a win.
I see. So I just want to know, you managed to secure a very, very nice game, 2-0 against Fskn. How's that make you feel, or maybe your team? Is that boost some morale in your team?
Yes, definitely. Even though they are newly qualified team, but because of the loss last weekend, I feel that this 2-0 is very, very needed for us if we want to ultimately be top of the table. So we are very happy that we got 2-0. Yes.
I see. All right. So my next question is that you have been playing Atlas. It was so good. You managed to catch a lot of people with your Fetterling. Is there any tips that you can share with your friends, your partner, or maybe even your fans out there? How do you play Atlas that well?
I think I will give some credit to my team also because of certain setups that allow me to find good opportunities. But I think just need to be patient and then know that your flicker is very, very important. So try not to burn your flicker like to survive. So yeah, save your flicker for ulti, for team fight and wait for chance.
I see. All right. Currently, EVOS is in the middle tier of the current team in this season. So I just want to know, who do you think the strongest team in the Mpl-Mysg? I mean, maybe you can rank it to 3 teams.
I think for sure the 2 that stand out the most is Red and Todak because they are the top of the table, obviously. And also we have Fort Red, so they improved a lot from last season. And from Todak we can tell. And then of course the next threat I think will definitely be the champions of last season, which is RSG. Yeah.
I see. All right. So my last question to you, do you have anything to say to your fans, to your family, or maybe even to your significant other?
So to my loved ones, I'm very thankful that you're and very understanding of the time of our training timing, and also to our fans, thank you for supporting us and continue supporting us.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Aeon, for a very awesome interview. We wish you all the best for your future match. All right. That is all for today. That is the interview with Aeon. So thank you so much, guys, for watching. And kembali bersama saya dan kita akan berikan semula kepada Terrence dan juga Leonard. Ping Leonard mungkin kita akan lihat sebentar lagi dan kita serahkan juga kepada Lafel dan juga Karakuri.
Oh, what an amazing interview, and what a best way to end the week with such an amazing play. Last week we experienced an amazing game between as KZP was bringing out the Diggy. This week, the talk of the week is gonna be Aeon with this Atlas with such a beautiful initiation, and like you said, what a flick! Seriously.
What a flick indeed. But seeing how they're going to be playing here after that 2-0 coming for EVOS here, let's take a look at the standings here because as of now, look at the standings now. Fskn has bowed out to the 9th place, dropping 2 spots. Even though he's got -5, 2-0 cleans, Bosskurr will be on the 8th place, and Orange Love Esports will push up towards the 7th place here. Because of this place, Team Bosskurr will solidify themselves. Not yet solidified.
Yeah.
Still going to be moving up to the 8th place, and Team Bosskurr is going to be in the borderline for the playoffs. And finally, Bosskurr
Top 8.
out of the top 10 now.
Look, I'm sort of really happy and sad at the same time, but either way, I guess my pink hair is, you know, worth it in this case.
Yeah. Meanwhile, EVOS SG, they will push themselves in towards the top 3 now with that 2-0 win. So they're going to be fighting with Resurgence as well. But that's the thing with Resurgence, right? If they got that 2-0 against Dinivity Esports, they would have solidified in the top 3, tying in with EVOS SG. But that fight was Dinivity Esports was no joke at all. No joke.
It was so long, 30 minutes as well. But in the end, it was still an amazing play coming from both Fskn and Sig to try to really delay it and split push and cut the creep as much as possible to try to get an advantage, which they did. But sadly, just one positioning, and also they were both very tight or punchit, you know. Punchit, you know, in that case. But either way, what a game, what a week as well. But most importantly, with the standings, now the teams are going to be even more intense starting from next week, because this is week number 4 and everyone wants to try to rack up as much of their points as possible, because the points difference, let's be honest, not very too far behind. Very similar and very close among each other. So next week, it's going to be quite intense. It's going to be very heated up, and I'm going to be very excited for it.
Yeah, they are going to be pushing up to the top 8 here. Bosskurr has finally made their way to the top 8. And for them to continue to do so and stay somewhere in the top 8s and making it to playoff, that's going to be a really tough thing to do. But seeing how they've changed 360 in their playstyle over 1 week, which caused us to, well, support them. And of course, it's going to prove to be a feat to be watching here, because why? Next week on day number 1, we'll be seeing them again. And we'll be opening up with Bosskurr going up against Team SMG. And, game number 2, we're going to be seeing Red Reborn going up against Orange Love Esports. This is going to be a rivalry where you do not want to miss, because...
I agree.
Let's talk a little bit about the rivalry here. What happened between Red Reborn and Orange Love Esports?
Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen, if I had to break it down simply, because if you guys know as well, Red Reborn, all their members was previously Orange Esports Reborn members back in MPL Season 5. So currently, we're not just looking at simple rivalry. We might see a potential grudge match between senior and junior. Who's going to be taking the top 1? Who was the better orange team here? We're going to be seeing that next week. That's definitely a game. And that was a game I actually pointed out to Gideon as well, that I really wanted to see how that game is really going to be coming out and turning out as well.
Yeah, that rivalry match where Red Reborn was not directly invited to MPL despite having great performance. It was invited for the organizers, so that's going to be an interesting grudge match to see for next week here. But however, ladies and gentlemen here, thank you guys for watching here as well. We appreciate you guys, and stay no to toxicity, and I hope you guys enjoyed the show here, because we will be seeing you guys next week here for Mpl-Mysg Season 6. But so far, it's been a long journey. I know it's been great casting we use here. Next week, we will see you guys again very shortly here. This is brought to you by Mpl-Mysg, our official digital telco you do, and powered by Moonton. See you guys for next week.